Chapter 581. It was a time of great promise, yet one with equally great potential for disaster. John found himself rushing all around the continent each time some major phenomenon occurred. Most were attempts to attain the exalted soul phase. Some were forced, in the best cases. Only the cultivator involved perished. Otherwise, they could cause disaster for a whole county. These were the results he had feared with Renato, that he still feared of with others. His children would likely all make the attempt soon, in the grand scheme of things. They didn't lack talent, but the fear was still there. No, anyone who had reached the peak of the ascending soul phase was more than just talented, but how many could actually take the next step? Even with guidance from those who had gone before, it was impossible to cover all scenarios. And people could not follow a set path. Even other cultivators of the Order of the Amber Heart might find Renato's method ineffective. Vaguely similar Earth cultivators would need something personally suitable, but it was impossible to truly know what circumstances would benefit them. Merely surrounding oneself with an abundance of spiritual energy was insufficient. The rolling dunes, the frozen heights, the blustering peaks again. The first three had been a success, but the triumph in the blustering peaks had been shortly followed by a disaster that had annihilated most of Rising Storm Palace. That included their sect grounds, disciples, and about half of the peak they dwelled on. A great storm had been conjured by Ronan Driscoll, but he had lost control and torn apart the very stone of the mountain. His own life was lost in the process. That propelled the dangling cliff into control of the region, with a woman named Rasha having advanced to the exalted soul phase. To be honest, John hadn't been expecting success from her. But such was the unpredictable nature of cultivation. John would have expected Ronan to succeed instead. Perhaps he rushed himself after her success, or he simply chose the wrong path. Today, John was flying to the Sunfields. Though he did make frequent trips there, he rarely moved with such urgency. All he had heard was that Deirdre advanced to the exalted soul phase with mixed success. Further details might not have been shared at a distance even if he was willing to wait, as communications were not entirely secure. Even if direct attacks were impossible, political and economic moves could be made by their rivals during times of trouble. John landed with the sunset at his back, blending into the skies to the best of his ability. Even if someone noticed him, he often traveled secretly just to avoid attention. Those with proper discretion wouldn't mention it. The rest shouldn't have enough to make a proper connection. Huarn and Zachary were waiting for him. He followed them into the heart of the sect, Huarn's home. It no longer needed to be filled with traps, but it had become something of a tradition, a challenge for disciples to test themselves on. Bypassing them was now trivial for John even if he hadn't been guided through, but focusing on his surroundings helped him get his mind away from speculation. He could feel Deirdre's spiritual energy. The reason she was placed within Huarn's domain was because while she displayed the power of the exalted soul phase, she also felt weak. What happened? John asked, as they came upon her prone form resting on a simple bed. She appears fine, I suppose. John had personally felt invigorated after his advancement, but it wouldn't be odd to be drained either. Her eyes, Zachary indicated. That's all the physical damage we can find. John didn't normally probe inside of people's bodies. Even though he had been inspecting her for wounds, he had been most worried about organ failure. A surface-level inspection hadn't revealed anything, but a deeper inspection showed significant damage to Deirdre's eyes. No, that was underestimating it. They were half burned away. The nerve damage was significant as well. Did she say anything? John asked. The two shook their heads. Given that Deirdre had already been inspected by a medical expert, there wasn't much for John to do. Trying to repair someone else's body was far riskier than working on one's own, and John didn't know how to handle that type of damage anyway. It would be less stitching things up and more growing new eyes. There were certain sorts of miraculous medicines that might be able to do it, but there was no guarantee with any of them. In the end, John couldn't help but be relieved that circumstances weren't worse, but that was predicated on Deirdre being otherwise fine. For that, he had to wait along with the others. Huarn covered her dear friend with her wings, providing comforting light element. John maintained a level of half-alertness as he meditated. At an earlier phase, being surrounded by such strong light element would have been torturous. Now that he had a light element totem, his system handled it naturally. Light and darkness safely separated themselves while also being intertwined, shifting from one into the other. John was glad he had considered his totem ahead of time, because his actual advancement had been spontaneous. The pairing of a black and white hole, or at least the concept as he understood them, perfectly completed his full cycle. Zachary and Qarn were waiting as well, so when Deirdre stirred, all three reacted. There had been several false starts, but this time she sat up. Slowly, somewhat dazed, but she did it. The simple vocalization encompassed many things. Her recognition of her own status and those around her. We haven't been kind to this body. Disaster after disaster. She paused for a moment. I'm still me. Odette, technically. I don't know if it could have happened again. She shook her head and immediately regretted it. Her eyelids opened and shut as if that would somehow help her see without functioning eyes. Then she reached up her hands to cover her face. John thought it was perfectly appropriate to despair, at least a little bit. But as she intensely activated her spiritual energy, John only felt her resolve. A few moments later, there was nothing left of her eyes. She sighed in relief. That's better. It was quite painful. She turned her head towards Zachary. Oh, don't give me that look. I will admit this is quite inconvenient, but I suspect almost anyone would give up their eyes for the exalted soul face. I can still feel things. It wouldn't even be fair to call me blind. Are you sure that was? Zachary began hesitantly. Couldn't they have been healed? Deirdre shook her head once more. This time, she didn't wince. They were too far gone. I doubt I can regrow from nothing, but I don't mind. I can be an example for others. They must be cautious with their methods. Though I imagine many will take the wrong message and gamble on merely losing a few body parts. John considered his next words carefully. Should we look for something? Regenerative properties are not entirely unheard of. Deirdre did think it over. Clearly, she wasn't entirely fine with the loss of her eyes. Don't devote too many resources to such a project. I wouldn't want to draw aid away from those who can use it as well. But if you happen to set up a happy orchard of healing fruits, I wouldn't mind giving some a try. John regretted not planting some sort of century tree. Well, a century prior. Granted, most of such things could actually live in the wild for far longer. The specific circumstances they existed in might be the only reason they ever bore fruit. Yet sometimes, people could raise plants on their own, feeding them spiritual energy which was processed in miraculous ways. A powerful fruit or herb could just as easily be a deadly poison or some equivalently deadly option. Without prior examples, it might not be possible to tell the difference until something was actually happening within the body. Poisons didn't simply advertise themselves. John's ability to sense poisons was based on some amount of practice and an understanding of what should normally be in the body. The potency of spiritual energy inside something could be a tell, but if he was told something was medicine, he might not know the difference. There was a reason he surrounded himself with people he could trust, and swiftly got rid of the rest, if he could. We shall call it a success, Qarn declared. You are, indeed, an exalted soul phase cultivator. It was even more obvious now that she was awake and greedily drinking in spiritual energy. Qarn's dwelling was full of extremely potent light element. The spirit beast herself was something equivalent to the exalted soul phase. With the sect trained to be in tune with her, and Deirdre being particularly compatible, all that spiritual energy was easily used. Deirdre sighed. John thought there might be some other complication, but her following words made things clear. Now I must go announce myself. I won't mind it too much from our disciples, but I'm not looking forward to people fawning over me for a while. We can't refuse visits from everyone in the Sunfields and the Prism Underfields, the Shining Coast, and across the seas. You might have to become sect head, Zachary commented. At least in name. Lambert isn't likely to advance, is he? Deirdre frowned. How about you do it? I'm not exalted soul phase. Do that too, she said. Her words were mostly joking. At the very least, she didn't intend to rush him. Seeing that true disaster had been avoided, John planned to stay a few more days. A proper congratulations was deserved, after all. Whether he should use his position to force Deirdre into private meetings was in question. Those who would be waiting to see her might cool down if they had to wait a few days, or they might become even more eager. Deirdre could decide, but John would offer to be an excuse should she need one. Maybe splitting up the rush would be best. From a mere 2 exalted soul phase cultivators, advanced at the same time, to more than a handful of exalted soul phase cultivators, just from the twin continents took less than 30 years. Clearly, the surge of growth that had affected the whole world wasn't over yet. More powerful cultivators might seem to mean less spiritual energy to go around, but that wasn't actually the case. At the very least, John was certain that a strain actually had more spiritual energy, which meant his continent did as well. It might seem impossible, but it wasn't precisely a closed system. At the very least, the sun was constantly empowering the planet. If it successfully retained more spiritual energy, the totals could still grow. It was also possible that spiritual energy was being drawn out of the core of the planet. That might be a limited resource, but as it was all happening naturally, John didn't have any reason to be concerned. Besides, it wasn't like spiritual energy disappeared when it was used. It might scatter into unusable portions or become different sorts of energy, but it still existed. And while reclaiming heat energy was somewhat difficult on Earth, concentrating it was difficult. Spiritual energy bypassed many of the normal rules. There shouldn't be any problems, but considering possible issues was something John had to do. After all, he intended to continue living in this world for several more standard lifetimes. He wanted it to be good for both himself and those who came after. To accomplish that, all he had to do was restrain the negative impulses of humanity as a whole. A simple task, said no one ever. But a bright future might not feel as valuable if it wasn't earned. Not that John would be able to compare. He'd simply deal with whatever came about. But most problems would doubtless be caused by humans. Chapter 582. Creating an arena that could actually house exalted soul phase cultivators was a huge pain. Simply blocking their power was one thing, but the point was also monitoring it to make sure that neither side got seriously injured. Actively reacting to and restricting such power was a pain, especially if someone powerful tried to hide their spiritual energy. Yet now that there were more than just a couple exalted soul phase cultivators, it needed to be done. John didn't intend to hog all the fun to his homeland, though. More specifically, he couldn't. They would need far too much spiritual energy to maintain it in a strain. It would drain all of Lunson's usage and then some. One place that had a lot of accessible spiritual energy, as well as a lot of open space, were oceans. There was one particularly powerful and conveniently located sea that John had access to. It was right between the twin continents. The molten sea didn't hate the idea. Tournament traffic was good for the economy, and nothing would be built somewhere that was occupied. The plan was to use the island where John and Aldera had advanced, unintentionally. It wasn't particularly special aside from its centralized location and the abundance of spiritual energy. The reason there wasn't a sect there was that the elements were excessive in a way that wasn't particularly useful for training. The fire and water were pretty angry. To make the arena neutral, they had to give up on a perfect balance of elements. Ultimately, the formations should absorb all the spiritual energy from the outside if things worked out. It was a large project. Expensive. However, that was kind of the point. Resources from all around the world would be going into it. There were also plans to make one on the opposite side of the world eventually. Even this one would take decades of planning and construction. There was no way it would be ready by the next tournament in a strain or the one after. Yet the long time span involved was actually an advantage. With something to look forward to, people were hopefully not getting into too much trouble. John didn't know how true that actually was, though. Information that came from the raging ocean was relatively positive, and they did have one proper communication tower set up. It was about a quarter of the way around the planet, and it only talked to one other place, but it worked enough to send written messages back and forth. No voice, and definitely no video. Though, some people were really interested in trying to make something like that work. As for other regions, there were various levels of stable. More exalted soul phase cultivators claiming their own regions was fine for the moment, but it was uncertain how much it would last. John wasn't planning to wait and find out, though. He was going to actively work to make it that way, along with all of his allies, including Aldera. John had to admit that his progress there was slow. Rukai's point about him treating her more like an enemy that he could get along with than a friend or ally had been overall true, but it was rough for him to actually change himself. His rejection of her for not being entirely Mateo had been mostly subconscious, and at various times it had been better or worse. They might never be close. John wasn't sure if he could let that happen. It wasn't just her involvement in the death of Astrid. That was an unfortunate situation all around. His own cowardice might be as much to blame for things getting to that point as her. Or maybe meeting Aldera earlier would have resulted in both of them killing each other, which would probably be a worse world. Even if John had survived, the triptych would have wiped them out. The problem John had was that Aldera wasn't entirely a good person. That made him think about the fact that Mateo hadn't been wholly good, and that he wasn't all good either. He had his own moral guidelines, but he didn't always follow them perfectly. If he couldn't even do that, if there was some universal standard, he would absolutely be further behind. Some of these things he had discussed with Aldera. Some, she didn't need to be burdened with. For now, John was satisfied that he could speak with her without a reason. Have a conversation. Conversations had happened accidentally when they were together, a sort of natural flow, but they had often started about practical things. Cultivation especially was a topic that John was willing to engage with nearly anyone on. It was practical, but now John knew that Aldera liked dresses that were sparkly, and they were apparently not in fashion. That was silly, though, because anything she wore would be in fashion. Even John had accidentally become a fashion statement with the various things he wore over his practical armor. It was a waste of effort to enchant 5 or 10 or 100 sets of armor when he could just wear something over his normal textile armor and accept that sometimes it would be destroyed. Half-cloaks had become strangely popular after John wore one, and he was considering trying something silly. But as much as he was unafraid of death, John found he was still ashamed of looking foolish. Besides, he didn't want to burden the populace with wearing dumb hats. Sybil and Gervasio hated each other. That was clear to John even before he arrived. Seeing the two of them in the same room, it was blatantly obvious. While they were both relatively young for exalted soul phase cultivators, nobody over a century should be acting like a child. He claimed an island that was clearly in my ancestral land, Sybil declared. Then he had the gall to build a stronghold nearby to prevent me from accessing it. John hadn't even gotten to the part where he said hello, and then they were throwing words at each other back and forth. This which knows that she agreed to hand over that land in a previous accord. You should be more concerned about the poaching her people have been doing in my territorial waters. It is only out of respect for the global order that I have withheld my retaliation, a respect that she doesn't show. With people like this, John was actually amazed that only a small number of people had died in border skirmishes so far. Perhaps everyone else was less passionate about the conflict than these two were. It was a shame that not all exalted soul phase cultivators were suited for leadership. Culture dictated that the strong would rule, and people like this wouldn't accept it any other way. John almost wanted to goad them into attacking him. He would be fine. Renato had come along to back him up. Aldera was off dealing with other issues, or she might have come along as a sign of unity. Then again, the continents didn't want to act like too much of a clique. Otherwise, the global order might not feel cohesive. You two must introduce your arguments in a more organized fashion. I am sure both sides have legitimate grievances that can be rectified, but we must start from somewhere calm. I'll need to look at copies of any treaties you have. This was going to be an exceptionally painful few days, or weeks, or months. The worst part was that if these two people had just been born further apart, it literally wouldn't have been a problem. Swapping either of them into a neighboring region, and they would have probably gotten along fine with everyone there. Sure, there might have been some border strife, but these two had some sort of deep problem with each other. They didn't get along, and that wasn't going to change. What they needed was competent subordinates. John couldn't just demand that they do all of their communication via specific individuals, but maybe he could influence them towards something. Their escorts seemed to be mortified at their behavior, but they doubtless couldn't chastise the two of them. John would have to take some time to properly contact the more reasonable people with them, because he could be quite certain that they didn't want war. As for their leaders, well, the fact that they had restrained themselves this much understood they had some idea of the consequences. If they broke their promises to the global order, they couldn't just be left alone. Or whoever survived anyway, because they would doubtless try to kill each other directly if given the chance. And this document clearly shows that, according to this map, we have claim over that spawning ground. John was looking at the documents that Sybil was referencing, and they weren't clear at all. Whoever copied them clearly hadn't done a good job on either side. Furthermore, what she was actually supposed to be referencing was an older map where the spawning ground of some rare breed of fish was actually outside of either territory. If only they could have someone else claim that. Actually, that wasn't half bad. It would be difficult to arrange, but if another exalted soul phase cultivator came out of the territory between them and carved away a third of each of their territory, It just might work. Sure, each of them would be angry at their loss, but they would be so much happier that their hated enemy lost that much. John leaned over towards Renato. See if you can find any exalted soul phase candidates from this middle territory. They couldn't just throw anyone there. It had to be someone that people would accept as belonging. That wasn't always easy, because along with elemental conflicts, there was still plain old racism in the world. No, it wasn't even always that broad. Neighbors that most people would think were more similar than different were often the greatest enemies. Likewise, even if someone was from a particular region, some might not think they were the right type of person. Given that an exalted soul phase cultivator could literally wipe out disfavored populations, choosing someone who would be accepted by all and who wouldn't reject anyone was extremely important. Gervasio cleared his throat. Now we must move on to the matters of poaching disciples. Someone has been taking disciples from our territories, teaching them awful things about fire and darkness when there is perfectly good air element available. Both cultivators had water element as part of their repertoire, but neither would admit it to the other. Relatedly, Sybil was one of the elemental combinations that didn't seem like it should have worked for an exalted soul phase cultivator. Fire, water, and darkness. Unbalanced, but perhaps her individual totems solved that. John didn't want to pry, mostly because the less time he spent around these two, the better it would be for his future headache. War was easier. But just because something was easy didn't mean it was better. John didn't truly wish something disastrous would happen to draw him away from what he was doing. It just felt like it sometimes. If only someone else could do the job, but only the strong were respected. It was a self-reinforcing mechanism, because power and respect fed into each other. Aside from the benefits of resources, being favored by many gave cultivators confidence to grow. John was beginning to seek out those who would be good in various positions and make them into someone strong enough to be listened to. The only problem was that he wasn't entirely certain who would be a good diplomat. He had some good ideas, though. Anyone that could convince him that they would be good should be good. That was the whole job. Though it did matter if they could properly convince other people that their terms were good. And of course, moral character mattered. John understood that people took bribes and tried to benefit themselves with deals, but that didn't mean things should be that way. But changing the world was slow business. One step at a time was all John could manage, and he had to start with the big things, like the potential for the planet to turn into a post-apocalyptic wasteland full of holes of spiritual energy. And that was just one example. Was it likely? John was worried at how easy it would be if people were foolish. He really didn't want to find out what might actually happen if people began a violent struggle for power, and not just because he was currently one of those at the top. Chapter 583. Patrolling the skies was necessary not to protect against flying bandits. Anyone of sufficient power to fly around attacking people would be found and dealt with rather swiftly, but because of native flying creatures, cultivators gained quite a lot of value from the bodies of powerful beasts, which was precisely why they didn't wipe out all of the dangerous ones. Thus it was that they were allowed to live adjacent to sky routes, but occasionally patrols were necessary to handle creatures that had wandered too far. John thought he'd done a pretty good job of convincing people that they didn't need to exterminate every beast in existence. It was simple, really. They were basically self-propagating resources if given space of their own. There did have to be rules about when it was appropriate to hunt certain beasts, otherwise profit seekers would disturb the balance. More than they already did, of course. The particular creatures John was after were low value, which was why nobody in the nearby regions had bothered to clear this area. The danger involved was too great compared to the rewards. Meanwhile, all of those involved with official operations in the area had been occupied with other things. The task would have been dealt with soon if John didn't take it, but he didn't want to lose his edge. He didn't always have a real battle every year lately, so it was important to deal with something that actually wanted to kill him sometimes. Not that they had any real chance. John would have to be particularly careless to be killed by almost anything. Even if he found something stronger than himself, he could probably run and hide. But maybe there was something in the deep sea or buried in the depths of the earth that would rebut that. But everything that lived in the skies had been seen and catalogued, or at least catalogued, because John wasn't sure if the sky jellies were ever properly seen. Today's foes were vulture-like birds called silver-winged swarmers. While they still primarily feasted on carrion, they weren't opposed to making their own. With long wicked necks that allowed them to peck from various angles and feathers that acted like armor, they were troublesome to deal with. The feathers were the only part of value, but it didn't really match the danger. Because beasts weren't usually completely foolish, John had to lure out the swarmers by pretending to be weaker than he truly was, yet strong enough to seem tasty. A nice consolidated soul phase cultivation should do. Late phase was what John was aiming for, minimizing the ripples of his power to appear lower ranked directly. John ended up seeming to be about a phase and a half weaker, on the border between 13 and 14 ranks. His actual cultivation was rank 48, which was theoretically the top of the early exalted soul phase, though nobody had surpassed that level, so it was impossible to say if there was going to be the same sort of notable difference as he continued to advance. John flew low through the stone forest, intending to draw their interest. Powerful winds blew through the area, and occasional bolts of lightning shot between the spires of stone. The dominant element in the region was air, as expected as the host to powerful flying creatures. The flight route passed well above the stone forest below, but the silver-winged swarmers were not above chasing perceived prey that passed by. Before anything actually attacked him, John found a nest. It was interesting to note that while they nested in small groups, communal nests that had somewhere between 5 and 10 nesting pairs, the wider community tended to hunt together. Each beast was small for the amount of spiritual energy they carried, with wingspans somewhere around 4 meters. Aside from all the supernatural elements, John would have believed one could live on Earth. Large groups would be something different. John slashed apart 2 individual swarmers guarding the nest, then crushed some oblong eggs. There were plenty of places these creatures could live in the nearby region. Indeed, he had sensed quite a few in the surrounding territory. It was just this one route that needed to be dealt with, and the eggs had to be destroyed. They weren't even good to eat, containing some toxins that would cause even John great trouble. A great frenzy went up from the creatures once they sensed the damaged first nest. The disappearance of the 2 energy signatures would have tipped them off, but the nest watchers hadn't even had time to cry out. He had reached a second nest by that point, and similarly dealt with what was in the area. Then the swarmers began to band together according to their name, combining into a greater purpose. It wasn't as effective as human combat formations, but each beast was individually strong enough to make their combination potent. John kept himself hidden as he made his way to a 3rd and 4th nest. He wanted them to be angered so that they would chase him and fight to the death. It wouldn't accomplish his purpose if they fled together, abandoning their nests only to come back next season. He wanted to at least cull the population for a few years. Anger would make their attacks sharper, but it would also let flaws emerge in their assault. Or perhaps John would fail his intended manipulation, which would provide valuable insights. They caught him just before he reached the 5th nest. They seemed to have some idea of where he was going, and John had kept his speed reasonable. Obviously, he'd had to conceal himself and his spiritual energy with the darkness element, or hundreds of eyes would have picked him out from the sky with ease. As it was, they found him more through sheer force than any significant perception. John had tried to fly through their mass and brushed against a few of them, triggering them to react. Once they were aware of him, it was difficult to completely conceal himself. He might appear invisible to their eyes, but turning off their sense of touch and blocking spiritual energy perception would be near impossible. He didn't seem to have to worry about his own sound, though. They were making enough of a racket. Dozens of beaks pecked towards him immediately. If that had been all, he might have been able to avoid any significant impact. However, the field of agitated avians also produced electric arcs between them. The whole area was a web of danger. John was glad that he wasn't actually in the middle of their mass, because he couldn't completely avoid some glancing effects. His spiritual energy defenses held, but it still cost him. He didn't fail to take his own piece, though. Numerous silver-winged swarmers fell, his sword slicing their necks and coming up beneath their wings to strike their more vulnerable torsos. The mass of birds confused his senses somewhat, but he still picked out enough of them as he slashed his way out. The whole swarm chased after him, and John tried to keep a certain pace where they seemed like they were just about to surround him. He was still facing a wall of lightning and sharp beaks, with numerous attacks aimed at his position at any instant. However, he avoided having to deal with omnidirectional threats. It wasn't a good day to train that sort of thing, especially without backup. When too many threatened to bring him down, John threw out a zone of earth and weight to drag some away. More would fill their space in the next moment. but he had to manage their front lines. Ethereal flames were already spreading among them, but slowly. Relying on it to cause any significant damage would mean a long and drawn-out battle, which was precisely what John didn't need to do. Each attack that struck him took another bite out of his spiritual energy. Even though they were barely more than pinpricks, the damage could add up. John found it amazing how well they predicted his movements lateral to their swarm. The only way to truly avoid them was to move beyond the reach of their beaks, and then he would only have to deal with bolts of lightning. While normally it chained between groups of them, it seemed they could manually blast air elemental spiritual energy in front of them as well. While it did seem like they would run out of energy rapidly if they did so, John also saw them draw upon the lightning already present between the spires. A sudden flash of light helped confuse the swarm for a single moment, and John used that moment to sweep several dozen of them into the nearest stone spire. Even if their bones were sturdier than most birds, the weight of his spiritual energy could crush them in small groups. A shell of water extended around John to divert lightning with less effort. He continued to fly around the outskirts of the swarm, targeting another nest every time they hesitated. If the creatures had been calmer, they might realize they couldn't actually catch him, but they didn't have any individual presence. John took no joy in the slaughter, but he did appreciate the challenge. He might have been able to annihilate them with a single wide-area attack, but he didn't specialize in that sort of thing. Furthermore, the total amount of spiritual energy he was up against meant that he might just wind up exhausting himself for no reason. His current actions were more efficient. Even when his sword slipped off of feathers every once in a while, he didn't lose much power and could simply strike another foe with the same swing. Alternatively, he could force them into a solid impact, overcoming their durability. The swarm thinned, and after a good half hour of battle, it was down to nearly nothing. John chased down the stragglers, then tracked down their nests. It would be a while before any more silver-winged swarmers moved in from the neighboring regions, so the mission was accomplished. Looking at various scratches, John found he had misjudged the force of some of the attacks. It was inevitable for a battle of that sort, but if he underestimated the necessary defense against a cultivator, he would probably just be cut down. Diamond defense was a nice backup, but even a fraction of an ascending soul phase cultivator's strikes could cut through his body. He couldn't bet on them being kind enough to strike him directly in the torso where his armor was strongest. Even then, it was nowhere near as durable as what Ursel had, though far lighter and more maneuverable. John was quite glad he hadn't been in a serious Exalted Soul phase battle lately. Even the match with Seikani had been without killing intent. Even so, he wondered if he should seek out something individually powerful. There likely weren't many beasts of such strength. The old Leviathan would have been one of them, but most beasts that had that sort of potential were killed before they reached that strength, either out of fear or because it was valuable. The exception were the spirit beasts that clans and sects kept as guardians, though of course traditionally, they had been targeted by enemies as well. With most of the land and skies having been thoroughly combed over by cultivators, that left only the greatest depths of the seas. John remembered that even on Earth the seas were difficult to explore. It might be easier in some ways here, but the dangers were less the ocean itself and more the beasts that lived within. But if that was what John was looking for, it wasn't really a downside. He just had to make sure he didn't do something stupid and find a creature that could kill him. Or maybe he could live with his current amount of training. It was quite possible that the nagging feeling that he had to grow stronger was a remnant of times they had left behind. It didn't seem like some sort of supernatural warning, but he still wanted to be as strong as possible. There shouldn't be anything that was a problem, but if there was, he needed to be ready to face it. Assuming his biggest challenges wouldn't be not killing people. It really wasn't an appropriate response just because someone was annoying and barely willing to engage in diplomacy. Barely could be enough. Chapter 584. The choice to have no further children after the triplets had been a very deliberate move on John's part. Astrid had accepted that, understanding the difficulties involved. Ursul's lack of desire to take over a clan had already been about as good of a result as could be hoped for with the unexpected triplets. There had been no guarantee that further children wouldn't be more ambitious, and John had no reason to believe he could perfectly mold children to his desires. Otherwise, the triplets probably would have been quite different. Even if it hadn't turned deadly, political turmoil within the clans would have been a serious hit to their prosperity for a time. So it was that he hadn't been prepared for further children, but Rukai appeared. It didn't matter if she was biologically his. In fact, that was probably the least important factor for family, even if it happened to be the default. During their early relationship, she had been trying to figure out who she should be as a person, with John's help. Fortunately, they'd managed to steer away from revenge-obsessed. She still sought after power to have more influence over her own destiny, but in a more reasonable fashion. She was making significant strides with her cultivation, progressing regularly to higher ranks. John had little doubt that she would reach the ascending soul phase in the relatively near future. As for the exalted soul phase, that was a far longer journey, and so far, less reliable. She no longer had to be constantly with him, to be watched over for both her sake and John's, but they still frequently tried to spend time together. John didn't forget his other children, of course, but they were busy with their own duties and couldn't travel spontaneously. Even Ursula had work to do for the Order of the Amber Heart. If not, she was wandering around on her own, seeking challenges. She didn't mind John joining her every once in a while, but it would probably grow old if he tried to make it last. Rukai hadn't had enough of him just yet, though. Even if their cultivations weren't particularly well matched for finding challenges, they could still travel together. It could remind them of old times, but they were too busy experiencing their current life to be bogged down with nostalgia. Are you planning to get involved with the next tournament at all? John asked Rukai. He knew she had mixed feelings about some of it. She liked to challenge herself, but she also seemed to think she would embarrass him, as if he thought she had to win everything, instead of just fighting people at, or even slightly above her own rank and training time. The two of them were flying towards their destination, investigating reports of poachers in an area. It was better to have a specific goal in mind compared to simply wandering about. For one thing, people became quite riled up anywhere an exalted soul phase cultivator passed through. Usually it was in a good way, but John preferred not to cause a disturbance. Traveling incognito could work. It wasn't even that difficult in most cases. He could hide his cultivation and wear less distinctive clothes. As for his face, John doubted the vast majority of people would recognize it. Even the cultivators that had met him personally would likely remember him more for his cultivation aura. That was, usually, the most reliable method for those that weren't frequent acquaintances. I will join, Rukai said, though I think I will be focusing more on one of the secondary competitions. Technically, everyone else thinks that they're secondary. You're not going to change that mindset. Anyway, Rukai continued, I'm aiming for a good ranking in the cooking tournament. She looked towards him nervously, as if he hadn't encouraged her cooking as long as they had been together. Sure, the original purpose hadn't been so much for culinary expertise as for a thinly veiled poison delivery method, but she had enjoyed herself more than just thoughts of revenge would have provided. Do you think you can win? John asked. Rukai rapidly shook her head. Not a chance. There are some participants that have been cooking for a century, using expensive and exotic ingredients to cater to the tastes of the richest cultivators. Or at least, the ones that spend the most on that sort of thing. John was certain that there were some cultivators richer than him, but only because he didn't focus on that sort of thing. What was he supposed to do by gathering material wealth? The 6 Elements Crossroads needed enough to maintain their position and train their disciples, of course, but personally John rarely needed anything. It was true that weapons and armor that could meet his standards were hard to come by, but he didn't require replacements frequently. It's too bad that it would be a conflict of interest for me to judge, John said. I like your cooking. Thank you. She had heard it many times before, but that didn't mean she stopped appreciating it. I'm actually looking to make some unique dishes. I can recreate anything you haven't tried outside the tournament. There's an astounding variety of dishes throughout the world. John had found that to be quite true. He had never had much opportunity to travel to different places on Earth, so he couldn't actually compare the total number of options, but at the very least this world had more extreme choices available. There were some powerful mint flavors on Earth, and people absolutely competed to maximize spice and peppers. But John had seen mint that actually froze things around it, and he'd tasted peppers that were like being burned by a volcano. He knew that, because that had happened. He had protected himself. Almost completely, but during a battle with some lava fish his defenses had been momentarily punctured. Regrowing his skin and musculature on his left flank had been a delicate process. At least it was possible, though. Cultivators could heal from an astounding variety of things. So far, Though, John hadn't seen any feasible ways for Deirdre to regrow her eyes. She still considered herself lucky to have gotten off with just that much. Make sure to include something spicy, but with flavor, John said. People should be crying as they keep taking bites. You just want to see powerful cultivators struggle. John grinned. The sweltering hollow was a cave system within one of the unincorporated fire regions. That didn't mean it was a lawless zone. It simply meant that they had to reach further for outside help. The global order was obligated to respond to requests in some manner, though sending someone like John was a rarity. Very few things required him, so he tended to pick missions according to his own whims, especially some of the less popular choices that went to locations that would be commonly considered unpleasant. Places like that always had the most interesting spiritual energy. As far as places went, this one was relatively pleasant. It was just hot. The one issue was that there was nowhere for cultivators to redirect that heat. John's old trick of sending heat deep into the ground didn't work when the surrounding rock was the source of the superheated air. John walked slowly into the cave, the temperature stopping just short of molten. Some of it glowed with heat, while other parts kept the deceptive darkness of a recently solidified lava flow. From John's understanding, the sweltering hollow was simply made of dark stone that had remained in its current state for living memory. Rukai's face was one of focus, redirecting any excess heat around her into areas that were. Also, hot took far more effort. She was maintaining a careful cycle of elemental conversion and spiritual energy usage. John had no doubt she could maintain it for quite some time, but the cave system was extensive. It could actually be days before they found anything, if at all. Keep alert for signs of poachers, John commented. He was managing most of their spiritual energy concealment. This was a serious job, so alerting people to their presence would be problematic. The sweltering hollow was in its active hunting season, with the spirit beasts inside being legitimate game for those who were registered, with limits. Entrance and exit was monitored, but in a place like this, there were always other ways to get inside that hadn't yet been revealed to the sect managing the place. The flaming gems watched the larger entrances and sealed the others, but they didn't also have the manpower to scour the area and train their disciples. The monotony of the tunnels was broken up by larger caverns filled with interesting rock formations, more than just stalactites and stalagmites. Though, even simple columns could be beautiful with the obsidian-like stone. In some places it reflected the few glowing segments. And then there were the crystals. Most of them had very little value, at least for anyone who could actually withstand the temperatures. Cultivators didn't tend to engage much with mundane crystals or even gemstones. It was only when they were charged with spiritual energy that they were valuable, and that took time. Before a certain point, they were just shiny rocks with similar proportions of spiritual energy as the surroundings. Some were quite large, though. One was a hexagonal pillar that stood nearly vertical through the height of a 5-meter-high cavern. It was wider across than John's shoulders. Sparkling lights reflected through the translucent crystal, providing a pleasant atmosphere. Aside from the heat, of course, leaning up against the crystal would be a terrible idea. John already had to protect his shoes from spontaneous ignition. Rukai wandered past a smaller crystal structure, about her height, and full of many different pieces jutting out in various directions. Each crystal was a slightly different color, and the lengths and thicknesses were irregular as well. Notably, however, some of them came to sharp points. That was one of the signs. The crystal beast seemed to feel threatened by Rukai's presence as it lunged at her from the side. Perhaps it had noticed John and thought to take out one threat early, if such things thought at all. It was difficult to say, as spirit beasts tended to have varying levels of physicality and intelligence. It certainly had its own cultivation, though. Rukai could have recognized how its fire element was slightly difficult than the surroundings. More active, even if it was the same origin. The side of a red crystal hit Rukai in the shoulder, forcing her a step away. She hadn't failed to protect herself with spiritual energy, even if she hadn't anticipated an attack at that moment. She retaliated with a swing of her sword, striking against another twisting limb. Saying whether it was an arm or leg was subjective, as the pile of crystals had no fixed attachment point from its various pieces. Her sword hit with the weight of the ocean, sending the crystal into thermal shock. A chunk broke off as her sword rebounded gently, the creature stepping back. TCH. I should have noticed it. Rukai didn't blame John for not telling her. The point was for her to grow strong. And, while the thing had excellent camouflage ability, it wasn't particularly strong. Soul expansion phase at best. Without the benefit of ambush, it had no feasible way to harm Rukai. She exchanged several more blows, her third strike being a kick to its midsection that sent it flying backwards. It hit the wall and exploded into pieces. However, John could still feel the connection between the different segments of the spirit beast. So could Rukai, it seemed. This thing just won't die. It could with a bit more effort. But also, we're not really supposed to be killing these. Oh, right. Rukai watched the segments, all of which were remaining stationary. They weren't moving into a position to attack her, nor recombining. I guess we should just leave it, then. They did have permission to hunt them if they had to, but it would be better to avoid it. Otherwise, there was no point in trying to stop poachers. These are weird creatures, Rukai commented as they moved on. I thought spirit beasts were more beastly. Generally, yes, John said. But cultivation is one of the determining factors. And obviously, they aren't all amorphous like Cyritsel. Qarn is relatively solid, for being made out of light. Her feathers keep their form even after she sheds them. I know, she said. I have a feather. She said it was a reward for not squinting too much, or something lame like that. I think she was teasing me, but she seems to like you. I did remove a pain in her side, John pointed out, and reconnected her with her favorite rival. The pair continued deeper into the tunnels, looking for signs of people or the people themselves. Chapter 585. The feet of John and Rukai carried them deeper into the sweltering hollow. As was the time-honored tradition of people everywhere, time was passed with complaints about circumstances. People could always find them, but sometimes they were more justified than others. Like the complaints about the heat. It's constant, Rukai grumbled. I should have taken a fire totem forth. Right, John said. I don't know why, but fire is usually the worst. Sure, air element could blow people off cliffs or blast them apart with lightning, but that wasn't a constant annoyance. Just real threats. I can't even fly down here, she said. Or at least not meaningfully. Why did I even bother to learn if I was going to go underground for the rest of my life? It had barely even been a day, but John knew it might feel like forever. They suffered infrequent attacks from the local crystalline spirit beasts, which was actually worse in some ways than a constant bombardment. The time between instances was long enough for them to lower their guard, though John's minimum awareness was sufficient. Rukai was getting better at picking the spirit beasts out from the similar but unliving crystal. They tried to avoid killing them, given that the whole point was to figure out why the population was so low. Various resources showing up in nearby markets indicated poaching was one of the problems, but it could be more than that. There was an important distinction between those seeking wealth and rival sects sabotaging the territory of a neighbor. At the very least, it would influence how they were killed. Death wasn't the only punishment that existed, but it was the easiest one. Keeping people locked up for decades or centuries was just asking for trouble. The idea of reforming people was appealing, but that wasn't always going to be possible. Ultimately, the results would come down to local laws, as long as they didn't go against the overarching principles of the global order. Disrupting the peace was fairly serious as far as things went. I've got you this time, Rukai declared, accusingly pointing a finger at a nearby crystal. Don't you dare make a move. It didn't. Rukai looked somewhat sheepish at that, but after they passed by, John did confirm her judgment. I doubt it understood you, John commented. These seem unlikely to have had any level of intelligence long enough to learn language. But knowing that you were aware of it likely increased its caution. Maybe I should just accuse all of them, Rukai said. Before John could explain why that was a bad idea, she came up with the answer on her own. Of course, that would just mean that my spiritual energy was directed at all of them, making it clear I didn't distinguish the actual creatures. Pretty much, John agreed. He was going to hint at something else up ahead, but he thought that would be too easy. Even if she would always feel like a kid to him, Rukai didn't need to be coddled. Oh, someone's coming, she said. Do we go head them off or dash? She stopped just before passing beyond a certain threshold where two crystal structures paralleled each other. Ugh, how annoying. She gathered water around her sword, swinging it back and forth. The temperature shock cracked the crystals, releasing the stored energy, but in all directions instead of specifically between them. It wasn't too rough for her to handle. as she recovered from the explosions. However, those waiting rushed forward. "Halt!" called a woman at the head of a group of nearly a dozen. "It is not for you to destroy the structure of our sect's resources." "Of course I can do it, Shorty," Rukai immediately retorted. It was true that the woman was below average height, but John thought it was a bit much to immediately refer to her that way. When you turn them into a trap, it's the only reasonable reaction. The woman was a consolidated soul phase cultivator. A good match for Rukai's strength, in theory. She carried with her a spear, which she lowered towards the other woman. Flames extended from it, nearly doubling its length. A trap meant to catch intruders such as yourselves. "We're allowed to be here, though," Rukai said, flashing her token. "Not that your trap would have distinguished between us and literally anyone else." John was glad she remembered to say that they were allowed to be here. It might not change the flow of things, but it was important for later. A disciple of the Flaming Gems would never be caught by such a mundane trap. Rukai seemed genuinely frustrated. "I wasn't caught in it, and it would still explode your disciples if they missed it." Rukai's sword was always drawn in their trek through the hollow, as appropriate for a danger done. She merely directed the point towards the other woman. "We're busy. If you want to fight, just do it. Don't blame me for the results, though." The woman who hadn't even bothered to introduce herself charged forward, the spear of fire stabbing towards Rukai, who deflected it with her blade. The flames tried to bend around to catch her from behind, but they were already frozen. Rukai took a step forward herself, her blade slipping along the haft of the spear to strike the woman's hands. Rather than cut off her fingers, which she absolutely could have, she simply froze the woman in place. "She killed Morin," one of the others yelled. As the second fool and the others began to charge forward, John stepped up next to Rukai. "She's not dead yet, but if you want us to shatter her," he tapped his sword on the woman's forehead, making a clinking sound. They drew up. "It's already bad enough that you attack those of us with proper permits. Getting your senior sister killed would be the end of your careers." John grabbed the spear still held in the woman's grip, yanking it out of her frozen grasp. "Unfreeze her," John ordered Rukai. Her body wasn't actually filled with ice or anything like that. It was merely a suppressive form of spiritual energy outside of her body, forcing her to shift all of her spiritual energy to defend against the cold. It was possible to freeze people through, but it was an excessive and unnecessary display. Halfway through would be good enough, for one thing. John leaned on the spear as the woman, Morin, was unfrozen. She leapt back, assessing the situation. "You chose an opponent you couldn't defeat," John said. "And you didn't even have a righteous backing." "Yeah," Rukai said. "Were your ears frozen before I got to you? We're allowed to be here." "But Morin grimaced. "The area is closed off to outsiders because of it's limited." "Not entirely, though," John commented. "The two of us are from the Six Elements Crossroads, as you might have discerned already." Uh, um. The Six Elements Crossroads didn't wipe out entire sects just for harming, or even killing, their disciples. They didn't, but in various parts of the world that was what people thought. It was impossible to entirely dispel the rumors, and it was useful for people to be intimidated, even by mere speculation. "We'll forgive you for your mistakes, though." Rukai was the one who said that. She took the spear from John and tossed it, but first towards Morin. "Just tell us, were you hunting after some specific group? What's going on?" She could have directly asked about poachers, but the other side hadn't actually mentioned it yet. It seemed Rukai wasn't certain that this group wasn't the perpetrators just yet. At least, that was John's interpretation. Maybe she tossed back the spear not because she knew she could beat them, but because she trusted this random fool for some reason. Morin took some time to speak, though her story didn't reveal much. "Recently, there seem to have been intruders in our territory. That is why the area has been closed to most outsiders, to make them easier to spot." "I see," Rukai nodded. "And have your troubles abated?" "It is yet unclear." That was a fancy way to say no, probably not. Though realistically, any fluctuations in population wouldn't be measurable in just a couple months anyway. "In that case, I would be more cautious with your actions in the near future," Rukai said, "especially concerning traps." Morin appeared properly chastised, her shoulders lowered. "Of course, senior." Rukai was probably quite a bit younger, but calling stronger individuals senior anyway was quite common. "Before we part, may I ask your name?" "Rukai," she replied. "Ah, isn't that?" Morin bowed. I apologize for not recognizing one of your greatness. It's not like that many people actually know me. You probably don't even know why you know my name. You're the disciple of an elder? She looked towards John. One worthy of having a bodyguard. Eh, kinda, Rukai shrugged. That's basically right. We're going to keep investigating this area. Let us know if you find anything. In a way, that was a dismissal telling Warren she would be the one to leave. But it seemed that once she had a cool head, hopefully not requiring actual ice every time, she could read the situation better. More disciples up ahead, Rukai commented. She always pointed them out to John, as if to say she hadn't missed anything since that one time earlier. It was a good way to keep her focused, he supposed. But she might have actually missed a few things and simply avoided them by chance. Should we speak to them? Ask if they have seen anything. What do you think? John asked. He didn't change what he was doing at all. Spying time. We can talk to them afterwards. They snuck up on the group, watching them fight some of the crystalline creatures. Fire techniques against creatures with bodies that couldn't burn resulted in lengthy battles, at least for those without much expertise. I'm pretty sure they could just absorb them like ambient energy, Rukai whispered to John. Dance around them and drain them dry instead of chipping their weapons. It wouldn't be that easy, but certain types of spirit beasts were susceptible to similar tactics. If they were willing, like the guardian beast John was familiar with, it could be easier than absorbing free spiritual energy. This is boring, Rukai said after the fifth battle the group had with the creatures. We should just leave. Why? John asked. Because they're not going to do anything. What are we here for? John prompted. To stop poachers. And what are they doing? Hunting in their sect territory. John patted his disciple on the shoulder. That's one way to interpret it, yes. What is the limit on takedowns for a group like this? I don't know. 3 each, maybe. She shook her head. I know we can do 10 each before they'd complain, and these people have less than 1 on average. So you'd think. John already had suspicions, though he couldn't prove anything just yet. They were all carrying tokens, of course. They were even imprinted with the proper entrance enchantment, so they would be inspected on their way out. But we'll give it a day, John commented. At this pace, that will be sufficient. The disciples weren't half bad at tracking down the spirit beasts. They were also fairly efficient at how they harvested some of the local crystals. They would reach their assigned limits soon. You two dash, said a greasy disciple. Take the full bags. We'll meet back up at the 4th camp. See, John said. Great. Can we kill them now? No. Which ones do you want to track? I'll follow the pair. Make sure you can identify their exit and any associates they meet up with, John ordered. We need as much proof as possible. Also, don't kill any of them. Ugh. Do we have to drag them back kicking and screaming? The more screaming the better. Loud troublemakers always produce the best results. John let her move on ahead without reminding her that he could follow her actions with his spiritual energy, out to distances that were far beyond reasonable. Travel through the tunnels was long and slow because of the rough terrain, their twisting nature, and the heat and other dangers. The absolute distance wasn't that large in the grand scheme of things. They shouldn't be much more than 20 or 30 kilometers from the proper entrances. The sweltering hollow was large, but not unlimited in size. John could at least focus on keeping Rukai in his sights. If she was actually in danger, he'd have to tear apart the tunnel walls to reach her. But he was hoping that she would make wise choices. Or at least ones she had the strength to back up. Chapter 586. The most difficult part of following after the flaming gems was blending in with the fire element environment. It would be one thing if they were random cultivators, but they should be intimately familiar with the hunting zone controlled by their sect, rather than trying to perfectly emulate the aura of the fire element. Rukai attempted to feel more like part of the surrounding tunnels. The power there was more tame, closer to Earth. She would have to stay back far enough that active senses wouldn't sweep over her. Moving rocks were cause for suspicion. If they weren't actively paying attention, though, it would be easy to write her off. That was one of the foundations of stealth. Being uninteresting was the most important factor. That required the sneaking cultivator to have a proper idea of their own surroundings and how they shifted. Even within an elemental region or a special zone like the sweltering hollow, different segments of terrain had their own peculiarities. Rukai had to stay conscious of different rock materials without trying to get too specific. Unless she was planting her feet in a single location and camping there, adaptability was key. At first, she had kind of hoped that there wouldn't be any trouble with the disciples of the Flaming Gems. After all, that would become quite complicated given that this was their territory. On the other hand, she and John had come all the way here to solve their problem, and so they were. If the sect had complaints, they should have handled it themselves. If they accepted overhunting, they should have made different rules and not raised a fuss. If this was officially accepted in some way, Rukai was willing to bet that the sweltering hollow would find itself under new management. The disciples Rukai was following found a few more spirit beasts and natural crystal formations. Rather than leaving them alone, they stuffed their bags even fuller than they were before. Then they left the remaining broken bits lying around. It was one thing to be ignorant. It was another to blatantly ignore the rules put in place. Rules that had been established even before the push towards global cooperation and resource conservation. After all, if the Flaming Gems were going to maintain their existence for centuries, they had to not completely ruin their hunting grounds this decade. A year or two wouldn't cause irreparable damage to such a large place, even if the total number of individuals involved was significant. However, the sect itself should have the best information and they had requested aid, so the damage should be enough for them to be legitimately worried. Though they probably didn't expect John himself to show up. Probably someone stronger than Rukai, though. Even with all of her opportunities, she couldn't just jump into the ascending soul phase whenever she wanted. It took time. Patience. She had some of that now. Enough sense to not get into a fight she couldn't win as well. Rukai could beat the random pair of disciples she was following. A dozen of them without even thinking about it, probably. But they weren't fighting yet. She had to find their exit and their co-conspirators. They were slow and wasteful. Perhaps they didn't know how to hide from the spirit beasts, or they couldn't detect them ahead of time. They would fight again, toss out less valuable seeming shards, and continue on. Rukai might have been able to follow their trail of garbage all the way out. It took all day, and they didn't even get that far. They just had a relatively close exit. It involved squeezing through some pretty small spaces. The stone was sizzlingly hot, and there wasn't much room to divert airflow to. Not that Rukai could have done it anyway, or she would risk revealing herself. She followed behind the pair some distance back. One of them got stuck. Storage bags weren't supposed to be bulky, but it seemed they left some pieces poking out, maneuvering themselves too long when a simple earth element manipulation would have shaved away or compressed the rock. It didn't matter if they were pure fire cultivators. They should be able to learn at least that much. The exit was watched. It was a troublesome situation because Rukai needed to keep up. At the same time, there was a zone transition. She would have to change her feel as she crossed the threshold, and there was the risk of direct senses on top of that. There was nothing else for it but to do it. If she screwed up, she could kill 5 or 10 people and be done with it. She could report the entrance, and the sect could handle it however made sense to them. Not killing people was so much more work. It was no wonder John had become so strong if he did things like this frequently enough. Obviously, there were plenty of situations where they could just fight and kill, but diplomacy required restraint. These people were still technically allies, even if all of the disciples Rukai could sense were part of a criminal conspiracy. It was a good thing nobody was looking directly at the exit. They were distracted by the disciples who just made it out. "How did you do?" "A full haul," said one of them, hefting the bag he carried. The others stayed to get another round. The guard seemed pleased. "Great. This should cover a few months of cultivating." Personally, Rukai thought they would do better to just cultivate properly instead of standing around on illegitimate guard duty. Even just going inside the sweltering hollow would provide a boost to their growth. Sure, spirit beasts might come attack them, but it wouldn't be too big of a deal if they had proper awareness. Rukai could hope they didn't. The rock around her was hot, but not properly volcanic. She had to go from a vaguely placed chunk of stone to a gentle breeze escaping the tunnel. Less than a dozen meters from people, she couldn't very well pretend to be a boulder. She also had to pay attention to her sounds. She used only the thinnest web of darkness element to dull the sensations between her and her quarry, not directly influencing anyone. Slipping onto her feet quietly was the hardest part, but she managed it. And then she just had to quickly climb the rock face behind her before anyone returned their full attention to the exit. "Why do we even have to wait here all the time?" one of the guards asked. She was close to catching a glimpse of Rukai, but had no idea. "We don't want people wandering around," said another. "Thus, we have to be in passive meditation." If they actually were, Rukai wouldn't be concerned about being noticed. As it was, she had to reach a visual angle where she could memorize their physical features. Remembering a specific set of people with the aura of the flaming gems would be a pain with just their spiritual energy. They probably wouldn't helpfully stay grouped together later. But faces plus spiritual energy signature? If she could get names, she would use those as well. She didn't have too long to investigate the few guards. She still had to go after those that were carrying their overabundance of goods. Once she was satisfied with her memorization, she chased after them. Fortunately, she had an unlimited number of directions to move. The terrain was rocky hills, with occasional bushes and other greenery. She followed the pair on their leisurely journey through Flaming Gems territory until nightfall, where they stopped in some sort of outlying bunkhouse. They did have a large enough territory that not everyone could easily make it home directly, especially weaker cultivators. An extra 10 or 20 kilometers might take some people too long to traverse. There were at least a dozen others, with various states of filled storage bags. Most hadn't come from the sweltering hollow, though. The official entrances were all much closer to the main body of the sect. If anyone got their bags inspected out here, having materials from there would be suspicious. The two Rukai was following, and another pair they seemed particularly friendly with, would be a dead giveaway. Unless they had been saving up for a year without turning any resources into the sect, it wasn't an amount single individuals were allowed to haunt. She added more features to her memorized list, then settled down for the night in a nice little stone hut she made. To casual observers, it would seem to be a natural stone cave. It would take someone with greater senses to pick her out at her current distance, but she kept herself semi-conscious just in case. She was allowed to be wherever she wanted to. She could even sleep in the bunkhouse, but showing up alone might tip people off. Rukai was up early in the morning, before those she was following. How could they sleep so much when they hadn't even done anything? Well, at least she was able to spend time further familiarizing herself with the surrounding fire element. Letting a day pass without properly cultivating would see her falling behind, and she already had so far to catch up. It was an unreasonable dream to actually catch up to John, but she had to have a goal. Not because she needed to kill him, but simply because he was the best. A lesser target wouldn't have been worthwhile, at least not as an ultimate goal. For poachers were easier to track than two. None of them made any attempt to hide their connection. For became 6 later in the day as they leisurely approached the core sect. Rukai hadn't felt anything from John, but that didn't mean much. She could absolutely sense him from where she was if he wanted to be felt, but there likely wasn't much that could force him to reveal himself. Hopefully he could pack up a couple dozen others. Rukai needed to find someone more important than random disciples. At a seemingly random position along the road, she did. A man approached, one at the peak of the consolidated soul phase. Specifically, in the way that he would never be anything more. Perhaps that was an unfair judgment on Rukai's part, but he was old. It was unlikely he would advance much further, as cultivation became more difficult with an aging body. In theory, she hadn't felt it herself, and John didn't appear much older than her. Still in his prime, but not quite so young. It might be the way he carried himself more than physical factors, though. "What a fine day this is," said the elder. "Returning from a hunt? I hope your bounty has been great." "Indeed it has, Elder Dara," said one of the disciples. "In fact, I was just thinking of offering a gift to my favorite elder." Nobody else was watching, so Rukai wondered why they bothered with such a show. Ultimately, however, all 6 disciples pulled out perhaps a quarter of their overflowing spoils. "I humbly accept this gift," Elder Dara said. Of course, it was rarely humble to mention how one was acting humbly, especially not for one higher ranked, which the man was. Rukai decided it was time to act just as he was shoveling the last of his ill-gotten gains into his own storage bags. "That's enough of this farce," Rukai said, her voice booming and echoing around the hills. "Your illegal collusion has been observed. Surrender peacefully, and you can live to face trial." The elder's senses swept around the area, locking onto a particular point. "I don't know who you are, girl, but whatever you think you saw, accusing an elder of the flaming gems of lawbreaking in our own territory? Arrogant. You just live here. I was invited. Surrender or die." Rukai thought he might at least pretend to attempt diplomacy, but this one didn't. He simply reached for one of the axes on his belt and threw it towards her. Or at least, towards the fake her she revealed, letting it explode in a burst of darkness element. Then she sprang forward from a quarter turn away. Elementally imbued daggers were already flying. Elder Dara pulled out another axe and deflected the ones aimed at him, while his first thrown axe flew back towards him. A decent enchantment, in theory, but Rukai found that sort of thing unreliable. Her daggers were disposable, but still deadly. That was what one of the disciples learned as the dagger flew through his guts. "You're part of the surrender, idiots," Rookie said as the man's eyes went wide, clutching his belly. "Don't look so pathetic. I didn't even cut open any organs. But if you give up that easily, just sit down and cover your head so you don't die to the shockwaves." The rest of the disciples were already charging towards Rukai along with Elder Dara. She appeared as if she would meet them head-on, but she shifted her momentum at the last moment, slicing at the legs of two more disciples. Tendons could be repaired if they got to a medic, assuming they didn't exacerbate their wounds. "You fiend," Elder Dara exclaimed. "Shut up. You could have defended them if you weren't a coward." Including the first guy. Rukai hadn't revealed all of her elements just yet. Elder Dara made a show of standing beside the three functional disciples around him, but he probably just wanted to use them as cover. Flames coiled around his axe as he threw two of them together. Rukai found that to be perfect. She made the smallest movement to avoid them that she could, letting them fly past. "You missed," she said. Elder Dara grimaced. "I don't need weapons to beat you, girl." Downgraded from woman to girl already? How sad. He charged forward, surrounded by flames, three lesser disciples with their various weapons moving at his side. Rukai stood her ground as if to meet them, then sprang back at the last moment. Air element carried her along, with water element surrounding her to meet the returning axes. Fire element sped up the state transition, freezing them into a block of ice. "I already saw this trick," Rukai commented. "You should have thought about that and paid attention to your back." The last line came as a throwing dagger finished curving around behind him, sticking into his lower back. Rukai had kind of wanted the attack to go all the way through the guy just like the disciple, but she didn't quite have that power, and his defenses held up well enough. "You dirty trickster," the elder roared. She'd literally just been more successful with the same trick he tried. Rukai shook her head as she reached her hand into the ice she created to grab one of his axes. Then she charged it with fire element and threw it at him. Rukai didn't yet have a fire element totem, but she had some fire element. About enough for one flashy attack. Elder Dara blasted a cone of flame from his fist to slow it down, catching it handily, until he lost his outstretched hand a moment later as Rukai sliced with her sword, a coating of ice freezing its way through his spiritual energy defenses. "Don't worry," she said. "They can probably put your hand back on. There shouldn't be more than a couple centimeters of frostbite." The man roared as he clutched his severed wrist. "You won't get away with this attack within Flaming Gems territory. I'm here specifically to hunt criminals. And you're carrying a whole wagon full of stolen goods." The elder looked her directly in the eyes. "Attack," he ordered, gesturing with his remaining hand. Then he turned to run. Rukai could have easily slipped past the three disciples, but instead she tossed a throwing dagger into the man's ankle, pinning him to the rocky ground from behind. A fist-sized ball of ice sealed the blade into his flesh. The three remaining disciples could have just died. Rukai was kind and let them keep their heads. She also only cut off the limbs that happened to be directly in the way of her wide swing. "Seriously," she said, "you're not even consolidated soul phase cultivators. You have to dodge. Their severed fingers and arms wouldn't be frostbitten, so they might actually have a chance if they picked them up. The elder would need some strong medicines to recover." Rukai jumped over them and kicked the elder in the back of the head as he tried to delicately unfreeze his foot. Yes, louder was better, but he would struggle too much to bind while conscious. Rukai didn't have enough energy-suppressing restraints for all of them, but only the elder really mattered. She used regular bindings for the rest, with the promise that they would lose their lives if they tried to escape. "Don't worry," she said. "I'll take you straight to the sect head. If you're all as innocent as you protest, I'm sure you'll be fine." They wouldn't, though. Even if they had been innocent, the sect head would probably be pleased to go along with scapegoats. As long as the actual poachers were smart enough to cool their heels for a bit, she could have accepted it. Well, Rukai didn't actually know the woman. Perhaps she was upright and all that. Either way, she needed to show that something was being done, so these people would be ruined. And however many John grabbed, Rukai wondered if he would get other elders. Replacing them would be a pain for the sect, but keeping them around would be far worse in anything but the extreme short term. Chapter 587. The scheme of the Flaming Gem's disciples had clearly been thought out, but it had a few flaws. First was that it was large enough scale to actually be noticed, and that was truly their most grievous error. If they had only pushed slightly beyond the allowable limits, nobody would have noticed a significant decline in the number of spirit beasts to be found within the sweltering hollow. In fact, a few lesser disciples could have spent a majority of their time hunting and still not caused a significant impact. The first group John and Rukai had found clearly couldn't have been responsible for the entire operation, not at the rate they had been hunting. But as John followed the pair that stayed behind, including the greasy disciple, he found them subtly, and sometimes not so subtly, acknowledging fellow conspirators. "How's your hull?" the greasy disciple asked a woman passing by. "I'm thinking I need a larger storage bag," she commented. "If you'd like, we can take Dash. I'll return it myself." "Thanks," she said sternly. So even this group might try to scam each other. The greasy disciple trusted his weaker companions enough to send them off, but perhaps they were a better established group. It was quite possible that they only intended to charge the woman a cut to transport what she found. But if they stole her earnings, she wouldn't have an official avenue to complain. After all, she would presumably be leaving with the maximum allowable harvest. That would be noted. So unless she somehow got robbed by weaker individuals outside, it simply didn't make sense. John followed the stronger disciple with his energy senses, while the weaker group seemed to have decided that their rotation should be finished. They had met up with some other conspirators and traded over resources, leaving them at the official limit. Presumably the others would have snuck in, or would return and leave through the official exits at a later date. Or at least that would be their plan. John was going to catch them all. A few days without sleeping wasn't a big issue for him. But even if he lost track of someone momentarily, he would be able to recognize them later via small marks he left. Tiny packages of spiritual energy that wouldn't be noticed by most disciples, even if they closely inspected themselves. Removing the marks would alert John, so it really didn't matter if they figured it out. The group with the greasy disciple hurriedly made their way to the exit, but not fast enough to avoid suspicion from an elder guarding the exits. "It was recorded that you entered over a week ago. Surely you must have hit your threshold in less time than that." It seemed the greasy-haired disciple had an excuse prepared. Perhaps he had used it before. "We had to go deeper than expected. The population of spirit beasts seems to have gone down, along with the crystal density." John wondered how long that excuse had been used. Were they actually the ones to draw attention to it in the first place? Had they accidentally triggered John's presence, or was this a one-time excuse? The elder kept a slight bit of suspicion on her face. "Very well. I have recorded your results. You may return next month for additional training." That was supposed to be the main point, training. The spiritual energy of the sweltering hollow was actually quite good for that. The resources were a secondary benefit, or tertiary, after practical combat experience. At least, that was the idea. John was glad that the secret valley was small enough for the entire thing to be monitored. Obviously, there were some negatives to that. As the Six Elements crossroads grew, admission had to be carefully controlled. But they hadn't encountered this sort of problem, possibly because they focused more on moral standing than talent. It was easy for disciples to get a few demerits early on and lose their positions, if the mistakes were on the smaller end. Grievous offenses would usually result in execution, so that ex-disciples couldn't besmirch the name of the sect by continuing to appear as their disciples. The other option was to completely destroy the Dantian and thus cultivation potential of expelled disciples. But that was often considered crueler than the death penalty. John revealed himself shortly before the greasy disciple was able to depart. "This is an excellent place you have here," he commented. "Top-tier spiritual energy. No beasts worth hunting, though." The elders startled slightly, and the weaker disciples tensed up at the sudden revelation of John's spiritual energy, even if he wasn't using it in an oppressive manner. After all, it was still distinctly at the exalted soul phase. A wise disciple wouldn't complain even if John interrupted them. The greasy disciple at least had the capacity to pretend wisdom. The elder recovered quickly. "I had heard of your arrival. The Flaming Gems are honored by your visit. As I said, it is a fine place to visit. I very much enjoyed observing the potency of the area." John had prepared his storage bag to present and held it open for inspection. It would have been difficult for the elder to ask, even if it was her job. Truthfully, I haven't any idea what to do with my limited gatherings. The greasy disciple scanned John's bag, though he tried to hide it. It didn't seem the elder noticed, but John saw the greed flash in his eyes, as if he hadn't illegally gathered at least as much for himself. Meanwhile, John properly held to his somewhat larger official limit. But someone like that young man likely wouldn't believe that John wasn't scraping a little extra for himself. I think I might donate these resources to the sect, since you know how to handle them. Though I do have some other official business. Of course, you can pass right away, the elder said, diligently filling in the official records. About that, John said. Could you hold these disciples here for me? I'd prefer not to have to carry so many people as I round up your poachers. The elder blinked. Sorry. John smiled properly. These four are criminals in conspiracy with a number of others, including at least one elder. John was watching that elder in particular. He had received gifts from numerous passing disciples and was now headed towards Rukai. So just hold them here until I get back. It won't be more than a few minutes. We're not poachers, the greasy disciple protested. We're proper disciples of the flaming gems and dash. John pressed down on the fellow with just his aura. You have two options. You can wait patiently here for me to return with my evidence, or I can execute you and then go gather the evidence. It's your choice. Truthfully, he could have gotten away with killing the disciple simply for implying that he was a liar, regardless of whether he really was. That was the sort of sway an exalted soul phase cultivator could wield. John very much wanted to push it more towards the legitimate side of things, so hopefully the fools would accept the version where their heads stayed on their bodies for a while. The greasy disciple looked like he might choose the wrong option, but his three compatriots gave in immediately. Well, wait, one said. It wasn't even our idea, said another. This was where they would have probably been read their Miranda rights, if they had the right to not self-incriminate. But they were already too late, and John was a direct witness. Just stay out of the way, John said, and listen to her orders. Maybe the elder would want them to stand somewhere in particular. John wasn't interested in them being in a precise position, so long as he didn't have to chase them down later. Now then, as I said, I should be back soon. Half an hour, perhaps. Then John flew off, aiming for a number of individuals that had already exited the tunnels. He gathered all of his targets together, though some he had to rip out of the tunnels directly, since he didn't want to bother taking winding paths to reach them. All in all, he rounded up a couple dozen, including those guarding various unofficial entrances. He had to push his speed a bit on the way back, because carrying that many people wrapped up in his spiritual energy wasn't a trivial task. Of course, that was only to arrive within his prophesied time frame. Otherwise, it would have been fairly trivial. Thank you for holding them, John said to the elder. You should inspect these other disciples and their bags. Some of them might argue that he planted evidence on them, but the elder had witnessed John fly off, and he hadn't been carrying dozens of storage bags. Also relevant was that many of them were sealed with the spiritual energy of their owners. It wasn't impossible to break, of course, but even John couldn't perfectly replicate other people's spiritual energy, though he could do a decent attempt of it if he needed to. Around that time, Rukai got into a fight with an elder, a battle that could be felt even from over the horizon. You're going to help me carry these fellows, John said to the elder. Someone else will cover your position here. Absolutely. 6 Elements Crossroads Sect Head. It was an awkwardly long thing to call him, but John really didn't want people to call him Emperor or something similar. Senior is fine. Senior Miller. Esteemed Senior Miller. She clasped her hands and bowed. Close enough. At least she actually was sincere in her respect, even if a bit excessive. We're going to go meet my disciple and the sect head, John declared. Some of the disciples might have enjoyed flying. In other circumstances, many cultivators enjoyed speed, just as humans on Earth enjoyed fast cars and occasionally airplanes or jets. It was likely less enjoyable when you knew you were rushing to your execution, though. John revealed his full aura before actually descending on the core sect grounds. He maintained a respectful distance until the sect had acknowledged him. Your disciple was explaining the matter you are here for. I appreciate the speedy response. But of course, sect head Sorka, we honor the requests of our allies. She hadn't been expecting an exalted soul phase cultivator, of course. There were barely double digits of them throughout the entire world, and most were concerned with managing their own domains. This task likely wasn't worth John's time. if his only goal was to maximize efficiency. He preferred to use such opportunities as an excuse to travel while still advancing diplomatic goals. John flew downward, minimizing his speed so that the sect head could allow him to pass through the sect's defensive barrier. He could have forced it, or even bypassed it without causing any damage, but that wasn't appropriate in the given circumstances. John approached the courtyard where the elder Rukai had captured was being contained by several other elders. Not that it was necessary with his restraints. John supposed he could give them a bit more to do, dumping his pile of disciples with them. Plus the inspection elder who could explain things to those guarding the area, as they would surely be curious. Then he approached the nearby building where Rukai and sect head Sorko were engaged in conversation. "This is quite a large conspiracy you have gathered," she commented as he arrived. "Involving an elder, no less." "He won't be the only one," John said. His words were hidden from the disciples he had dumped outside in the courtyard, even if they hadn't had their spiritual energy restricted. "I might suggest offering clemency to some of the younger and more foolish disciples, for proper information, of course. I'm sure you have the proper expertise, but if I were going to do it, I would interview them independently and compare their stories. Even if they had some sort of script for this circumstance, which was unlikely, some people would break away from it due to their own fear of death. Loyalty to fellow criminals only went so far, and John had seen that they didn't all get along. The disciple who had crossed the path of the greasy disciple a few days prior was constantly glaring at him, as if he had betrayed her, which he sort of had, if not actively. The sect head didn't look entirely pleased. Why should she be, when she had to worry about the damage to her sect? Resolving internal trouble was good, but she had certainly been hoping that there would be outsiders to blame. And perhaps they might find a few, but the flaming gems were in large part responsible for their own troubles. "Do not worry about the loss of elders like that," John said about the man outside. "At most, they would only be a false vision of strength. Should your sect have encountered a true threat, anything those pillars should have held up would have instantly crumbled. I know that it is unpleasant to have to repair gaps in what appeared to be a perfectly good structure, but sometimes such troubles occur." She nodded. Better to get it resolved in a timely manner. Sorka turned towards Rukai. "I do wish it had been done in a less public manner, though." Rukai in turn glared at John. "I'm not the one who flew in from the sky." He grinned back. "No, but you are the one who began with a battle just outside sect grounds." "It was like multiple kilometers away," Rukai hedged. "I know they don't yet have an exalted soul phase cultivator here," John commented. "But many ascending soul phase cultivators can still reach that far. Their attacks would be weaker, of course, but with Rukai not having yet stepped into that phase, she could still be overpowered. Potentially. Or they could just catch up to her first, since power was also correlated with speed." John intended to offer an exchange of insights with Sorka, if her reliability checked out. It was no guarantee that she would reach the exalted soul phase, of course, but improving her chances was all that mattered. John wanted to promote more sensible people to power, and fewer people like the elder outside. He was currently trying to act like the pile of contraband in his storage bag was confiscated and that he was going to report it at any moment. But when they searched his room, they would find far more wealth than he should have ever possessed hidden around, or in plain sight. If he had only focused his efforts on cultivation, he could have legitimately achieved that wealth, but he wanted the comforts more than he wanted to make proper achievements. He would reap the harvests of his own actions. John anticipated that he would lose something more vital than one hand. Chapter 588. After providing the initial arrests, John and Rukai didn't get involved in the investigation any further. Or at least, not officially. They still poked their noses around and listened in on interrogations. John kept his senses open for anyone whose spiritual energy was particularly disturbed. He could have wrapped things up slightly faster than sect head Sorka did, but ultimately he was only present to help. It would undermine her authority if he did too much, which would be a poor move as an ally. Perhaps he'd done a bit too much already. He wanted to leave just the right impression. Even exalted soul phase cultivators could be called upon for aid, but that didn't mean they were subject to people's whims. He doubted any individual incident would solidify the impression people had, but he was trying to do the best he could to control the impression he gave off. The idea that he could appear anywhere at any time was rather valuable, even if it wasn't. Really. True. After the investigations were completed came the important part, the assignment of punishment. Though there was technically an opportunity for people to defend themselves, Elder Dara had been caught directly in the act. There were several more individuals of various standing serving as the leadership of the conspiracy, with various levels of testimony against them. All of them had more wealth than they should have been able to earn, and that was considering that a significant portion of what cultivators considered valuable was consumed. Spirit elements and other resources of the sort were impossible to trace after being used. Sect head Sorka could have declared a blanket punishment for all. Even execution would have been appropriate for most, as there were blatant violations of sect rules. Instead, she separated the punishments into several tiers. The leaders of the conspiracy were indeed executed. It clearly pained the sect head to lose members of high cultivation, but she had to agree with John that their presence would actually weaken the sect if they were allowed to remain. Beneath execution was imprisonment for a period, followed by having to pay back their debt. The price wasn't simply the value stolen. It was impossible to know the full extent of the theft, and paying back the exact price without further consequences wouldn't have had any deterrent effect. Some of the numbers were up to 10 times the estimated damage. A slightly lesser punishment was to avoid the period of incarceration so that debt could immediately be worked on. It would be difficult or impossible for most to pay the sect back in a short time. After all, they had been lawbreaking for a reason. It was a shortcut to wealth, and wealth was supposed to bring them power. Instead, the most powerful lost their lives, cutting off the vast lifespans they could have enjoyed if they had simply been a bit more patient. There were a few individuals at the bottom of the structure that truly didn't seem to know they were doing something wrong. That didn't absolve them from punishment, but because they had also been involved in the more menial tasks such as transportation of materials rather than directly poaching, they were able to receive lighter punishments. Something akin to probation, where any further criminal activity would add on additional punishments. It was as fair as cultivators ever got. There weren't always defined laws for every situation, nor was having a million-page legal code appropriate. Frankly, John thought that people that tried to cheat the rules would find it easier to do so with everything written out. "You resolved the situation well," John declared when everything was over. "They conspired to hide from your view, so it was appropriate to call for outside aid. But once you had somewhere to begin, you proved you could handle the rest. The world needs more people like you in charge, not just blockheads who happen to be somewhat talented in cultivation." Sect head Sorko wasn't sure quite how to respond, so she went with politeness. "Thank you for your kind words. Are you interested in hearing some cultivation insights? I have some time before I need to move on." If she had refused, John wouldn't have pressed. He might have thought she was foolish, but that would be a perfectly good reason to move on. He knew more than anyone else that his own insights weren't perfect, and that they might not align with the internal structure of others. But as long as he didn't consider his path the only way, he could provide useful guidance nonetheless. "Actually," she said, "I do have some trouble finding my path forward. I reached the ascending soul phase by riding the momentum of the world at large, but my insights fail me on how to reach the exalted soul phase. I am aware enough to know that any attempt I make now would only result in harm to myself, likely death. It is even possible to succeed while harming yourself. That occurred with my friend Deirdre." He explained how her eyes had been lost. It was really one step away from death. Not blindness, especially for a cultivator, but physical damage inside the head was very close to the brain. So do not rush yourself. Proper caution is best. I have heard that it is easier for multi-element cultivators to make the advancement. Is that true? In a way, John said. Multi-element cultivators required a broader base to advance all along. My fourth totem was anything but simple, and my fifth nearly cost me my life. His actual advancement to the exalted soul phase had been spontaneous and very much based on fortune, but he had more than enough experience gathered from others that he didn't need to rely on his own advancement to give advice. Fire seems like an insufficient view of things, if that makes sense. Rukai interjected there. That's because it is. Her manner could have been considered quite rude, as she was below the sect head in cultivation, but she did have her own valuable experiences. At least, if you only think about heat and burning and not. What? You're burning. Sect head Sorka responded patiently, perhaps understanding that much of Rukai's insights had come from John to begin with, the same source, just with different levels of enthusiasm. "I'm not quite sure I understand." Think about it with every element. Inside the sweltering hollow, the earth itself is nearly on fire. Outside, you could burn a tree, but you can also burn air or water. Sorka tilted her head. Burn water. She could instantly evaporate water, but she wouldn't call that burning it. It's easier if you split it first, but you can do it. Master is far better at it than I am, but he's also better at everything. I could demonstrate, John offered, if you think it would be valuable. As long as it's not an unreasonable amount of effort. John shook his head. It isn't. Have someone bring 2 jugs of water, preferably ones you don't mind getting damaged. Sorka gave the orders to disciples waiting upon her, outside her sitting room. She didn't bother to specify the material of the jugs, perhaps uninterested in the cost. The disciples seemed to interpret that as requiring the best, given John's presence. The good news was that the materials of the flaming gems were prone to withstanding significant temperatures, so it would likely be fine. Assuming John didn't intentionally burn the metal jugs. I'm going to start with the first way, John said. Water didn't burn. Everyone knew that. But spiritual energy didn't necessarily follow the rules. He just needed to create a sustained reaction. Clinging affliction could burn spiritual energy, and that was far more durable than water. And it often fought back. John's technique wouldn't work on anything much larger than a jug of water. Indeed, it sputtered out with about half of it left. Technically, he probably could create a sustained reaction that might even grow, but John wasn't interested in causing the apocalypse. Likewise, he wasn't interested in igniting the atmosphere of the planet. Explaining how that works, John pondered for a few moments. Well, you simply need sufficient spiritual energy. The splitting method is more interesting. Water was hydrogen and oxygen. Hydrogen was extremely flammable, and oxygen was used in nearly every combustion reaction. The tough part wasn't even splitting them up, but keeping them contained as he did so. Their natural form at the surrounding temperature was to be gaseous after all. It was a short burn, lasting just a few seconds. When it was done, the second jar was glowing, but otherwise unharmed. These techniques are of little practical value in most circumstances, John said. Though if you find yourself battling a water cultivator in a small lake, it might be valuable to remove them of their elemental advantage. The overall concepts are what matter. You know that air is allied with fire, being part of most combustion. You simply must consider how fire works with all other elements. John couldn't help it. 6-element theory was his backbone. Even if a cultivator wasn't going to actively carry all forms of spiritual energy, understanding them at least in relation to their own element was important. Sorka had many questions that she asked that afternoon and over the following days. John provided the best insights he could and answered honestly when he didn't have a valuable insight. He considered introducing her to Sybil, but the old woman wasn't the best person to be around. Besides, she was only partially fire element. Perhaps Sorka could travel to meet some of the further options, though John couldn't force anyone to meet her. And if exalted soul phase cultivators met with every ascending soul phase cultivator that wanted insights, they would find no time at all for their own cultivation. John wasn't ashamed to say he mainly helped out people he liked. He had to have some standards, after all. He did happen to like hardworking people. It might seem like that would apply to all cultivators, but that wasn't entirely true. Some found certain paths easy and followed them as far as they would go. A limited cultivation path like that was far too much work to train someone out of, even if John was otherwise motivated. They usually wouldn't get close enough to the exalted soul phase to matter. You should attend the next tournament, John commented. It will provide networking opportunities. I can introduce you to a few people, but it's up to you to catch their attention beyond that. Steve and Justina would have at least given her some of their time for John's sake. If only he'd been a bit stronger, they might have survived the battle with the triptych. Yet John knew he couldn't dwell on such things. Even minor changes to his past could have also ended up with him being just a little weaker, and that could have resulted in their alliance's defeat. Then, nobody, John knew, would be alive. There was no doubt in John's mind that the two of them would have reached the exalted soul phase. Even if practical truths spoke against that, nobody could actually prove him wrong. Or if they tried, he would just be happy to have his friends back. It was possible, but he wasn't betting on it. John hadn't heard of anyone reincarnating twice, nor transmigrating then reincarnating. It would be an unreasonable hope, and he preferred to be realistic. Besides, If Steve had come back, John would have heard about someone accidentally burning down some arrogant clan's grounds or something by now. It had been long enough for him to grow into a lovable menace again. I would also appreciate it if you spread the word that I'm not all that scary. That might be difficult, with how you appear out of nowhere. Rukai nodded. It's way scarier when you're an enemy. John shook his head. People could easily grow afraid of the global order. And if they see something wrong with it, I'd prefer to hear about it so we can work to fix it instead of people assuming we mean to cause them harm. Sorka nodded. It doesn't apply to villains, though. They knew the perfectly good reason those laws were established, John said. They're not little kids. 100-year-old geezers should have figured out how to act like adults. Rukai rolled her eyes. You're way over 100. He shrugged. It doesn't count until I get wrinkles. Chapter 589. Years came and went. Tournaments were prepared and executed. Slowly, the arenas began to receive upgrades that would allow them to survive incidental damage from exalted soul phase cultivators. There simply weren't materials that could withstand their full might, nor could anything store sufficient spiritual energy to maintain a barrier. Thus, any exalted soul phase exhibitions were kept limited. Anyone who reached that level had to be able to control their own power precisely, so it had been working out. But John was constantly pursuing new options. Dampening all of the spiritual energy over a wide area made the duels far less enjoyable for everyone. It was better for people to restrict themselves. Scientific discoveries were booming, mainly in the field of aviation. However, such things were mainly useful for bringing up the floor of what humans had access to. For those at the top, they would have to come out with supersonic jets before they actually had to consider them. That was quite a bit away, because those with the expertise were quite limited. When given the option between studying cultivation and mechanical engineering, most people would choose the one that was closer to magic, though both were a little bit magic. Honestly, though, that field wouldn't have gone anywhere without John sponsoring it. Common folk didn't exactly have the wealth to pay for that sort of development, with profit generally being one of the driving factors behind advancement. Obviously, some people would be willing to invent things just because they could, but they still needed money to perform their tests, like Nisus and Marinus. The two engineers were the best John had found, with their own particular interests. Neither of them were particularly interested in planes at the moment. And yet, maybe it didn't matter. The speed of transportation was increasing in various ways regardless. One would expect that with the size of airships and the theoretical drag force upon them, that a maximum practical speed would be rapidly reached. That was true, to some extent, but several engineering generations in the airships had not yet hit a real limit. That was because they weren't limiting themselves to strictly engineering. After all, they wanted the best results possible, not just something mundane. John was observing the next prototype in the massive hangar constructed for it. The hangar was its own feat of engineering, though unique materials certainly helped with building tall vertical structures with few supports in the middle. Something like mountain steel was sturdy enough that it could support massive structures. Even with its own weight, it was basically undamageable by normal means. The one problem? While it might be able to support its own weight, the foundations beneath a building might not. Compressing the earth beneath said structures became doubly important. John nodded appreciatively at the airship in front of him. He could feel a great number of enchantments throughout, balancing the vessel as a whole. So, Marinus, what features does this one have? You already know about the structural components. A light but sturdy frame is required as a basis for everything else. However, we have more. Crystalline components from the Sky Islands have been incorporated into the gondola, supporting the weight of passengers and cargo. We actually have to counteract the force when it isn't weighed down. It takes more than just the steel cables you can witness with your eyes. Some of the enchantments are actually a suppressive force on the air element. I see. Quite a lot of effort has gone into the design, John commented. We're not even close to done. Marinus held his head proudly. I could talk about the engines and how they generate the power of a hurricane, or how the canopy is effectively frictionless. No, more than that. It diverts air out in front of it even before it impacts it. That is allowing us to achieve greater accelerations. We even have methods to rapidly turn without tearing apart the structure. How many tore apart? In testing? Dozens, but none in the field. Outside of monster attacks and high-intensity meteorological events. Nothing is unbreakable. John grinned. Good. Keep that in mind before you name a ship something to that effect. It's asking for trouble. Marinus stroked his chin. I wasn't superstitious before, but it wouldn't have been worth it even in a world without supernatural forces waiting to prove you wrong. One incident destroys all credibility. That's right, John agreed. He was thinking of the Titanic, touted as being unsinkable, and of course the disaster that came about sinking on her maiden voyage. On the topic of seafaring vessels, that was an area he didn't have to sponsor innovation. The people of the Shimmering Islands had already advanced ships beyond the norm when he was born, such as the wavecutter sailed by Captain Sohan. It was more or less lightning-proof at the time and nearly impossible to capsize. Of course, it still required a confident captain. There had been numerous iterations on the design, and John had heard something about a submersible. Marinus returned to speaking about his airship and how the designs had to take into account interference from the enchantments passengers had on their gear, including storage bags. Security was important to prevent people from causing accidental harm. As for sabotage, that would merely be relegated to specific grudges. It was far too late to ruin the idea on the whole. After the first flight had been successful, people knew it was viable. Now dozens of flights moved throughout the twin continents every day. It wasn't precisely a global aviation infrastructure, but it was in addition to the other forms of transport. Seafaring vessels could be far faster than on Earth. And then there were the trains. Nisus was from the same world as Marinus, and they both had engineering background. Nisus' particular interest was trains. No, interest was underselling it. Obsession. Once he had been given the opportunity to build trains, nobody could have stopped him from continuing. Lately, he had been working on a truly ambitious project that would be skipping over numerous decades of developments. John went to witness one of his tests, and it was spectacularly disastrous. A train got going at speed, and then the carnage covered almost 5 kilometers when it derailed. It was a good thing it was a contained testing area where the only thing to get damaged was the tracks, and John did provide some effort to fortify those as the train tumbled across them. I see what you're going for, John said, but clearly it needs some work. We had something like it in my world, but I'm going to be honest and say I can't provide any relevant details beyond it being magnetic levitation. In theory, they should have been spending more time in the lab performing calculations than attempting expensive practical experiments. But everywhere trains went, people realized they were actually quite good. Someone could send dozens of individual wagons to transport their goods across the continent, or just purchase a couple train cars. They couldn't and didn't go everywhere, and they specifically needed protection from active dangers on the way, but they were very reliable. Nisus frowned. If we could get it to do that when some bandits were standing in front dash. John stopped him right there. That's what the guards are for. Guards, we don't want to have the train roll over. Just make sure it sticks to the track and doesn't pull it up. Back on Earth, John had heard theoretical options for producing supersonic trains in vacuum tunnels. They actually had a good chance to accomplish that here, with or without actual tunnels. The ability to manipulate the very air in front of you worked for more than just airships. On the other hand, tunnel boring projects were far easier with Earth cultivators, still prone to disaster if people were careless. But it was impossible to state how big of a boon it was to be able to literally feel the structural stability of the ground around you as you worked. Usually, it was weaker cultivators who were hired for such projects, so they couldn't necessarily detect deeper than a couple meters. Even so, cultivators were effectively passive high-tech scanners. Rather than accidental tunnel collapses, they had to worry more about things that lived underneath the earth, or spontaneous combustion or random flooding, depending on the elemental region they were working in. Earth and air were the most reliable, though darkness and light element regions weren't too bad for tunnels. Fire and water were both bad, so the molten sea was a perfect barrier for stopping train networks. There might eventually be projects where undersea tunnels went around the area, but that would be a far larger undertaking. Maybe in a century or two, if it made more sense than just throwing stuff onto boats. John listened to Nisus talk about his plans for a while. Just try to minimize disasters, John said, or your investors might give up on you. John was one of them, but just one of many. Though maybe you can figure out how to record the best disasters for people to watch. Nisus frowned. Wouldn't that make them even less likely to support me? It's for different people, John said. the sort who like to watch the tournament and have nothing to do during the off-season. But of course, fake explosions would be more reasonable. John wasn't actually trying to start some sort of movie industry, but someone might. If it kept people distracted from battle, John would approve of anything. As long as people didn't go to war, he would be content. Speaking of war, John had a bad feeling. It had been too long. No, that wasn't quite right. That implied he thought there should be a regular pace to war. It was simply that he thought another disaster would have been inevitable by now. He had run into plenty of trouble. The global order received numerous requests for aid from all over, and quite frequently. But there were rarely events worthy of being called disasters. John couldn't help but imagine how bad things could get, though. He wondered if Aldera had a similar feeling and what it would mean. Perhaps he should go ask. He had been trying to improve his relationship with her ever since he realized how coldly he sometimes acted. With Rukai's help, of course. Behold, John said, producing a bag for Aldera. Beans. Beans, she replied vaguely. How delightful. What do I do with them? She did graciously accept the gift, knowing that John likely had some purpose. But he wasn't planning to have her grow a magic beanstalk reaching the clouds. She could do that with some other kind if she wanted, though. Aldera inspected the bag curiously. Are these actually dash? They're not beans, John admitted. They're burnt seeds. Why? Well, John shrugged. To make it similar to a couple other things I know. Some people might say roasted, but it's practically burnt. Aldera pulled one out and bit down on it. Bitter. John grinned. He could have stopped her, but it was funnier this way. It's not the same thing, but I came across a plant that shares some properties with coffee and chocolate. Mostly the poisonous compound that kills bugs. Aldera was long used to John's strangeness. She had more than one life to adapt, after all. So what is the value of this? Insecticides? Nah. People brew it and drink it. It's not quite like either of the things I remember, but I think you'd like it. You just have to do it right. Eating the seeds is not the normal method. Then again, John knew some people who did that, with either type. But people also ate lots of things that weren't good, so it was hard to say that was a reasonable endorsement. The snacks weren't the whole plan John had, but he thought that starting off with something lighter would be beneficial to their long-term relationship. John doubted he would ever want to be romantically involved with anyone in the future, despite what Astrid might have said about that. But he could at least be friends with Aldera, who he once knew as someone else. Properly, and not just by hiding his negative thoughts. After he introduced her to a new drink she might come to like, John would ask her if she felt impending doom, or if that was just him. Chapter 590. Experimentation with the roasted seeds hadn't yet revealed whether it was better treated like coffee grounds which were filtered, or more like a cocoa powder. The practical difference was a matter of taste, because it was possible to grind it fine enough for it to fully dissolve into the liquid. Even better, it was possible to perfectly stir it so that there weren't any weird remnants. Practical benefits of supernatural powers. Today, they tried it fully dissolved. It was indeed bitter, but John had come to like it, though he wasn't sure how much was nostalgia. Aldera took a sip. It wasn't clear if she liked it, but at least she didn't hate it. When did you begin doing things like this? She asked. Like what? Searching out nostalgic foods. She already knew the answer. After Mateo died. Though I've had a recent resurgence. I'm not here just to share this, though. I know, surprising, but I could have actually sent you something in some notes. Though, perhaps we would have lost some freshness. Aldera nodded. What is it you come to speak of? It should not be a matter of great political concern, or you would have chosen a more official visit. Well, perhaps, John frowned. This could be an important matter, or it could be nothing. He didn't know a good way to prompt her response without tainting the results, so he just had to say it and hope she could remain objective. I don't suppose you've gotten a feeling of impending doom lately? There wasn't even a moment of thought. No, but you have. Indeed. I honestly didn't expect such an immediate rejection. Perhaps it really is just paranoia. Aldera probably liked the drink. Her sips weren't limited to the minimum required, and she even interrupted herself despite seeming ready to speak. I suppose it would depend on whether this feeling is limited to yourself and those close around you. If it only affects the Continental Alliance, I may not have the same foreboding myself. John shook his head. It's a broader sense than that. I simply feel like there haven't been any grand disasters lately, so it must be coming. That may be true generally, Aldera agreed. She dipped a cookie into her drink, which would have been a complete waste if she didn't like it. But most of our efforts are devoted to fending off that very sort of thing. If we focus on where the threats could come from, we should determine reasonable countermeasures. At the moment, I find no reason for your feelings, but that doesn't mean you should ignore them. I must ask where a threat could come from, though. The depths of the sea. Deep underground. Space. Aldera looked up. How? Do you want to hear about space aliens? John asked. He was probably going to tell her anyway. Most of his stories were more entertaining than worrying. It was still unclear whether spaceflight was viable for cultivators. The distances involved were incomprehensible on a planetary scale. A cultivator could manage for a few days without replenishing their spiritual energy. Powerful cultivators could go longer. However, once that scale became years, all sorts of things could break down. In short, John wasn't truly worried about threats from space. Especially not little green men with laser guns. Aldera listened to his words sincerely. I think most of these threats are abstract at best. Your humble origins from Earth likely still anchor your perspective. It is reasonable to believe that we are the strongest people on this planet. As long as we do not take that for granted, we should maintain our personal power and broader influence. Perhaps some centuries down the line we fall behind. Can you truly say that you would not have lived a full life? John smiled. I've already lived at least a few good ones. But I am overall quite pleased to continue existing, and don't see that changing anytime soon. So I would prefer to continue even later. Of course, Aldera concurred. But we will not be eternal. Make certain your mind does not fool you. Keep your caution, and continue to feel out your personal worries. As for your original question, I do not believe that there is currently anything of planetary concern looming over us. But I will stay aware and inform you if there is any change. John found himself disappointed for no good reason. Did he want there to be a threat? He didn't think he was so bored that he needed violence to distract him. He was enjoying life. But perhaps the true answer was the simplest one. He would much prefer troubles that he could fight, but many of the potential troubles were less direct. And he didn't mean assassination attempts. Though at some point John might have left directly after his questions being answered, he was trying to be a better friend. He did believe that Aldera was his friend on top of being an important political ally. She was also partially John's first wife, but the parts of her that were Mateo didn't make John wish to reignite that particular aspect of the relationship. She wasn't pushing for it either, though John did occasionally detect hints of disappointment. Yet John was mature enough to know that friendship was a real relationship all on its own, even between a man and a woman. Some people didn't seem to get that no matter how many decades passed. In fact, John had met plenty of people that barely seemed to be friends with their own spouses. It seemed like a depressing sort of existence to live, and had resulted in more than a few fallen clans. It was a shame that anything John and Aldera did together had to be at least partially political theater. It was far too late for them to have truly private lives. To actually accomplish that, they'd have to have spent their whole life as recluses, which might have resulted in slow enough cultivation that they would have died of old age by now. Or war. It always came back to that, and the potential dangers. Aldera had good ways to take her mind off of such things, though. Like going to the theater to watch a play. That could be done in private to some extent, which was for the best. Otherwise, the actors could easily be far too nervous to perform. Hidden Fangs was a dramatic story about two spirit beasts that took on human form, becoming lovers without realizing what the other was. John wasn't sure how realistic it was, because he was fairly certain the stories about spirit beasts taking human form were false, or at least exaggerations. For example, John didn't doubt that some could create an illusory image of a human, but most wouldn't be able to reshape their bodies in a significant enough way. And that was without being entirely physical. Getting bogged down in the practical aspects of the play would have ruined it, though. John found some humor in various aspects he wasn't certain were intended to be so, such as how similar certain themes were to what he remembered from Earth movies. Various troubles were contrived, with the deuteragonists almost catching each other untransformed numerous times. Ultimately, the structure of the play wasn't what made it worthwhile. It was the particular actors involved. They got deep into character, and instead of having to use costumes, they could just actually form illusions around themselves. After all, cultivation made such things possible. And in the context of a play, the viewers could simply choose not to see through thin veils. They were already doing that in one aspect, after all. I can't believe you commandeered different box seats for this, John commented during an intermission. Also that nobody spots us. It would be possible if people directly inspected them, of course, but such things were rather rude in general, more so in seemingly private environments. And in addition to the normal societal pressure against rudeness, there was still a culture where causing sufficient offense could be a deadly mistake. That didn't mean people weren't nosy. They just tried to be subtle about it, and usually backed away before they were caught. Or at least, up to the threshold of plausible deniability. Aldera shook her head lightly. You also don't like people fawning over you wherever you go. And I'm sure you don't like having to scare people away. So it's either this or deal with people for hours. That's why I schedule meetings all throughout the day. A perfect excuse to depart. And if people find me a little rude, they won't say much. Anyone important knows they need to find me in the proper spaces. Yet you also make yourself more approachable by refusing to call yourself an emperor. I'd rather not be, John said. And I think I might have technically managed. There was no denying that he was some sort of oligarch, though. He liked to think he was better at running things than others he had seen. But he could just be fooling himself. At least he knew that he was trying, though. Today was a pretty decent performance. But I wonder if we should try for movies. Those were the long-form recordings, John commented. Well, there would have to be some way to copy them, or they would essentially just be private performances. I let other people do the invention work, though. I'm more of an ideas guy. Many of those ideas are quite good. I do remember you talking about another form of transportation before. Was it cars? Why do I see none of those? Because, John said, they're impractical when people can run as fast as them. Making them faster than cultivators would simply be dangerous. The skies have vast areas to avoid collisions, though we'll certainly need to monitor them more going into the future. Rails keep things in line. And because many tracks were built underground or are being moved there, it's far safer. Seriously though, cars were one of the highest causes of mortality on Earth. Aldera frowned. Why have them then? Because they became required. I don't see that happening here. Personal transport isn't relevant at such mundane speeds. And the people who want to go faster while putting in no effort just get exotic beasts to pull a carriage. We already have enough trouble stopping idiots with wild carriages from running people down. They were now wandering through the markets. They had a general field around them to obscure their identities. In her home city, everyone would recognize Aldera. They weren't the only ones that wished for some privacy, though. I haven't seen that fruit before. John commented about one that was a bright purple, as well as being covered in thorns. I wonder if it tastes good. Probably not, Aldera said. Or there wouldn't be so much just sitting there. Or maybe nobody has tried it, John said. He bought one. It was bad. Maybe it's supposed to be cooked into something. The merchant said it could be eaten out of hand, Aldera reminded him. You might like it, John said, handing her a slice. She bit into it, then spit it out. At him. He dodged it. You hid your reaction well, Aldera said. I thought you were only mildly displeased. It's terrible. Almost worthy of an imperial decree to get it off the streets. As long as it's not poisonous, people can import all of the awful-tasting fruit they want. It won't earn them profits, though. Taste, I understand, John nodded. There's one fruit I found that smells like death. It's not allowed indoors. Why would it be allowed anywhere? Is it useful for medicine? If you can get past the smell, it apparently tastes good. Apparently. I wasn't willing to destroy my smell receptors for a vague promise, John said. And the smell permeated spiritual energy defenses. Aldera nodded seriously. Perhaps it should be classified as a dangerous weapon. Some people are very particular about it, John said. But most people shove the vendors to one corner of the outdoor markets and force them to hire air cultivators to carry away the smell. As they should, Aldera said, holding her head high. Nothing they were doing was important. And that was the whole point. But soon enough they would have to get back to preventing people from killing each other over matters perhaps even more minor than a bad-smelling fruit. Chapter 591. 6 Elements. That was the basis of everything, and John found the delineations to be valid. Even if he could convert spiritual energy from one element to another, spiritual energy was at its heart still one of the 6 options. Darkness, water, earth, light, air, fire. John had totems for each element, spiritual structures inside of his soul that altered how he interacted with the elements. They provided consistent transformations to obtain certain qualities. Yet ultimately he could manipulate spiritual energy to produce any result he desired. In theory, in practice, it depended on how close he had to get. He could likely copy any technique to the level a casual observer would think it the same thing, but true practitioners would notice the difference. Except in cases of extreme fortune, a hastily copied technique would be far weaker. Perhaps strength didn't always matter. After all, John didn't only use his cultivation for battle. He tended to his gardens, cooked, and tinkered with enchantments. He still wasn't anything near a master as far as enchantments went, but he was still called upon for delicate work that required multiple elements. At the very least, he could hold a temporary structure in place while proper enchanters finalized their work. It could be anything from wards to weapons, armor, or engines. He enjoyed working with mechanical systems because he felt a different sort of life from them than organic creatures. It could just be his own personal bias, but anything properly put together felt alive to him. Sadly, it wasn't a shortcut to mechanical insights. If something wasn't working, he wouldn't just suddenly know what was wrong, unlike with a living body. He would have to diagnose every piece. He simply happened to be able to pay attention to far more at once, taking in a whole object instead of looking at the outer shell or one angle. It was impossible to grow bored when there was always more to learn. The supernatural nature of cultivation had been the initial draw, but self-improvement was always a tantalizing prospect, especially where it was measurable. Every rank a cultivator achieved created a measurable effect within their aura. It was possible to hide it, but the natural state of things revealed much about a cultivator. The exalted soul phase began at the 46th rank. Just recently, John had reached the 49th. He found that to be excellent progress, despite the 3 ranks taking decades. He was solidly in the mid-exalted soul phase. His strength, it was difficult to say if it jumped up. He rarely had an opportunity to truly test himself. But even if he wasn't vastly more powerful, he certainly found himself to be more efficient. Cultivation was at base about gathering spiritual energy, but merely gathering without any other plans was a surefire method to perish. Too much spiritual energy wouldn't settle naturally within the dantian, but would instead build up pressure like steam inside a boiler. But with nowhere to release, it was liable to explode. In that respect, the advancement in rank was less about how much spiritual energy one had absorbed from their surroundings, and instead more related to their proficiency at controlling said energy. It always helped to absorb and use more spiritual energy to practice with it, so the absolute amount was still relevant. It was one reason spirit elements were highly prized, pure examples of each type of spiritual energy that were easy to absorb and wield. Beneath the exalted soul phase, John had always been aware of the next steps, at least in theory. When he was born into the Tenebach clan, consolidated soul phase cultivators had no presence in the nearby counties. The stone conglomerate only had a few. Yet he had been born in times of great cultivation progress. The latter half of the phases only grew more common as time went on. John didn't know what the next stage was, or if there was one. Perhaps he would hit a ceiling, one due to his personal talent, or an absolute limit. Perhaps his growth would slow, never quite reaching the limit but always edging closer. That might be the peak of the 54th rank, 9 ranks into the exalted soul phase. He didn't feel anything beyond, but he couldn't be certain if that was because he didn't believe. His education said there was nothing more. Even if the exalted soul phase had only been listed as theoretical, it was always there. As a goal, John didn't know, but he did know something. He could still access the sea of spiritual totems. So far, he had found no evidence of layers deeper than the 6th, but he could dive into the oppressive spiritual force, seeking totems that fit certain criteria. Molding them, he had nowhere to put another totem at the moment. John was certain that forcing his dantian to accept the 7th would be one of the fastest ways to die. Even so, there was no absolute limit that said he could go no further. If he failed, then perhaps he simply wasn't good enough. Not that he had anything he needed to be that good. 4. Not at the moment. He wasn't even certain he wanted to maintain his political position. If he could simply give it up. But no, he was afraid. Afraid of losing control, of his friends and family having to take on the burdens he now bore. He would share with them, of course. John would have long since collapsed under the weight of his station without them. That was why it would be too selfish to just stop. He could probably convince half of his friends to come with him. Those that didn't have families of their own. Where would he go? Out into the wilderness, perhaps. The bottom of the sea, or deep in the earth. The moon. Why? Well, there wasn't a good reason for it. It was just an intrusive thought. Sometimes, he just wanted to retire, but that wasn't something he could do. Not truly. Even the elders of clans and sects that retired from public life were always expected to come to the aid of their people, if necessary. They kept most of their political influence, and people still sought them out, just in different ways. John did have to think about a successor to the station of sect head of the Six Elements Crossroads, though. If something happened to him, well, it was likely something horrible happened to the world. That was precisely the reason his sect being stable was the most important. For the sake of the sect, he needed someone strong and reliable, preferably with a long history of trust. Obviously, they would have to represent the interests of the sect well. Viriato was an excellent elder to have around. A mercantile genius, in John's opinion. A talented cultivator, and he'd even stepped into the ascending soul phase. But no, it shouldn't be him. Rukai followed the path of 6 elements. She was his direct disciple, and she had her own following among the sect. She was also not his top choice. Perhaps someday she would earn it, but she didn't quite have the stability the sect would need. Ahan was not enough by himself, but Lyre would always be there for him. John had the intention to slowly broach the subject with people that in the case of his untimely death, they should accept Ahan as the sect head. Having some plan would be better than nothing, but he didn't need to rush. John was going to do his very best to avoid untimely deaths, though. He very much enjoyed living, and he had a good few centuries left in him. Probably. It was strange to think that as long as he had lived, he had only used up half his lifespan, or less. Certainty was difficult, because it wasn't as if any exalted soul phase cultivators had died of old age. 2 of the triptych were already old when they advanced, and Enion and Phalasade had died in combat, just like Kelnan. None had kept meticulous records about how old they felt or other things future generations might be interested in. How selfish. John wasn't going to do it either. The reason was simply, if he actually did run into health concerns, he didn't want such information to be accessible in any way. It wouldn't be good for stability, and stability was his very favorite thing at the moment. It held the whole world together. The 6 elements worked in balance, and so far that had worked out for a vast number of different elemental regions. Sure, certain people required occasional nudging to keep on track, but they hadn't had a worldwide war in ages. Some people kept starting small ones, though. It was a pretty terrible idea, because John could annihilate them. He didn't, always, but he could. Even where one side was a clear aggressor, it was rarely their sole responsibility. Usually that meant less killing, or at least precision killing. For all of their proclaimed loyalty, cultivators were often quite content with their leadership being killed if they got to continue existing. Sometimes, it seemed like the only way to get a promotion. John would recommend founding a sect or clan. There was still plenty of space in the world, partially due to the long-standing wars and death, and the spirit beasts. But the greatest dangers lived in the most vibrant regions, so it was worth the effort if people could survive and establish roots. Time continued to pass, and so too did the tournaments every decade. The structure had changed somewhat to try to include people from all over the world. Lunsen wasn't the only place parts of it happened, though it had still ended up as the location where all of the finals took place. That might change in the future, but only if someone else was willing to bear the expenses of defensive formations that could stand up to peak ascending soul phase cultivators and exalted soul phase cultivators. People's ability to work out their aggression by punching each other in the face, throwing big rocks, or cooking food that was unreasonably spicy seemed to be keeping down the level of outside violence. John felt like the cultural shift he wanted might actually be feasible. Obviously, no cultivator society was going to forego violence. It would only take one group of decently powerful individuals to ruin that for everyone. But perhaps it didn't have to be first and foremost in everyone's minds. Everything was going well until the planet split in 2 and the seas spilled into the core. Sadly, that was not as much hyperbole as John would have wished. Had there been signs that something was going to happen? John might have said that his uneasy feeling was proof that he had anticipated it subconsciously. Except that on the day it began, he was feeling the most relaxed he had in a decade. Then massive earthquakes began, seemingly originating in all directions. Following that, tsunamis struck both the northwestern and southeastern coasts of the twin continents. John was fast, but not fast enough to reach any of the coasts in just a couple hours. He wouldn't have known where to go anyway. Lunson was basically fine. Being near the stone conglomerate, they had some sense of how to construct buildings that could hold up to earthquakes. Sure, they were bad earthquakes, but John didn't think too much of them until the reports began coming in from the coasts, and John realized that all of the trouble was further out. His home was one of the least affected areas. Telegrams flooded in, where they still worked. Pretty much every direct connection to the six elements crossroads from around the world was suddenly in use. John had to grab all of his most trusted disciples to help sort through the chaos, trying to figure out what had happened. What was still happening? As the waves had not yet stopped coming, John went south, if for no other reason than that the northern half of the continent had several exalted soul phase cultivators, even if most weren't near the coasts. He didn't know what he would do to help, but he had to do something. Otherwise, it seemed as if half the continent might be washed away, or all of it, depending on which reports one believed. Chapter 592. Fast flight carried John over the mountains of the stone conglomerate, then along the border between the dark lands and the green sands. No airship could keep up with John's pace, though in time his speed might be surpassed by something akin to a jet plane. Kilometers fell away rapidly as John carried out his most unsubtle journey in recent memory. He preferred not to disturb the general populace with his passing, but this was an exceptional circumstance. The entire world seemed to be shifting, and the most at-risk locations were on the coast. The northern and western parts of the continent were the best supported by water cultivators, and had some exalted soul phase cultivators of other elements around, but the southern and southeastern parts of the continent were suffering. The deadlands were immediately written off. It was harsh, but the combined surface and subsurface populations were simply too low to matter. Those cultivators who could take care of themselves would do so, and the rest would have to flee. The only reasonable direction was towards the Wuthering Steppes, as sea routes were extremely perilous, and the Solrot Bog was only slightly preferable to the Annihilation Strip. Before long, John was picked up by the winds of the Wuthering Steppes. He rode them to further increase his speed, even as he wished he could have set out earlier. However, a reckless response to trouble could have resulted in him being in a location where his help was superfluous, while at the same time leaving somewhere like his destination at risk. John found himself overlooking a port, or what was left of it. The city itself was recognizable, but the docks and ships were little more than chunks of wreckage, some of which was a good distance from the water's edge. It was clear that harsh waves had already crashed against the shores, but more would be coming. Looking for people with a plan, John found the port governor. She had something like a plan, but summoning the winds to beat back the waves could only go so far. Against overwhelming waves, something more solid was necessary. "You continue with your own preparations," John said. "I will create some water breaks." It would be nice if John had access to a large body of research on the topic, something to tell him what would be the most optimal. Ultimately, John was just one man, an extremely powerful one, but he couldn't cover the entire coastline in protection. What he could do, however, was construct temporary structures far further out to sea than mundane capabilities would allow. He dove into the ocean, seeking waters that were as shallow as he could find yet distant from the port. From there, he created great pillars of stone, reshaping the loose sand into something solid. Pairs of pillars were linked together into more solid walls. Major gaps remained, but John simply wanted to weaken the impact of the incoming waves. Reports had been constant. The biggest seemed to yet be on their way, spotted from afar and reported from various locations around the globe. The reason behind the catastrophic event was yet unknown, but for now they simply had to deal with the immediate consequences. John was able to see one wave crash against his barriers. They barely stretched out of the sea, but their true height was up to tens of meters. Their purpose was to catch and disperse as much of the momentum as possible while the water was still far from shore. If John had months to work on the project, he could have created something nearly perfect. A couple hours was far less so. However, as waves rolled and waters churned far from the port itself, he was quite satisfied with the results. Massive amounts of water easily passed through the gaps, and some of the barriers crumbled, But the force was diminished enough for the cultivators on the shore to fight back, summoning the winds of the wuthering steppes to beat back the incoming waves. Some portion of the previous debris had been cleaned up, but the rest once more battered against the port. It wasn't simply about defending the infrastructure, but everything further inland. That included those who were fleeing, but more slowly. Numerous defenders were swept away, but John plucked them out of the waters. "I won't be around for the next one," he said. "Make sure you find better footing." As air cultivators, they probably would have been able to avoid drowning by refreshing the air in their lungs, assuming they didn't get dashed against the rocks and pass out. John reinforced the remaining barriers before replacing those that hadn't stood up, widening their foundations and attaching them firmly to bedrock beneath the sands. He could have stayed to fortify the position continually, but there were further coasts to cover, many of which were even more vulnerable. Swimming along the coast at great speed, John didn't even bother stopping to throw up further defensive walls. He simply created them along his path, beneath him. It wasn't a continuous process, as much as he would have liked to create a great wall stretching over 1,000 kilometers along the coast. He had great measures of spiritual energy, but he would drain himself dry in a short time if he insisted on completion. In areas that had little coastal population, which meant that everyone already perished or had their chance to evacuate, he provided little protection, just enough to disturb larger wave patterns to limit how far inland the waves would go. He merely wanted to blunt the impact. Outside of ports, or what remained of them, he created more numerous structures. Some would be in the way of future ocean travel, but that was something that could be resolved in the future. Ships wouldn't have to worry about troubles on their way to port if there wasn't one to reach. John might have put a little bit more effort for one port in the Glass Hills where a train line ended. It also happened to be highly populated, so it wasn't as if he was prioritizing infrastructure over human lives. Though in most cases, most of the lives were already safe or lost. Only rare defenders were foolish enough to remain behind if they had the capability to leave. He witnessed a few more waves of note, as well as earthquakes, some of which came from within the continent, which would doubtless result in further troubles. John only hoped that some countervailing waves might be formed to soften the impact on the continent, though he was worried about the islands. Certainly, the Stormy Sea sect and other people that had been their enemies were in that area, but that didn't mean he wished trouble on those who remained. No, it was better if the Continental Alliance's neighbors were as safe as possible. When he reached Port Dusk in the gloom, he was pleased to find a strong contingent of cultivators from the Sky Islands. The shape of the coastline had been kind to that particular area, though that was only in relative terms. Many buildings were damaged, but the area wasn't completely destroyed. The region had just been undergoing a population boom, though at least most of it was away from the coasts, so they might bounce back quickly. "Island Master Venera," John greeted her. "Thank you for your efforts." "Of course," she responded. "It is only natural to aid our allies in times of crisis. It would also be uncouth of us to simply remain watching from our homes above, though we are not as undisturbed as one might think." John nodded. "Massive fluctuations in spiritual energy are likely to disturb the balance you have there. Any issues that might arise seem likely to be less immediate, but I left Mirka in charge just in case." "Of course," John said. "Have you found any particularly useful methods of defense?" "Yes. I will show you some earthen constructs we have formed." It was easy to forget that the Sky Islands were just as much earth element as air. Air was necessary for flying around, so it was often the primary element of the cultivators there. But that was precisely why earth was so valuable. As the dominant element, those with proper mastery of earth ended up on top. There were actually far fewer water breaks than John had created around the port. Furthermore, instead of being wide walls, they were closer to simple stalagmites, nearly cones. That didn't leave much structure up top to slow down incoming waves. "It doesn't look like much, does it?" Venera commented. "But with some active manipulation, we can draw the waves into a gravitic spiral. That means most of the force fights against itself as it curves around our structures." "Excellent," John said. It wouldn't do him much good if he was unable to remain in one location, but he was glad to see clever efforts. "I might encourage others to implement something similar, if they have the techniques." The gloom was actually partially earth element now. They didn't have the same centuries of history as with the darkness element, but they should have some cultivators of note in that regard. As he traveled further, towards Port Midnight, and then Port Dawn, John saw various other situations as he further extended his defenses. The damage seemed worse and worse, which was partially because of the coast, and how many waves had already been weathered. John was glad to provide whatever respite he could to the devastated coasts. He continued further, curving around the southern tip of the gloom and back up towards some newer ports that traded around the molten sea. Then he reached the molten sea itself. It was fine. Nobody lived on the coasts anyway. John did note how much the outer shell had extended, though that might be a temporary result from massive amounts of water flowing into the area all at once. The stone would likely liquefy once again in the near future. John cut back across the gloom to revisit previous locations, but the disasters seemed to be settling down. Even if the tsunamis seemed endless, they seemed to be petering off after about a day. John was glad for that, because he was exhausted. It was different from continuous battles, because the actual intensity of his work was lower. He understood the magnitude of his efforts, of course, but it just wasn't the same. Likewise, the tiredness snuck up on him more slowly as he moved from one earthen construction to the next. He only hoped he formed enough functional protections. Then he had to fly home, back to Estrain. He felt sluggish, the journey taking several times as long as it had in the other direction. However, he needed to be somewhere he could be contacted about the numerous troubles that had occurred. A great shift in spiritual energy, somehow. John only hoped that this was the end of the immediate disasters. At least he wouldn't be without something to do. Reconstruction could take years, decades, even. That was assuming the damage was limited to mostly just infrastructure. But he had no idea what the death toll would become. If only his ominous feeling had actually been warning him of this, he might have made some preparations. But alas, rather than insights into the world, it had been something more akin to paranoia. Now that something had actually gone wrong, John couldn't say he had felt it coming. But at least he had something to focus on. If it took a disaster to warrant his attention, perhaps John should simply remain bored and boring. It would be better for the world. Messages from everywhere that could send a message were mostly negative. The other exalted soul phase cultivators were responsible for governing their various regions, but they did need help dealing with the aftermath. John was happy to send aid. In a way, he was glad that this disaster hadn't been caused by humans. It might bring them closer together, if only they could respond properly. Chapter 593. Disciples of the Six Elements crossroads scattered all over the continent in the wake of the disaster. It wasn't just them. Anyone that was doing well in the aftermath went to the aid of others. Those few that didn't would be remembered. If the damage was only infrastructural, the matter might be largely resolved over the course of a few days by skilled cultivators. Rebuilding would take time no matter what. But since individual cultivators could outmatch a bulldozer for clearing rubble, that sort of thing would be rapidly resolved. Not everywhere had a full complement of earth cultivators, but they weren't the only ones who could achieve something similar. Trouble followed trouble, and that remained true in the current circumstances. Beasts were riled up by the disasters and wild spiritual energy, becoming more aggressive. Creatures from the deep seas came to the shores, and threats crawled their way out of deep caverns. John spent a solid week shoving giant monsters back into holes in the ground, while at the same time keeping the local surface-dwelling creatures out of said holes. But a strain wasn't actually too bad, as far as such things went. Though on the southern end, they were getting a decent amount of breakthrough from the prismatic chambers. That was why John himself got involved in that particular place. With how much of the underground had become not underground, John didn't see things returning to how they were. Even if they sealed off all of the cracks, they would be just beneath the surface, a few meters to tens of meters, instead of hundreds of meters or even kilometers in some places. That was how much upheaval had happened in some places, though that also frequently meant that the connected tunnels were no longer viable. Yet sometimes, multiple kilometer-wide sections had been lifted together, remaining largely intact. John alternated which elements he used by specific elemental targets. It would have been easiest to just use the greatest weakness of anything he came across, but that would be rather boring. So he cycled through all 6 elements based on the individual target. 6 fire creatures would face 6 different elements, with earth and fire itself generally being the least effective. But John could make it work, and a full understanding of elements could allow him to overcome traditional weaknesses. Being the stronger party, it wasn't like using the same element was much of a disadvantage. Such clashes happen all the time. A creature formed entirely of liquid water writhed like a snake as it moved out of the tunnels. Though its form expanded slightly once it found an open area, it remained longer than it was wide by a significant margin. John's next element to face such a creature with was light, so he decided to use the creature's own body against it. He gathered light from all around, focusing it into a singular beam. Everything else went dark as he did so, until the creature itself lit with glittering light as the beams refracted inside of it. For the few moments before the spiritual energy tore it apart, at least, the light excited the water element to the point the creature couldn't hold together. All that remained was one surprisingly cohesive bubble of water, a tangible spirit element that had likely been the basis of the spirit beast's formation. Following that was a water bird that shot pressurized jets of water at John. In normal times, it would have never attacked him. As if the creature was possessed of its full rationality, it would have recognized he was far too powerful. It should have run back into the depths like some of the others, but their minds were jumbled. It was a shame to kill creatures that were merely confused, but they would be a danger to the surrounding populace if they were left alone. With air being his next element, it was fairly simple to take down the creature. He had the elemental advantage, but instead of striking it with lightning, he merely used a gust of wind. The bird blasted its attack straight through his, but the winds simply rolled around the condensed beam. John could have moved back far enough for the water pressure attack to weaken, but it was just as easy to move to the side. The motion had to be quick, but he didn't have to maintain his dodging long. In a few moments, he sent the creature into a sharp spike of rocks sticking out of the normally quite flat soil. Food was going to be a problem with all the damaged farmland. Plant-focused cultivators might have to quickly grow a few rounds of mundane crops, even if it wouldn't be profitable. The next creature John faced appeared much like a starfish, except John knew that this sort liked to live in molten stone. It was perfectly capable of making some of its own if necessary, but finding them roaming around elsewhere was a rarity. At least some of them were native to the molten sea, though this particular one would have of course been from the prismatic chambers. It was likely the first of its kin to reach the surface in generations. It was also threatening to set everything it passed by on fire, merely to make things more comfortable for itself. John was not pleased with that, so he contained the fire around it. If the creature had been content in the furnace-like environment he made for it, he might have been able to coax it back underground. Yet despite John technically making things more comfortable, it struggled against his spiritual energy. John let it break through once to see how it would react, but it predictably chose to shoot a jet of flame at him. Unlike a true starfish, this creature didn't move sluggishly as it raised up one arm to focus its spiritual energy. John redirected it all back towards the creature. Then he created a more solid barrier around it, letting no heat escape. The creature continued to try to attack him the only way it knew how, releasing all of the fire element's spiritual energy from its body, until it had nothing left to maintain its own body. While the anatomy of such a creature would doubtless be far more heat-resistant than most, the highest form of that was only with the benefit of spiritual energy. Once it ran out, it began to burn. John added more of his own energy, so as to not draw out the process. The creature seemed prone to attacking humans, so it already couldn't be allowed to live. John collapsed the tunnel it had crawled out of. Similar creatures might want to find their way to the surface, but if their path was slowed, they might have a chance to settle down. Or maybe they would kill each other in their panic, but any result would keep humans safer. At some point, John passed nearby the village of Thistleton. John supposed that Cybin would have sold whatever she gathered from the area around her to them. She had just been a plain old lady, and the town wasn't anything of note. But because John knew about it, he had to check in. Thistleton was surviving. It hadn't been in the direct path of anything, but some buildings had collapsed due to shoddy construction. That was what happened when you didn't have any cultivators able to sense the true strength of things. John revealed himself to them. "I'm going to make a wall around your town," he stated. "I will include gates. Please accept anyone seeking shelters. I'll be sending people from nearby." Random civilians weren't necessarily ready to see a flying cultivators, nor to hear one suddenly speaking to them. An old man John thought he had seen as a relatively younger mayor stepped forward. "Yes, sir. I mean, mighty elder. We shall do as you say." "Good. It is unlikely any beasts of note will set their sights on your small town, but this is a time of danger. The town was small enough that crafting a simple ring of stone didn't take long. John had to admit the gates he put together might have been somewhat lacking in style, but the wood he molded into place fit snugly, and the gate swung freely when unlatched. Even so, they were solid enough to withstand the attacks of simple beasts, and high enough that climbing them or the walls was a daunting task. He created another pair on the other end of the town, along what served as a main road. Other than that, he encapsulated what nearby farms he could. He simply didn't have the time and energy to expand the area to include some of the further outlying farmsteads. If they needed safety, they could run to town, and their crops wouldn't be a target for most beasts. Siben's shack had collapsed, though it hadn't been far from it many years before when John first saw it. Just stable enough that it outlasted her, and no more. Her coffin was undisturbed beneath the soil, except by normal processes. John sought out various nearby villages, fortifying those where it would make sense, and otherwise directing them to somewhere that could be safer. That said, many people had already fled for larger cities, which was its own risk. John didn't really travel on the roads, but instead over them. Where they were significantly damaged, he would shift the earth, but he couldn't track down each and every beast that might attack a certain stretch of road. As he passed through the villages, John noted that a few more seemed to be cultivators. Outlying villages weren't easily able to receive instruction, even if it was offered freely. John suspected that in the near future most of them would become cultivators or perish. Even if the immediate consequences of the elemental upheaval were temporary, that could be a matter of years, which was a long time to be in mortal danger. Far enough south, John could sense Renato. As an exalted soul phase cultivator, a few tens of kilometers wasn't enough to dampen his presence when he was active. Having seen the state of the stone conglomerate when passing by, John could understand it. A few mountains had collapsed, and yet a few more had basically sprung out of the earth, reaching new heights. Creating paths to connect the various counties to each other would be critical for whatever happened in the future. There were also some very nice train tunnels that were half destroyed. John would allow himself to fortify just one of them along his way. His pet project wasn't that important, but the tunnel itself could be. Transportation might be even more important now. Airships would be fine. Earthquakes didn't tend to cause them much trouble, as it turned out. They could also land nearly anywhere with a wide enough space. Aided by cultivators, their ability to ascend and descend, as well as rotate any which way, was greatly enhanced. They would just have to watch out for any frantic flying beasts, because those were just as agitated as everything else. They were easier to spot at a long distance, though. John sent out a ripple of spiritual energy that was supposed to be comforting to Renato. He thought he received one in reply, but he wasn't certain. Either way, he had to trust his friend to handle the area around him, while John would be looking more towards the border of the green sands and trying to count how many new volcanoes reared their heads out of the sands. More volcanoes wasn't necessarily a bad thing, except if one considered air quality. It would be good for the local cultivators and their training. Most of this wood, everywhere, was simply overflowing with spiritual energy. Saying that it was good, however, would be a grand misstatement. The number of deaths that John already knew about was high, and the ripple effects would only expand. John had no idea what the full consequences of this sudden change might be, and even less idea of how or why it happened. If it was isolated to a particular region, it could have been written off as a strange phenomenon, but planet-wide? It was something entirely unknown, at least to John. Perhaps something similar would be found in old records, and if they hadn't been destroyed from any number of things over the years, someone would find it. Eventually, the Tenebach and Brandel clans were already searching at John's request, but chances were their histories didn't stretch back far enough. That was assuming this wasn't something entirely new, which might be possible. Chapter 594. There were certain limitations to how messages spread around their currently connected world that left John quite surprised about a certain revelation regarding the aftermath of the catastrophe. There wasn't anyone able to send a message from the affected regions, partially because it had previously been lower in population. However, given the significant total area, it was impossible for there to be nobody affected. The first reports actually came from Seikani of the Winding Currents, noting how the ocean's flow had been disrupted permanently. It was only after a few weeks that actual reports came in about the sudden rising of new land masses. This was in addition to the smaller-scale events that had been seen. After hearing some confirmed reports of a new landmass northwest of the islands John and Aldera had relocated, he went to check the area out for himself and saw no end to the new land. The strip of land was a couple 100 kilometers wide, at least where John could see it. He flew above it for a few hours and saw that it did vary in width somewhat, but the most relevant part was how far it stretched. Even high up in the sky, it stretched from horizon to horizon. Determining that it would take more than a casual trip to learn everything he might need to about the sudden landmass, John resolved to return. However, he never expected to be attacked, not at the height he was flying. His first sign was the shift in a hill below, concurrent with a massive shift in the area's spiritual energy. The attack was almost slow or ponderous, but only from certain perspectives. John had more than 10 seconds to dodge the massive hunk of rock hurled at him, but nearly 10 kilometers up, that meant it was approaching at alarming speed. Whirlwinds were whipped up behind the rock, the sudden reduction in pressure threatening to draw John into its wake. The attack was followed up by several more in series, the attacks traveling several times the speed of sound. Fortunately, at his distance, it was simple enough to dodge them. The spiritual energy of the attacker only carried them so far. After that, they could not be redirected. Not that John thought it would be easy to divert such an attack, even if he was close to it. He might withstand a couple attacks before collapsing, but he only might. The mighty beast below was difficult to parse. John could only make out its exalted soul phase equivalent energy signature and its strange, almost cylindrical shape. It was covered in soil, but John estimated it to be shaped something like a giant clam or barnacle, one that also came with a natural cannon. With the velocity of the launch boulders, if John got close, he couldn't dodge the attacks, unless he anticipated them. They weren't all precisely the same size, but they could easily top 10 meters across. He wouldn't have to move that far out of the way to avoid a direct hit, but even being vaguely in the area could disrupt his spiritual energy. He could just leave, but John was leery about leaving such a threat behind. It wasn't just his own safety that mattered, but also anyone else that might investigate the area. He couldn't attack that far, though. Yes, he might be able to throw one of his daggers down, and he wouldn't even have to worry about it reaching his target, but his attack would be diminished by the time it reached the creature. Even if he channeled the greatest bolt of lighting against the mostly earth element foe, it might not be enough. He wasn't without options, though. What went up must come down. Most of the projectiles were already sailing towards the horizon, but John altered his angle such that the creature was launching attacks almost directly straight up. He avoided several of them, then waited for them to come back down. He did have to chase them about a bit. He wasn't perfectly overhead, and the atmosphere did a pretty good job of deflecting them due to minor inconsistencies in their surfaces, especially when they were falling back down more slowly. It took over a minute for the whole cycle to complete, with John chasing after the projectiles one at a time, then sending them back down with extra speed. He was confident he could hit a stationary target, and though he didn't have a special-made anatomy for launching 10-meter-wide hunks of rock up into the sky, down was easier. He could also make them ignore air resistance, at least for a bit. He used his earth element to shove a few of them down before realizing that he probably needed to commit. The next one to pass, John matched its falling velocity. Then he attached himself firmly to it before pushing it downwards. He was aiming not quite for the center of his target, with the intention to avoid any incoming attacks by landing at a particular angle. The hunk of rock he was riding had heated up as it flew, but it wasn't doing so naturally when he pushed aside the air in its path for it. There was no reason John couldn't add some of that on his own, though. Fire element should be valuable against an earth beast. Besides, it was only natural to build up as much power as he could on his attack as he had the time. As expected, a counterattack was launched. A series of them, in fact. However, John was moving at a fast enough speed that his angle was difficult to track. That was the intention, and it seemed to be working out for him. He did have to slightly shift his angle, but he merely brushed. Nearby, the attack. He only lost a third of his projectile in the process as the beast's spiritual energy shaved against his. John leapt off shortly before impact, kicking his attack back towards the creature's center. His spiritual energy would hold strong for a moment, augmenting the attack. The massive hunk of rock hit the hill-sized creature, easily hundreds of meters across itself, right in its core. The impact crater left behind went deep. But John could instantly sense that wasn't the end of things. He immediately chased after his projectile, aiming for the section he had broken open. The creature tried to launch more projectiles at him, but it was unable to change its angle so precisely in the short time it had. That didn't mean John had a clear path to it. The earth and stone atop the creature rose into sharp points to fend him off. They were massive, but that also made them easier to avoid, giant telegraphed attacks. He wove his way through them, his sword in hand. He stabbed downwards as he landed in the crater he had just made, his spiritual energy stabbing towards the core of power he felt from his foe. Even with a crack in its armor the size of a small town, the actual beast was buried deep in the ground. The extension of John's blade barely reached. He had to slice his blade back and forth to create a rift in which he could go deeper. The earth tried to slam shut around him. But while the creature certainly had the wide area control it needed to move around an entire hill, a small mountain really, it didn't have the same control that John did on a smaller scale. He simply needed to maintain control of the earth immediately around him, piercing deeper into the ground until he found organic matter. What he encountered was basically a bundle of nerves and flesh, not in the shape of something he could recognize. It bled, though. It also took a long time to die. 15 minutes later, John was digging himself out of a dead hill. He was certain some parts of the creature would be valuable, but he didn't have the will nor the space to try to bring any significant portion of it. Whoever came here to investigate next could have it, as long as they could avoid any other threats along the way. John could sense some of them now that he was near ground level. No further exalted soul phase cultivator equivalents as far as he could tell, but there might be some further along. John returned to the continent after his initial exploration before preparing a team. He only brought powerful cultivators, and they needed to be able to fly or otherwise travel at speed. Perhaps John had been near the end of his exploration, nearly spotting the end of the long, relatively thin landmass. Or perhaps he had just begun. The lack of reporting from a wide part of the world made him lean towards the latter. Rukai wanted to join. Presha from Silver Breeze Gorge was a good choice. John would have liked Venera, but he gave no complaints to get Mirka instead. The Sky Islands needed to continue to build their good impression with the Continentals, because cultivators had long memories. John also snagged Rasha from the Blustering Peaks. The excuse was that he wanted another exalted soul phase cultivator to come along, and the Dangling Cliff could use his official support with their newly advanced leader. That was all true, but John's actual purpose was to learn more about the woman. Exchanges in formal situations were hardly a good way to know whether someone would be a good neighbor. She had shown at least basic ability to act friendly in public, but false personas would break down with repeated exposure. Not that John specifically expected her to carry any falsehoods, but the whole point was to investigate that. Finally, John invited along Kahind from the Glass Hills. The man was more lightning-focused than wind, but any self-air cultivator that couldn't fly, and swiftly, by the time they reached the late ascending soul phase would be looked down upon by their peers. Rather literally, in many cases. Together the 6 people flew as one, sharing the burden of both providing momentum and splitting the air ahead of them. John could have simply carried them all, but if he wanted to do that he would have brought a greater variety of cultivators along. As you can see, he commented when they finally broke away from the continent, spotting the landmass even before they lost sight of their home continent. It's fairly extensive. A day and some thousands of kilometers in, and they were all certain. For whatever reason, the land continued onward as a single strip, more or less. There were occasional offshoots, and in various parts chunks were missing, but it was largely consistent. In a couple more weeks they would know for certain how far it extended, as they could circumnavigate the globe within a month if they were constantly flying at highway speeds. Except when stopping to rest. Since it wasn't an emergency, that meant a normal rest period every night. Today, they were resting in a light elemental region. It should be comfortable enough for all of the air cultivators. The extensive new landmass didn't seem to be constrained to a single element, but it still had individual regions much like the rest of the world. Some were single elements, others were more. This particular light element region happened to border one of darkness, which was why they had stopped. The plan was to fly around or over the conflicting strip on the border the next day. It's different, Rukai confidently declared. John had no doubt she had her reasoning for said confidence, but he really needed to have context to agree. What is, he asked. She gestured towards the border. It's not like the Annihilation Strip. Well, it's like it, but not precisely. For one, the elements are more directly interfacing, instead of one being buried underground. It's also a little less violent. As she spoke, her words were punctuated by a massive explosion of light and darkness annihilating. Mostly, the fact that so much can build up together means the elements aren't immediately mutually annihilating. Good point, John said. I don't know what that means, but I suppose we should find out. So far, they hadn't run into another exalted soul phase cultivator equivalent, or perhaps it had simply seen fit to hide. After all, they traveled in a group. A wise beast would understand the danger of humans as well. Maybe. It might have been drawn out from somewhere that hadn't seen humans in living memory. Because, as far as John was aware, nobody had seen this land or these creatures either. Chapter 595. Witnessing an elemental region that naturally balanced light and darkness was new for John. It was true that it wasn't entirely balanced, with the light and darkness occasionally destroying each other in smaller sections. However, the total quantity of spiritual was maintained and even growing. Because of the occasional elemental explosions, it was difficult for most of the group to remain in the area, which included the whole long strip of land and numerous kilometers above and beside it. While all of them were strong enough to resist damage from the relatively minor instances of mutual destruction, compared to the intensity of the Annihilation Strip, it was a fatiguing process to constantly be on guard with defenses raised. John and Rukai could help balance the local light and darkness, and their perception was more attuned to whether this particular reaction would be dangerous. But even if she had some practice, Rukai's results weren't flawless and they were far from automatic. She still didn't have a light element totem, though that was perfectly reasonable. It would be her final one, simply because of her starting elements. Ultimately, John thought it was a good place for Rukai to train. She had previously subjected herself to the constant chaos of the Annihilation Strip, and while this area was less dangerous and thus seemingly less valuable, John thought that wasn't necessarily the case. After all, studying why it was more stable would be a valuable lesson. John didn't actually know the answer himself, but he would doubtless figure it out first. Many additional decades of experience, and of course a complete 6-element balance, should help. He wasn't going to be lax in his efforts, though. If Rukai really did gain special insights before he did, he would never live it down. His investigation began as broadly as he could. For an elemental region like this to function, it needed to have precise conditions all throughout. That involved many factors, including the surrounding regions. In the case of the surroundings, they simply needed to be low intensity rather than specific elements. A core elemental cycle wouldn't work, but John found that the surrounding area was more bland than balanced. As all oceans, there was a decent amount of water element. Wind and storms were common, including the air element to some extent. Fire could come from the sun or deeper thermal vents. Where it was shallow, some earth element came to the fore. But all of that was more descriptive than anything else. The surroundings didn't particularly aid or hinder the way things were now. A variety of plants and creatures lived in the area, most mildly charged with either light or darkness. John didn't see any beasts with dual elements, which made sense. Internal spiritual energy would be under their control, which meant it might not naturally attain the balance of the surroundings. If it didn't, they would just die. There wasn't an alternative where they struggled through it. It would be over in an instant with their body turning into tiny particles that would be spread everywhere. John did find a few sources of life that had both elements, but they were rare. Small plants like ground covers that probably had numerous generations actually wiped out as they drew in the spiritual energy. But things like that could return to adverse conditions fairly easily. The containment of energy was also quite tame. If John chewed a whole field of the moss, he might gain some energy, but it would be easier to absorb it from the surroundings himself. This wasn't some sort of high-value find like a tree that had fruits stuffed full of spiritual energy. The other cultivators were investigating in their own ways, probing the stability. Mirka was probably the closest to being in balance with her air and earth elements. At least they were aligned with both light and darkness. She might have even visited the Annihilation Strip. It wasn't that far from her in the grand scheme of things. Then again, Kahindabayadin wasn't from meaningfully further away. The other two were from the northern half of the continent. which meant their greatest exposure to such things would probably be from the six elements crossroads. Kahind was somewhat reckless. It seemed he wasn't afraid of things blowing up in his face, but as a lightning cultivator, that made sense. The Glass Hills weren't exactly known for their calm and safety. His spiritual energy caused frequent disturbances in the surroundings, causing him to remain near the border where he could probe for a while then withdraw to rest. Precious seemed to be focused on the winds and how they affected the spiritual energy. While spiritual energy was not truly physical, it was certainly influenced by physical changes. Areas of high and low pressure swirled around the light and darkness, but the elements largely avoided destruction. Rukai was just practicing her control of the light element. Only when she screwed something up would she balance it out by controlling darkness. John believed that practicing with elements that people didn't have a totem for was a valuable skill, and obviously that was the only one that Rukai had left. It would be critical for her to be as familiar with light as she could be if she were ever going to reach the exalted soul phase. Even if she ultimately decided not to take the risk, cultivation was based around moving forward with the goal of advancement. Rukai might find something unique about this place that spoke to her, greatly shortening her necessary training time. It was Rasha that was investigating the most interesting place, though John at first couldn't figure out why she focused on it with her background. He thought that being from the blustering peaks, she might have surveyed the winds as well, but they simply weren't there, in the sea. What was of interest in the depths, however, was the edge of the landmass itself. In most places, the suddenly appearing landmass displayed something similar to a normal continental edge, gradually sloping downward until they were underwater. In this segment, it was far closer to a vertical drop-off, sheer edges that went down multiple kilometers. On the surface, it looked nearly flat with barely a few hills, but underwater there was massive verticality on both edges. John wondered what was different, and he was going to find out. He dove into the water opposite of Rasha, though there was plenty of space all around. The edges showed what he already knew, that the landmass had suddenly been ejected upwards from deep beneath the ocean, and quite possibly from a separate layer beneath the crust. The current life had to have come from somewhere, and there simply hadn't been time for it to migrate. Buried at the bottom of the sea were more signs of the abrupt change. Death and destruction in the form of scattered bones and trees, as well as smaller plant-based detritus, as well as numerous sorts of earth and stone that simply didn't match with their surroundings. The cliffs and the sand around them were basically unrelated, with the native sand appearing to be from glassy igneous remnants, while the undersea cliffside was closer to metamorphic. John couldn't precisely place the latter because it had undergone massive upheaval, literally just weeks prior. That included significant friction and heat, which could have further transformed the rock mass. He could only see it as it currently was, though he could make educated guesses by observing what was further inside the landmass. It was clear to John that what he was observing hadn't all been connected together previously. While the vertical slices were relatively consistent, he could see some evidence of horizontal compression. If John were to describe what happened, it was as if the landmass was made of various base materials squeezed out between two faults. In some places, the material had gone over others instead of rising upwards, as John found quite a large quantity of organic material crushed between the layers and barely beginning to decay. Yet the whole area was stable, or at least that was how it appeared. John suspected that might not actually be true. Stability was a strange thing. It was never absolute. Sometimes a massive outside force was required to topple a structure, but the slightest breeze could topple a pin balanced on its point, despite it technically being stable, or metastable. John found the sources of light and darkness elements. Most of the darkness came from the depths. The light predictably came from the sun and skies. That all made sense, if this was how the region had been long into the past. It seemed fine currently, but how would the light element have reached it before in the depths? Careful analysis might reveal those answers, but it could take years. Still, he might uncover a useful hypothesis in a much shorter period. The first relevant detail was that merely the presence of sunlight didn't make an area light element. Otherwise, the entire planet would be light element. In places like the Darklands, the native darkness simply rejected light element, separate from physical light. John doubted he could explain why that made sense to anyone that didn't have decades of experience cultivating the elements in question, But the point was that the skies above dark elemental regions weren't constantly exploding with a sheet of annihilating elements during the day. That was reserved exclusively for the southern edges of the Darklands where the Annihilation Strip stood. For one thing, usually one element or the other would win out in the balance instead of creating a permanent zone. The borders of the Annihilation Strip did shift slightly, but it was relatively the same as it had been a century ago. The second detail was the living creatures. Many did carry light element, and had to have done so far before they were present on the surface, which meant there had been light wherever the material and life had been buried. The answer, or at least part of the answer, came to John in the form of a fish. Certain fish in the deep sea used light as a form of a trap, drawing in prey. He saw something quite similar, but instead of displaying light, the fish he saw was absorbing it. He would even say that the fish itself had a light element cultivation. How was that possible several kilometers down? He didn't have the immediate answer, but conditions had to have been different. Like, for example, not having a landmass in the way of the light. Some other mechanism must have carried sufficient light down for it to reach a point several kilometers down. Light generally wouldn't even reach the end of a single kilometer, certainly not enough for any aquatic life to cultivate with. That realization was what made John suspicious about the stability. It wasn't that he didn't believe the current form couldn't be stable, just that the way that light and darkness had been stable had been something different. Which meant what? John spread his senses wide, not caring if he interfered with others' observations. Taking in the whole region, which was over 100 kilometers wide and long before considering the surrounding ocean, John got an interesting picture. The area was indeed relatively stable, but he had the feeling that was just the first shufflings of a boulder about to tumble down a hill. He didn't have a proper stopwatch, but he had an accurate enough internal clock, measuring the whole area and how much light and darkness annihilated with each other compared to how much was flowing in. He couldn't be quite certain. A full day's cycle would be necessary to know the ultimate balance. Yet John already had the suspicion that it wouldn't be enough. Which is to say, the current balance of the region likely wouldn't stay. It would eventually fail, and it might do so catastrophically. Considering how much the planet was already suffering, it really didn't need one of the new regions to suddenly collapse, or to blow up everything around it. John figured he should probably do something about it, starting with confirming his suspicions. As for the final solution, he didn't know, but it would probably involve crystals. Lots of things involve crystals, and crystals were nice. Chapter 596. Gathering everyone together, John explained what he had observed about the dual light-darkness region. It is relatively stable for the moment, John said, but that won't last. Whether it is weeks, months, or even longer, I can only foresee it leading to a dramatic collapse. Rukai frowned. How disappointing. I was hoping we might have stumbled upon something amazing. But I felt much the same. I do think it was balanced, John commented, before the calamity, but it is no longer in the same state as it was. John gestured to everything. As you can see, do remember that most of this used to be open ocean. My investigations indicate that here, specifically, that was even more true. He described what he had already seen and what he thought it might have looked like. A balance of light and darkness, but deep beneath the surface. Yet the beasts clearly were adapted to live above water. It might seem like a contradiction, but that wasn't the most unbelievable part. As they spoke, Mirka was digging things out of the depths. She seemed eager to peel away the layers of the ground beneath them as well, but John cautioned her to avoid that for the moment. John's observation about the fish was one of the critical and final pieces of the puzzle. They already had cultivations of light and darkness before the cataclysm. It is possible they came from some massive underground sea, but it seems like everything is happy in its native environment. I noticed some eggs that have to have taken longer than a few weeks to grow buried happily in a nest. So we can presume that most of the change was right here on the landmass, which previously didn't have anything on the surface. Got it, Mirka declared. Moving material from several kilometers away was still a difficult task for ascending soul phase cultivators. Unless she wanted to expend a massive amount of spiritual energy to move some small rocks, it required patience and technique. She could have, of course, simply approached her target, but she was being polite by letting John finish his explanation. She held up 2 chunks of rock. Not just any rock, though, but obsidian. I have a theory. She placed their jagged edges next to each other. They didn't actually match up. Behold the window. John thought he'd had some idea of what she was thinking, but apparently he didn't. You're going to have to explain that. Well, she shrugged. I guess it's a bit dark. But it's glass, right? This stuff is scattered all over. I'm pretty sure some of it was made by the thing where a massive amount of earth was forced to the surface, but it should have been here before. In this middle section, Rasha nodded in agreement. Yes, I did notice that the cliffside was littered with obsidian glass shards. She had been the first to study the area underwater. I thought it odd, but now I see that it might have been from a previous composition. I don't see how it could have solved the main problem, though. The depths were dark, and it is not merely the shadow of this continental ridge that darkens the depths. The waters themselves eat the light. That was the problem, and one they were going to have to fix. John did have some thoughts, though. We'll have to see if we can recreate a small portion of what was. Can I have that obsidian? John asked Mirka. He could have gotten his own, but since she had already dug it up, it must be connected to this, at least partially. I'm going to try something. Knowing just the right thing to do wasn't automatic, but John hadn't spent so many years cultivating just to be out of tune with the elements. Though the glassy rock was visibly obsidian, it was also charged with spiritual energy. Not to the point it was valuable as a material by itself, but it should have interesting properties. He held the glass on his flat palm, then cupped his other hand over it. An infusion of darkness around the obsidian fragment revealed something interesting as he peered between his hands. It becomes translucent in the darkness, John said. Though, I think these particular pieces have suffered from some sort of thermal and spiritual shock. Not a surprise, really. The fact that they hadn't been pulverized to dust was already saying something. I have the feeling the effect was more potent previously. It was just a guess, but John had messed around with strange materials before. And while he didn't know what he needed, he kind of knew what he wanted. Recalling how he tried to recreate the crystals that help up the Sky Islands, John modified the obsidian in a different manner. It was only a tiny piece, so even if he got it exactly right, it wasn't going to be a solution, and he was certain to be at least a little bit off. Look, he showed the piece to all of them. Only Mirka and Rukai really seemed to understand the change, but the pure air cultivators couldn't be blamed. They grew in the ways they had access to, and it was a quite subtle effect. Rukai stepped forward until her face was almost in his hands. It's more adaptive. She casually shaded it with her hand, and it became almost like quartz. Not the properly clear kind, but milky. Even so, a small amount of light shone through, and, relevantly, some light seemed to bend around her hand. It draws in light, too. I thought it would need to, John said simply. If we can find some undamaged samples, or at least less damage, we can confirm that. But otherwise there isn't a good way for the light to get 3 kilometers down. Perhaps the waters were special as well, Kahine commented. Infused with the light element. He stroked his chin. I could help make some of the base material here, I think. I do know glass, after all. Being from the Glass Hills wasn't just for show. Lightning glass was a unique type, but John didn't think it was that different from obsidian in some ways. Then again, all glass needed high temperatures to begin with, so maybe that was all. I'd certainly appreciate getting everyone involved, John said. But first we should try to find some more original material. Then, we can compare theories about how things might have functioned. Hopefully, people could find some evidence, but speculation by cultivators wasn't random. There were tons of things they could pick up subconsciously even if they couldn't point to anything specific. If people could at least direct John to a grouping of things that seemed odd, he might be able to confirm or deny various conclusions. They went back to scouring the area, but with specific intent instead of broad curiosity. Because as things currently stood, they had to do something for it to keep whatever it had that resembled a natural state. Even if everything had changed wildly and suddenly, John dove into the sands, trying to see if he could find the underground chambers that he was certain had once lived beneath them. The massive upheaval of the cataclysm certainly wasn't doing him any favors, but he found various signs. Corpses of land creatures deep beneath the sea, but buried in sand or sealed in recently molten rock. Returning things to how they had actually been was likely impossible. Even an exalted soul phase cultivator couldn't easily bury hundreds of square kilometers of earth and stone, or thousands of cubic kilometers, since that was what he would have to move. He couldn't just push the landmass down and hope it peacefully slunk back underground. John found a few chambers that remained solid. He carefully avoided breaching through them, though he couldn't cause things to be much worse. The creatures inside were barely alive, seemingly having gnawed away most of the remaining vegetation. John could sense a thin line of the obsidian-like stone on the roof. Light element was released out of it, a factor John hadn't considered. Instead of passing through, it absorbed the light and then passed it on, presumably at night. He thought to take a few samples, then he grabbed everything. The whole cavern. He solidified the structure as he dragged it upwards. It was relatively small, a couple dozen meters on a side at most. Not light, certainly, and it took John close to an hour to drag it to the surface of the sands, and the same time again to bring it onto land. But he had a perfect sample, or at least the best they could get. He wasn't the first, though. Others had found their own, and some larger sections of the obsidian glass. "We can't make any large-scale changes right away," John commented. "But we should test a few things. We need to balance the light and darkness, which means relying on my insight." "And Rukai's?" She made a face. "It's fine not to count on me here. I'm probably not actually much better at light element control than the rest of you." She was. Though the rest were also above average with their breadth of learning, Rukai was still another level above them. After all, they weren't actually planning to attune to a light totem. The tests began with a single strip of both original and modified material down the side of the landmass. It was literally impossible to recreate what had once been. Everything had been turned upside down. The fact that the light and darkness remained mostly stable through all of that indicated how profound the balance had once been. Light reached the depths, channeled through a single column. Fish flocked to it, absorbing the spiritual energy greedily. They seemed afraid to swim towards the surface, but with the light brought to them, they happily absorbed it. As for the surface, John had many thoughts. What they really needed was a return to balance, but he wanted to minimize shock to the local beasts. Even a rapid return to how things had once been, if possible, would cause great distress. Some slight modifications to what obsidian they had, or perhaps it should be given a special name such as sunglass, or something representing its dual nature. And a small area of land was dark. But it would only be dark during the day. At night, it would have a light source. Not from above, but from below. There was no way it would be perfect. Not even right. But they had to try. Over the course of several weeks, they tried out different patterns. Anything that brought the light and darkness towards a positive balance, increasing in quantity instead of slowly decreasing, had special notes taken about how and why that might be the case. It was impossible to return things to how they had been, but recreating something at least vaguely similar was probably also impossible. They did their best, though. Mirka, Kahind, and Rukai could manipulate Earth in different ways. Kahind did at least understand the structure of glass, which was close enough to what they needed for him to recreate the base materials. The others too were left on observation duty, taking in the broad reactions of flora and fauna. It was impossible to seal the surface into something like a cavern. That was the problem John kept running into, but Rasha had her own solution. She was the only other exalted soul phase cultivator present. After all, it wasn't strange that she should have significant insight. "The whole place is inverted," Rasha said simply. "So where once light fell through the waters into the stone only to be released once more, perhaps it should be the same. Except instead of lighting underground chambers, you light the skies." That barely made sense. "Elaborate, please." Rather than say anything, Rasha simply twisted the air in front of her. A small segment, but her image distorted. "Air can refract light, the same with water and this glass. We should merely incorporate that. Instead of building a shell of stone, we can build a shell of air." "Are you planning to hold it there forever?" John asked. "Of course not," Rasha said. "I will convince it to hold itself." Maybe he was a bad exalted soul phase cultivator. He thought too much about sensible limits when he had already gone beyond what was sensible himself. Once she said it, John honestly thought it could be done. And then, it was. At least, they managed to put together something like a prototype. It would last longer than the previous stability, at least. It would probably require maintenance, and ensuring they weren't causing some sort of other problem with a dome of air eating up the light of sun during the day only to reflect it back upon strange obsidian-like stone at night. The local beast seemed happier, and the local spiritual energy seemed to be further from the path of sudden massive elemental devastation. It might be a temporary measure, but this was the sort of project that could take a lifetime, if someone interested could be found. Alternatively, Those in the surroundings could be called upon to manage it simply because they didn't want it to explode. Chapter 597. After at least temporarily enhancing the balance of the light and darkness region, it was time to move on. After all, they could run into equally unstable areas up ahead that might also be a danger for anyone living nearby. With a fairly broad definition of nearby, dangers could easily spread tens of kilometers, and hundreds wouldn't be unreasonable. The new landmass was overflowing with spiritual energy. Every beast, plant, and stone was infused with power. Each grew rapidly in its own way. Those that were alive greedily consumed what was around them, and that didn't always mean the plants were eaten by the beasts. Some were the more traditional traps, energy-efficient ways of defeating a powerful opponent. Of course, a typical pitcher plant didn't have to deal with anything capable of forming spiritual energy into sharp weapons, but there were several ways that was solved. For those at the size of eating typical insects, they merely focused on strengthening their physical structure. Similar plants that drew in larger creatures utilized soporifics or other chemical agents to weaken their target's reactions well before they would understand the threat they were facing. As far as pitcher plants went, a few had very potent liquids that instantly knocked out most things that splashed into them. Others had a strange mixture of air that tricked their victims into not realizing they were suffocating due to a lack of oxygen. As far as carnivorous plants went, the ones akin to Venus flytraps equipped with blades instead of enfolding fingers were the exception. Direct violence wasn't the best option for creatures that couldn't move, or at least couldn't move far. A few were capable of rerouting, with a constant but slow motion carrying them around their chosen area, but it was not at a speed relevant to combat. Especially not combat involving spiritual energy. Beasts consumed plants and each other in all traditional ways. They hunted others via ambush, poisons, and brute force. None of that was unusual, but John found things to be particularly violent. He also felt that something was missing, but what that was didn't become obvious until several days passed. At that time, they found a wide area devastated of life. Only random weeds and shrubs grew on the landmass, and there were no signs of life in the surrounding seas either. All that John saw were torn-up piles of earth and rock, as if something had been scouring the land for any other form of life to devour. That something could be easily picked out as the sole source of living spiritual energy. It had the power of the exalted soul phase, or perhaps just short of it. The first to give her opinion was Rukai. Should we fight it? I think we should fight it. Presha of Silver Breeze Gorge had a little bit more caution. It is possible to bypass it. And while its elemental nature neither advantages nor disadvantages us as air cultivators, it might be an unnecessary conflict. Mirka from the Sky Islands, and now the fourth island master. She shared much the same thoughts about the creature that mixed water and earth. I have some elemental advantage over it, but I don't know if it would be a worthwhile conflict. Kahind expressed much the same sentiments. The lightning cultivator was in the late ascending soul phase like most of the rest, with Rukai being some ranks lower. Though the cultivation careers of all but Rukai were similar in length, within a handful decades of the average, with Kahind being among the olds, John thought most of the rest were lacking some particular insight, though perhaps their senses had to be tuned to a wider perspective to see it. Rasha of the Dangling Cliff expressed the sentiment before he could, which solidified his opinion. It should be defeated. It will either range far and wide, devastating everything it comes across, or reach the limits of how far it can travel, in which case it will starve to death. The former is a problem that must be put down. For the latter, a quick death would be a mercy. John nodded. I share similar opinions. We should deal with it. Despite how quickly plants grew in an area with high spiritual energy and the rate at which animals reproduced, there was nothing at all except for their target buried underground within a radius of over 10 kilometers. John was uncertain how this ecosystem could have functioned previously if it collapsed so quickly upon being brought to the surface, but perhaps that was the very problem. This was a random jumble of land forced upwards by an eruption of spiritual energy, bearing little resemblance to how it might have been arranged below. I'm going to fight it, Rukai declared. Not alone, John warned. She looked back at him as if he was the one who frequently made foolish decisions. Obviously, there are 6 of us here, but we can probably do it without the exalted soul phase cultivators. Before anyone could object, Rukai gave her pitch. It doesn't seem quite as strong as a proper exalted soul phase cultivator. We could all learn something from a tough battle. John had to agree that practical experience was one of the best teachers. Of course, that was assuming that people survived the process. Having people like him around to watch over them wasn't a guarantee of safety. The two of us can stay ready, but we can't guarantee safety for anyone. And don't forget, Rasha said, a beast backed into a corner can be twice as vicious. Despite the two of them providing cautions, it was clear that the others had been intrigued, and the four ascending soul phase cultivators were soon agreed on a plan of attack. I will draw out the beast, Kahin said. Mirka will be responsible for hindering its movements. Presha and Rukai will take offensive positions. As cultivators, they would need to be flexible, taking advantage of whatever opportunities arose. But having a basic plan in place was critical for their cooperation, especially since most of them were not familiar with fighting alongside their particular companions. They had only engaged in a few lower-stakes battles along the way. Kahin's approach was to fly low over where the creature lurked. The plan was to drive a bolt of lightning deep into the ground, but it seemed quite unnecessary. His mere presence was sufficient for the creature to leap forth, revealing its body. It was akin to a mole, if moles were 20 meters in length, with sharp claws reaching several meters. John was fairly certain that moles didn't typically leap into the air either. Regardless, the creature in front of them fit the general shape of such a creature as it opened its jaws wide to attempt to consume Kahin. His prepared bolt of lightning struck directly that open mouth, but without as much force as he would have liked. He prioritized a rebound effect that pushed him away to safety. The spiritual energy the beast had around its teeth blocked most of the lightning bolt, with the rest dispersing throughout its large mass. Mirka was not far behind Kahin, making use of earth element techniques to bind the creature as it landed. Arches of stone tried to pin the creature down, but with a single burst of energy it scattered the stone in all directions, sending shrapnel everywhere. Presha's attack was far less obvious. A few slicing blades formed of vacuum drew the creature's attention, though its thick fur absorbed them without any visible damage. The real attack was more insidious, a rearranging of the air around the creature. A creature of that size should consume vast quantities of oxygen, and if its breaths were lacking in that area, the results could be devastating. Though that would depend on its various adaptations, and whether it sensed and thus attempted to counteract her assault. At least for the moment. However, her manipulation went unseen. Rukai had the most diverse arrangement of elements. This expedition wasn't focused on widespread abilities, but simply being able to fly at speed. Other abilities varied, but a strong foundation of air was necessary. Against a mole that carried the elements of water and earth, she could make use of earth and fire. The latter was something that none of the other combatants possessed. She first started with a few probing knives, thrown at various angles. Some were targeted directly towards critical areas such as the beast's eyes, small as they were, as well as its nostrils and mouth. If attacks could land inside the creature, they could cause the most damage even with smaller amounts of spiritual energy. Rather than face the attacks directly, the mole flung earth into the sky. It wasn't just a small handful of dirt, but a massive quantity of stone and loose soil. They spread out into a barrier that caught Rukai's daggers. Though she had an elemental advantage against the earth, the barrier also carried the element of water, dampening her power. Rukai didn't seem upset, though. If her probing attacks brought the creature down, it wouldn't be a worthy fight. Though it seemed as if the four flying cultivators should have been able to attack from the sky with impunity, that wasn't really the case. As the party with the greater quantity of spiritual energy, the mole's attacks could actually extend further than theirs. Reaching up into the sky did come with an inherent disadvantage, but it basically balanced out the overall range. In short, they did take advantage of distance where they could, but they weren't able to truly outrange the creature as it launched great clods of dirt up at them. Mirka settled onto the ground for just an instant, and the beast tried to pull her under. The surrounding land was turned into a liquid immediately. The rock didn't melt, but she began to sink regardless. She hadn't carelessly landed upon one of the creature's major elements, though. She had her own earth element to rely upon, and was able to free herself from its influence. Even if she didn't directly limit its movements, focusing the creature's attention on her still fulfilled her role. The others attacked from different angles, though Presha's attacks continued to appear ineffective. A beast that carried the solidity of Earth might not notice the more subtle manipulations she continued to perform, even if water was its secondary nature. Kahin channeled repeated lightning bolts on the creature, striking at its forehead over and over. While each individual attack had little hope of breaking through the creature's defenses, it required some portion of its attention to refresh its defenses. Rukai made use of various fire techniques to heat up the area around the mole, leaving concentrated bursts of fire for the creature. When it sought to suppress them with a shell of water, every third or fourth sphere of spiritual energy burst forth with lightning or a jet of air. A few small wounds appeared on the creature that was as long as a semi-truck, but far bigger around. It would take more than that to bring it down. With a sudden burst of energy, the mole leapt over Mirka, slamming down on her from above. She used her own abilities to soften the earth beneath her, but that only played into the creature's plans. It dropped into the soil like it was a lake, forcing her ever downward. "Come with me," Rukai declared. She led the charge, while John exchanged looks with Rasha. "You watch up here," he said. "I'll follow after them." He didn't know if he would actually be stealthier in an area that it couldn't see. Moles didn't happen to use their eyes as their primary sensory apparatus, after all. That said, layers of earth could just as easily conceal him from its nose, and it should be easy enough to blend into the background due to the wild chaos of the battle. John wasn't worried if it spotted him, either. He wasn't really a valid target for something that just barely qualified as Exalted Soul Face. This was a far weaker foe than the one he had just faced recently. Mirka couldn't do anything but flee as Rukai chased after the mole with the two others. She was able to slip out of the mole's grasp time after time, but it wasn't noticeably slowed by the terrain. Rukai could burrow rapidly, but not nearly so fast as the creature that barely even bothered to swipe its claws around. Fortunately, she managed to catch up to its wake and ride its own efforts. The three of them attacked it from behind, and that was precisely the moment it turned about. Rukai found herself face to face with massive jaws pulling in a vast section of earth and swallowing it in. She did manage to shunt the two others off to the side, but she herself was pulled into the creature's maw. John almost annihilated the creature in that moment. Rukai's safety was more important than training, after all, yet she was actually in less danger than it seemed. The mole's teeth could have certainly threatened her life, but its gullet didn't seem to be a danger. Its stomach no doubt had acid capable of dissolving her in moments, empowered by the creature's own spiritual energy. But along the way, she might have a chance. John didn't let himself get far, though. He almost brushed up against the thing's belly as it moved around, prepared to react. Rukai was getting pulled deeper, but the mole's own survival mechanisms were working against it. Specifically, even a creature like that wouldn't do well eating large amounts of dirt and stone. It had strange pouches that the excess were being pulled away into, and Rukai managed to slip into one. She anchored herself in place with the very rocks surrounding her, and while the mole could overwhelm her spiritual energy with raw power, having to focus on her left it distracted from other threats. Presha drew out all remnants of air from the ground around them. Burrowing creatures usually had a way to manage regardless. Standard animals simply needed the right airflow in their tunnels, but cultivating beasts could make up for any shortcoming by drawing trapped pockets of air from their surroundings or directly refreshing the air in their lungs, even if they didn't understand that. But the creature was already weakening in thought due to Presha's long-standing attacks. Its urgent hunger to devour them, most likely focused on growing its spiritual energy, had drawn its attention away from its other bodily needs. Presha knew well how to fool the body into feeling fine as it suffocated. Kahind pushed through the earth to plant himself directly on the forehead of the creature, the same space he had been attacking repeatedly. This time, he created a constant current flowing into the creature as it tried to defend itself inside and out. Mirka immediately reversed her course from retreat into assault, solidifying the earth around the creature in small rings, but none immediately next to each other. It could potentially send out one massive pulse of earth element to allow it to move once more, but that would draw its attention away from several dangers. The conclusion of the battle took only a few more moments from there, and indeed, it would have been resolved in a similar time no matter the victor. If it could have crushed Rukai, the mole would have. If it could have taken a breath, it would have. If it could slice Kahind with its claws, it would. And if it could swat Merca like a fly, that would have been its choice. Perhaps it truly could have done 2 or 3 of those things, but not all at once. Not fast enough. Rukai sliced herself deeper into it, away from the creature's gullet and towards its spine. Fire and lightning coiled around her arm. Her actual blade had been pulled from her grasp. Earth and water elements tried to block her, but the mole couldn't focus its full power on defending against her. Because of that, her elemental advantage and superior technique won out. She burned her way through it as it was assaulted from various directions. The pain would only last a few moments before its brain was destroyed. Perhaps that was for the best. To John's understanding, this creature must have been starving for some time. It had grown to a size where its spiritual energy couldn't breach the gap between ascending soul phase and exalted soul phase and maintain its body. The mole had chosen its cultivation, and if there had been any food left to devour, it might have succeeded in a proper breakthrough. But as it was, most likely it would have wandered into the distance looking for food and collapsed this very same day. Its actual death would have taken longer. It might appear to be an isolated incident, but John wasn't certain that this new land could sustain itself. Transplanting just one part of an ecosystem onto the surface didn't seem to be working out. With the victory won, John sliced the creature in two. It was better to not risk any further trouble, a last-ditch effort, or dying spasms of spiritual energy. Hopefully, the 4 combatants had learned something worth the risk. Chapter 598. Far enough towards the edge of his senses that they doubtless thought. They went unnoticed were various beasts, hoping to gain something from the death of the great mole. Even if they lived outside the radius of its great devouring, their attention had been drawn by the battle over a distance of tens of kilometers. It would be stranger for anything to have not sensed it, though they were trying to stay at a cautious distance to not end up with the same fate. As a beast at the threshold of the exalted soul phase, its flesh and spiritual energy would be of great value to anything that could get their jaws around it. That included humans, but 6 people couldn't exactly eat multiple tons of flesh. If they dropped their currently planned exploration, they could cart it off to the most affluent nearby region to sell before it went bad. Depending on the beast, that could be a few days or a few years. Some were far more resistant to rot and decay even after death, while others would be particularly susceptible. It would be a shame for the local ecosystem if it was taken away, though. Or rather, as the only relevant source of biomass within a large area, it would be more than a shame. It was likely that the area would recover given time, but that might be on the order of decades. Or the area could get a boost right now. John carved off some select cuts and ground them up to make mole burgers. People could have their whole steaks if they wished, and the quality of the meat was such that it would be a decent method of consumption. John liked to mix things together, though. His bread wasn't precisely fresh, but it was made to travel. Hard cheeses were often a travel food to begin with, and even if they didn't all like to melt, that wasn't a problem beyond his ability to handle. It was too bad there weren't any fresh fruits and vegetables, but all of the local flora were within the belly of the beast. John had already cut it open to allow what seeds still held strong to escape from digestion. His plan was to scatter them around the area, giving the ecosystem a chance to recover. After he ate, of course, many cultivators would have said the mole tasted good, but in John's opinion, they would have been wrong. Was consuming it a pleasant experience? Absolutely. But so was cultivating, drawing in spiritual energy from the surroundings, contemplating its power. The spiritual energy was the only part that was particularly pleasant. The meat was just bland. John wouldn't have thought that something with so much fat could have so little flavor. Juices were spilling down his arms, but he wasn't at all interested in licking them off his hands. Instead, he just swished the liquid away and into the lifeless soil. At least the soil should be fine. The mole hadn't devoured everything, just everything above a certain size and nutritional value. Small insects were fine. Microbes, enough for the soil to maintain health, at least for the near future. Various hardy plants that would be considered weeds, along with twiggy shrubs, also inhabited the area. It wasn't a proper balance, but those pieces of life could fill out the region while the various seeds from the mole's gut would hopefully grow swiftly. Then, perhaps, the area could return to some level of stability as surrounding beasts migrated into the area. First would be the herbivores, and the predators would follow after. Life along the shores would return quickly as fish migrated around the coasts. now that there wasn't an oppressive presence in place. Before they continued onward, John cut the mole into thousands of tiny chunks, having the others help him scatter them everywhere. There was a natural way of scavengers where they had to work for their food, digging through less desirable layers of fur and hide to reach choice morsels. But if every scavenger found themselves in one place, conflicts would doubtless arise. Besides, the carcass would rot before it could reasonably be eaten. Scattering the remains should allow the various beasts, those crawling on the land, burrowing beneath, and flying above, opportunities to consume their own morsels of the great mole. It wouldn't exactly erase the devastating impact to the ecosystem, but it would help put it back on track to being something, instead of a wasteland. As they traveled along, Rasha had questions for him. Rukai had already asked him the same things in the past, but now she knew his thought process. What was the purpose of that, she asked. She knew there should have been some purpose, of course. John did do things just for fun, but usually he had reasons. I think it should be obvious enough, John said. What do you think? The air cultivator gave a surface-level answer, proof she hadn't known John personally for long, which was a large part of the reason he had brought her. You wish for the land to flourish. Do you intend to settle this area? The 6 Elements Crossroads could doubtless establish sect branches wherever they pleased. Someone will, John declared, but most likely not the 6 Elements Crossroads. Then why? She asked. There is nothing to gain. Unless you expect others from the Continental Alliance to travel this far. You expect me to benefit from this, and I won't say there will be none, John admitted. But it will be far less direct than you might think, and the impact will likely be immeasurable. Small or large, it is difficult to say. I am serious about maintaining the global order, though. And so whoever takes over this region, I want it to be prosperous. You want to rule the world. That sounded like a lot of work, and John would know because he was already responsible for quite a significant amount. He was far short of ruling the world, though, either as an individual or with the support of staunch allies. Most of the exalted soul phase cultivators around the world were closer to acquaintances. Friendly, sometimes. Many others were aggressively neutral. The better off the world is on average, the better things will be for those I care about most. It would be a lie for John to say cared about the lives of everyone. Not really. It was impossible, except in an abstract way. He would never care about someone on the far side of the planet in pain the same way he would if they were his own family, or if he saw them with his own eyes. That was one reason not to be stationary and insular. There were more people like Rukai that John could care about. Doubtless, there had been others who lost friends and family in the same war, but he hadn't connected with them. I intend to be around for a significant duration, John continued. I don't know how long. Another century or 2. Easily. Perhaps I could do 3 or 4. I doubt. You. Since the end of your lifespan either. I don't want to weigh myself down with the shackles of ultimate authority, even if I thought it was a viable method. I don't. Thus, sacrificing small things, time, resources, and the like, to improve the overall situation just a bit, that's feeding into my long-term peace. Rasha considered his words for a time. It would also make it easier to take the reins of power should you choose to do so, if people are more favorably inclined towards you. It wouldn't be a small task to convince people he had no desire for worldwide control, at least not in the direct way that cultivators traditionally aspired to. He already had enough direct power. His influence might grow, but he really didn't want to be responsible for anything greater than a continent. If there were benefits offered for such, they had to be proportionately worthwhile to how much of his time and mental strain they took up. John supposed it would be more beneficial if he were a psychopath and simply didn't care about others, but he wasn't one and didn't wish to be. He already found himself callous enough to death and killing. John thought that he had lived long enough for people to understand his sincerity, but on the other hand, he wouldn't be surprised if there weren't certain cultivators hiding their true intentions for centuries, to try to improve their own positions. It couldn't be much longer than that, because they generally wouldn't live longer unless they reached the ascending soul phase, and people hadn't been reliably reaching that level until the latter half of his lifetime. A great upswelling of cultivation, kind of like the planet. It would be nice if it actually had some consciousness to it, but it was looking more like it had merely been some sort of natural disaster. If the planet was alive as a greater whole, It was either not particularly nice or too unaware of what was actually good, both of which could be dangerous. He was going to go forward with the belief that the plant didn't think, though, just because it was easier until he had proof otherwise. He wouldn't be all that surprised, though. Plenty of people talked about Mother Earth as if she or it were alive in a conscious way, regardless of whether they'd actually meant it. Such a thing was more feasible here, but only somewhat. A huge rise in cultivations on the surface could absolutely shift some sort of balance beneath the surface and cause a spiritual energy uprising, though. John wasn't going to say that humanity was too small to cause planetary scale changes by accident, because he could absolutely do some portion of it on purpose. As the journey continued, the expedition stumbled across various other explorers. Some of them were from the winding current, on either side of the new landmass. Because that was one of the problems, it had split apart seas. Makeshift ports had been established at some of the points of easiest traversal, with goods passing overland between ships. Islands which had been something akin to neighbors a month prior now found themselves cut off, and it wasn't a simple task to go around. At the rate things were going, John thought it might actually stretch around the whole planet. That theory was soon supported when they came across an exalted soul phase cultivator moving in the opposite direction. A six-element cultivator. There weren't any clear signs of where the cultivator began. The elements were nicely balanced with none sticking out as prominent. John knew, though, because of course he did. So far, there were still only two six-element exalted soul phase cultivators. Most people hadn't even seriously considered it as an option before the two of them advanced. John greeted Aldera in a manner he hoped was truly friendly. He recognized that he might never look upon her without any pain, but that didn't mean he had to share it. And old wounds stung less over time, never quite fading away, but growing more tolerable. He wasn't going to forget, and he didn't have to force himself to. "You came all the way just to see me," he joked. "I thought it reasonable to meet you in the middle," Aldera said. Her face was nearly expressionless, but John saw a bit of a grin. "I just hadn't thought it would be the far one. The other one is too hot," John said. "This one has nice rocks." He didn't really have anywhere else to go with that. Some Earth element regions were full of diverse life. Some had rocks. The area around them wasn't actually lifeless, but it didn't look like much. John didn't know if it would be stable further into the future without more life, but this at least looked like something that had years before it could be an issue. Unlike the region of light and darkness. "I presume from you ending up here," John commented, "that this extends all the way around the planet." Aldera nodded. "Most of the way to the Molten Sea on the southeastern side." "That's a pain," John said. "Want to build a canal?" Actually, they could build quite a few. Or rather than canals, they might just be gorgeous. One good thing, they wouldn't have most of the typical problems that might arise. They weren't going to be connecting two different seas that had different compositions, heights, populations of animals, or anything of the sort. Instead, it was seas that had once been one that were split apart. It was only natural to reconnect them. "I have a few ideas. I don't think we need trains here." That hadn't been John's idea. "The track can go right down the middle. On the bridges we build with the materials dug out for our canals. But we can reconnect the seas first, I suppose." "Another grand engineering project," Aldera snickered. "I didn't think you were interested in that sort of thing before." John shrugged. "It's not really something I'm qualified for." Or was. "But with greater cultivation you can manage a lot more. It really helps when you can feel if a bridge won't hold. Plus, I studied." He really had studied quite a lot. He had covered diverse fields of engineering to at least the level of a college degree. He wasn't capable of being the lead engineer on any project, but at least he could give input that wasn't completely stupid. And know when he didn't need to give any. "Was there anything of note on the path behind you?" John asked. He told tales of their journey, noting the areas of greatest interest, whether for good or ill. "We'll absolutely need to keep an eye or two on that light and darkness region, but it shouldn't blow up until at least a month from now." "Truly," Aldera replied with a deadpan expression. "Your work astounds me." She was joking, of course. She would understand, even from John's quick explanation, that the task wasn't a simple one. It wasn't quite like how they joked together when she was Mateo and John was a younger and significantly less mature version of himself. But it was friendlier on both ends. Not just pleasant because they needed each other, though John had to admit that much of the lack had been on his end. We also encountered a region of light and darkness, Aldera said, but it didn't seem as if it was ever stable. Merely an unearthed region of darkness conflicting with a surface-level region. The devastation was all but complete by the time we arrived. The remnants might be valuable for study by those looking to head down such a path. The surface-level region had more power. No doubt the unearthed region had more spiritual energy beneath, but it didn't all surface. The annihilation strip was quasi-stable by virtue of minimal spiritual energy flowing from the adjoining regions to meet each other. If the Darklands were suddenly plopped down over the Prism underfields, they wouldn't end up with such a relatively peaceful result. John wasn't looking forward to viewing the devastation ahead of them, but at least it should have been swift. I am serious about the reconnection project, though, John said before they departed. It would be best to get the opinions of the surrounding regions before we act, of course. It would be a waste to shove this entire new continent, if it could reasonably be called that, back underground. A whole lot of effort for nothing. But that doesn't mean we can't reconnect the seas. It might take some caution, though. Aldera nodded. I'll bring up the idea to any leadership I come across. Though perhaps you have already discussed it, John shook his head. The idea is new, and people weren't exactly eager to approach the landmass. Especially not with the threats of exalted soul phase beasts. I've only seen 2, but that's more than enough. There could be more that were just good at hiding. It wasn't that unreasonable. And if they were capable of doing so, it meant they were able to regulate their eating patterns. Thus, John really didn't care, as long as they didn't go after humans. Even if he knew there wouldn't be much of interest ahead, unless he found low-energy regions particularly neat where Aldera found them lacking. Was still the fastest way back home, since they were more than halfway around the planet. Just a few more weeks, especially if they kept up the pace instead of stopping everywhere. Though John supposed he probably should find some chances to talk with the neighbors about reconnecting the seas. And maybe a few would prefer that they didn't. Good walls made good neighbors. Chapter 599. It was impossible to say that a thorough investigation of the new landmass had been completed, even if John had technically passed within sensory range of the entire long strip of land. The time spent in each place was barely enough to get an overview of the elemental balance and ecosystem, with the few exceptions of the particularly interesting or dangerous regions. It was a surface-level investigation, with the literal interpretation of that being extremely relevant considering how the new landmass had pushed up from beneath the crust of the planet. With concerted effort, John, Mirka, and Rukai would have been able to peer deeper into the Earth, beyond 100 meters or so, but attempting to investigate kilometers beneath the surface along the whole way. That would have been a massive undertaking. Even so, it might not have been enough. Many secrets doubtless lay even deeper, and the true cause of the upwelling was essentially still unknown. Theories about something to do with spiritual energy were no different from saying that something happened because of physics on Earth. It was merely that spiritual energy overrode some of the traditional behaviors of physics in this world, requiring separate levels of understanding. In short, it was possible that changes on the surface were responsible for what happened, but it was also entirely possible that there was negligible impact. Hastening the arrival of the upwelling by a few years, or even slowing it by a similar amount, could be written off as statistical error, and any greater link was yet to be proven. Perhaps it never would be, as John was certain that people would prioritize dealing with the current situation more than deep investigations. New resources and new dangers appeared in a long ring that nearly connected to the molten sea from either end. That wasn't the only source, merely the largest. Once they determined the danger was tolerable, whether their assessments were correct or not, Sex would be scrambling to take control of the new areas. Most of that scrambling would be handled by various exalted soul phase overseers, but John wasn't entirely confident that they wouldn't seek their own benefits. After all, he had found 2 beasts at the equivalent of the exalted soul phase, even if one was just barely. Their bodies could be considered treasures of their own. John had left the vast majority of the beast from his first visit, with his allies agreeing to scatter the remains of the second one to restore the surrounding region even if they could have personally benefited. Most likely, they were considering benefits of their own. Being in the good favor of an exalted soul phase cultivator was always valuable, even for someone like Rasha who had achieved that tier of power herself. Once they reached the border of the twin continents, spotting the molten sea, the group split apart to go their own ways. John sent Rukai back to report what they had learned to the Six Elements Crossroads, with most of the information to be distributed to others from there. Others returned to their own regions or neighboring areas to help with the continued cleanup from the cataclysm that had come with what was practically a new continent. John himself intended to double back to continue the endless task of diplomatic balance. He hadn't taken the time to stop at any of the inhabited regions to either side of the new landmass. They had either weathered the storms and thus hadn't needed immediate aid, or they hadn't, in which case they were gone before John first stepped foot on the ring. Metaphorically, since he'd been flying. One person John very specifically had to seek out was Sekani. He had actually been quite surprised to not encounter the man along the way, given how the winding current had been affected. They were quite literally focused around said ocean current, one that had now been disrupted by the sudden appearance of the landmass. It wouldn't have been strange for him to be investigating it, but he also doubtless had to deal with the hundreds of occupied islands under his jurisdiction, many of which had to deal with both the direct effect of earthquakes and the tsunamis that came with it. Even a quick overview of everything could take months, and there simply hadn't been that much time yet. John would have preferred to rest after his journey, because even if he wasn't physically exhausted, his mental fatigue had built up, but other things took priority. After all, the twin continents had sworn to help protect the weaker regions. In some ways they had already failed, but beyond the points where it would be physically impossible, they at least had to help with the aftermath. John didn't have to do it alone, but he could travel the fastest. Now that the new landmass had been confirmed safe, or made safe-ish, he had to be seen. John didn't like that thought. It felt more like he was doing it for political reasons than actually caring. And he did care about people as a whole, even if he would prefer not to have to think about how many had died. Maybe that was why he wasn't returning to the Six Elements Crossroads, because they would have a more accurate count. It hadn't been obvious to John while focused on the new continent, but massive waves hadn't been the only trouble for coastal communities. Sea levels had risen, at least in certain areas. Even after floodwaters receded and tides normalized, the average could be a half-meter higher or more. It didn't seem like much in an abstract sense. Would people along the coast be bothered by knee-high waters? But of course, this wasn't just about people walking around. People were mobile. Docks were not. Many were built right above the high water line, the former high water line, which meant that multiple times per day the docks would be overtopped by water. John learned this as he passed by certain smaller islands, many of which had no cultivators on their shores, or at least none of note. Raising an entire island out of the water was impossible, but John could lift some docks, especially for smaller islands. He couldn't afford to spend much time in any particular location, but he would find locals and ask about whatever the greatest threat was. They weren't always concerned about docks, even while they were actively underwater. Flooded storehouses with food that might rot could be more important. Inland villages and shallow depressions simply hadn't been able to drain. John found one island completely uninhabited. Only lingering signs remained, bits of buildings attached to foundations. The latter he could do nothing about, but raising the foundation of a warehouse was quite easy. Making a gorge deeper and wider such that water could drain from a village was also feasible. John found a few lone individuals trapped away from their homes, adrift on boats or trapped on islands that had once had a walkable connection to the mainland. The latter didn't merely have to deal with an extra half-meter of water, but sometimes kilometers of swimming where sandbars no longer existed. Sometimes walkable routes did exist, but for those who didn't cultivate or those with weaker senses, they might not know. Either way, John focused on those stranded individuals he found alive, trying to forget those that hadn't made it. He could provide each some needed water and a few morsels of food, about all they could eat after weeks of hunger. John could have easily saved hundreds of lives if he arrived earlier. And, at the same time, an entire region would likely be about to explode. An excessively hungry mole might have decided to swim towards an inhabited island it got a whiff of. People weren't just numbers on sheets, but at the same time he really did have to focus on the most people he could at once. He wouldn't abandon anyone that came within his wide-ranging senses, but John also didn't specifically seek out small groups of people. Some places had more cultivators, and thus more people that recognized him. As it happened, John was passing through the windswept sea. They were one of the first neighbors the continent met, aside from the molten sea and possibly the Sky Islands, depending on how one group thinks, and thus some of the first enemies they had had. The stormy sea sect no longer existed, at least not in the same way. Nor did most of those who had caused trouble. John still helped them, of course, even those that seemed to bear grudges. He couldn't spend weeks rebuilding or months raising the coasts of individual larger islands, but he could deliver messages to their neighbors across monster-infested seas. He would also hunt down certain particularly troublesome monsters, whether they were long-time natives that were simply a greater concern now or new arrivals from the depths or neighboring regions. Sleep was reserved for short snippets as he traveled. A few hours per night was sufficient. John could keep such a schedule for months, and he knew that because he'd had to. Nothing was as bad as living deep underwater with cultivation that simply didn't match up to the threats. Neither he nor Mateo could have survived that time beneath the kelp spire forest alone, as sleeping would have been lethal without one of them making it possible to breathe. So John was tired, but just being tired was fine. And in another month or two, when everything had stabilized however it would end up, he could rest. Speaking of rest, if he found Seikani lazing about, he might punt the man to the bottom of the ocean, and then follow after and kill him in the depths. He probably wouldn't. It was also just a theoretical scenario, and John had no reason to believe the man wasn't working to protect his region even harder than John was working for random people along the way. John simply thought about it because there were some cultivators who clearly didn't care about others around them, whether weaker cultivators or common folk. It was one thing for them to charge for their services. In times of emergency, John thought it rather uncouth, but as long as prices remained less than exorbitant, it was still acceptable. It was another if they simply refused to help at any cost, or any feasible price, at least. One cultivator had demanded women from every village he helped, and from John's quick investigation, that fellow help had been the bare minimum. That had been a busy day of running around shoring up shoddy work, putting the man's head on a spike, and then returning various people back to their homes. Technically, the guy should have gotten a trial or something, but John was busy, and there didn't seem to be anyone that was going to complain, which told John that the results were good enough. Larger islands, or just land masses, because it felt strange to call things islands beyond a certain size, had experienced most of the trouble on their coasts. Whatever damage happened was already done by the time John arrived, and their greater populations were already handling the aftermath just fine. That was true in many places, really, but the ones in dire straits stuck in his mind better. Either way, John was glad to find more relatively healthy places. It wasn't as if everything outside of the twin continents was destroyed. It was pretty clear that the areas with the weakest cultivators suffered the most, which would likely set them back even further. John would say it didn't matter if everywhere had strong individuals, but clearly there were circumstances where having powers like his concentrated into a small number of hands was insufficient. And even then, it wasn't enough. John built up a number of storm barriers, but he couldn't actually stop the waves along a single coast. True, it had been a large coast, but John could only realistically have completely protected one county on his own. No more than 20 or 30 kilometers of coastline. As he passed through various territories, John took notes on the situation. Some places were clearly managed better, and it wasn't always about strength available. Some of the periphery of certain regions were basically unsupported, even if there should have been time to at least check in by now, over a month after the cataclysm. He would have to determine whether it was a lack of organization or a lack of care. Resources mattered too, but it wasn't that hard for a cultivator to fly or sail out to any particular location to at least assess the situation. Anywhere he was the only one who had stopped by, except for extremely remote locations. John made some mental notes to talk to the people in charge, but he did have a specific route in mind, so certain people would be saved for later. Chapter 600. As John traveled towards areas that had both denser populations and were less affected by the recent disasters, he still didn't simply bypass those he saw in need. He couldn't help everyone, of course, because he only had so much time and energy. Even so, he sought out those with the worst, yet most fixable, troubles. Imminent physical danger was easy to fix, but sadly that was barely the beginning of troubles in the world. He could cut a beast in half or throw a dagger through one as a bolt of lightning, but it was more difficult to stab societal instability. If he found someone that was starving, he couldn't just give them money to buy food for the rest of their life. That didn't even get to principles about working. It would be a death sentence. Even providing a large pile of food might make them a target, and food wouldn't last forever anyway. He did find a few hungry families, and they needed more than just food. He did begin with that part. It was easy. Then he moved on to other problems he could deal with. Sick family members? The food would actually help, but he also had various cultivation medicines. Even the cheap ones produced something akin to miracles. Everyone wanted to work, but not everyone could. John couldn't fix a crippled leg, but he could straighten up a toppling shack and annihilate the mold that would destroy the health of its inhabitants. And for those without opportunities, he could carry them to a new land. Uprooting one's home figuratively or literally was difficult to accept, but with no friends of value or societal support, those on the brink were filled with enough despair to accept any solutions. Mostly, though, John found that a few simple things could get people on their feet for long enough to have a chance. Would those chances be even better if he was able to follow up in the future? Absolutely, but he could only change society a little bit at a time. The thankfulness of the people was always worth it. Sometimes it seemed almost selfish of him to enjoy what he did so much. And sometimes he wanted to strangle some ungrateful individuals, but John was willing to bet someone else would do it for him in the near future, with greater justification than just people not being as grateful as he wanted. The most interesting responses were those of outsiders. John could hear them. Some people were jealous, wondering why they didn't get help, as if their house was about to collapse. A few were justified, also finding themselves in dire straits, but the manner in which they expressed themselves still left something to be desired. The greatest annoyances were those who were the most disconnected from the scenarios in question. John was spying on a particular pair of complaining cultivators when his annoyance transformed into amusement. Why should he be bothered about what other people said, especially when they were clearly lacking knowledge? A pair of male cultivators, young and old, were complaining to each other. The older one was currently rambling on. He just swoops in like he's some sort of god when he's taking away work from people like us. We could have hunted that beast and turned it in for some coin. Yeah, said the other. He stole from us. If they had any idea that John's senses were picking up their words, they wouldn't have been so brave as to speak. Even John, who didn't easily take offense, thought he might want to teach them a lesson. It might be good for them, because some other cultivator would if he didn't, and the results wouldn't be good for them. The beasts they were talking about had been on a hunting list since before the recent disasters, and the two hadn't lifted a single finger to deal with them. Most likely, they thought the price too little for their effort. Either way, they clearly hadn't done it, and weren't going to, so their complaints were little more than hot air. Yet not enough to fill a proper balloon and gain some lift, just enough to be a waste of energy. The old man scrunched up his face such that even more wrinkles appeared. Too cowardly to call himself an emperor as well. If people knew John was listening, he might have been obligated to kill the man right there. But they didn't, so he really didn't care. He could call himself an emperor, or he could not. Everyone who mattered knew the truth of the matter, and he had no intention to be restricted by such a title. The younger man was about to reveal his true ignorance. Where does someone like that even find the time? Does he not cultivate? He'll fall behind soon enough, and his slight cultivation advantage won't mean anything. John cultivated plenty while helping random people. He had thousands of potential attack patterns to try, and while he didn't have any threats worthy of his top effort, making low-powered attacks that used tricky patterns was useful for his growth. And he learned about himself as well, which allowed him to better understand his relation to spiritual energy. John shook his head. They won't even amount to anything. That wasn't just a petty prediction. The old man was barely a consolidated soul phase cultivator, and he was about to reach the end of his life. As for the youth, it was embarrassing for him to be at the foundation phase in the current age. Putting aside his own family and his direct apprentices, John had seen plenty of only moderately talented individuals that would be at least at the soul expansion phase. If the man was going to spend his time drinking and gossiping, he should at least be good at it. In John's mind, he could be doing at least a few things. Perhaps he could train to resist alcohol. That might defeat the point, but being able to choose when to get drunk could be valuable. He could train his senses better, overhearing more things to gossip, or at least noticing that someone powerful was listening in so he didn't get himself killed. The old man didn't have much chance, but perhaps he could cultivate an aura of insignificance. He could actually be something while seeming like nothing, instead of seeming like something but being nothing. Sir, John turned back towards the man he had been helping. Are you all right? John set down the boulder he had been carrying. He could have tossed it with a burst of spiritual energy, but it didn't need such extravagance. John placed it on the edge of the field, helping to provide a proper boundary to the man's land while also getting out of the way of his work. Just got distracted by something. I think you should be able to plant your fields now. The man nodded. I just have to gather some seeds from the forest. John could have bought the man seeds, but he didn't think it necessary. The farmer wasn't about to starve. The man even had a small amount of cultivation. Even if his rank was less than the young fool, John still found it to be better, since he had trained it without the aid of a sect. Make sure to use those tricks I taught you. Wild vegetables will be leaping into your hands in no time. Is there some way I can repay you? Get strong enough to move a boulder and do it for someone else, John said. Good luck with your growing season. I need to be off. John didn't fly right in front of the man. Instead, he walked off until the man lost sight, then concealed his presence before he went up into the air. Sometimes John wanted to draw attention, but he actually needed to get to his next destination. Sekani was ahead, and he might leave. Of course, John could draw his attention from where he was, but that would also alert an entire country. John wasn't doing his absolute best to hide himself as he approached Sekani, but he was still impressed at how quickly the man noticed him. By the time John landed in the courtyard, he had dismissed everyone around. It seemed he understood John's desire for privacy. John wouldn't have minded waiting until they were done, but perhaps Sekani had also been looking for an excuse. Most meetings were boring, and only some portion of them was truly necessary. The other half or three-quarters could be fluff. Sekani clasped his hand and bowed, just a bit. A respectful gesture that implied John was slightly above him, even if they could by some measures be considered equals. John wouldn't have really minded either way. Sect Head Miller, I had heard whispers of your presence. Only good things, I'm certain. There was no way that was the case. Of course, after filtering out truth and lies, it would be mostly good things, but some people's opinions could be both wrong and negative without being technically untrue. I came here to offer my aid to the winding current. John barely held himself back from a joke. They weren't quite close enough for him to speak of how the winding current was more like two of them at the moment. I'm certain you can surmise what matter I speak of. The man nodded slowly. The winding current is disrupted. A great catastrophe that has sundered my domain in two. I am sorry to have failed your trust in managing this area. John shook his head. You have not failed. The power of any individual cannot match up against what we have just seen. We are not gods, as much as some might think so. One of the first things that tipped John off to the existence of the new continental landmass was the disruption to the winding current. He hadn't expected it to be a line that almost divided the planet in half, but that is what it ended up. I have heard about your response, John said. Caring first for the people, though now you must care for the land. Sekani sighed. If only it were so easy. I fear that the spiritual energy of the winding current will unravel now that it is rendered in two. Perhaps, John said, and it will doubtless happen if you allow it to do so. It would not be my preferred method in your position, but if you find other priorities, it may be necessary. Perhaps you can find something else necessary to build up, or some great value in the land that divides your home. But as I see it, there are two general categories of options that are superior. I would hear of these options, Sekani commented. For I fear I find myself drowning in the depths of the sea. That almost happened to me when I was young, John said, dragged down to the deepest depths by a leviathan's breath. Who would have thought that things like that would be happy memories in retrospect? Mostly because he survived. But I'll get straight to it. The first option is to accept the winding current split in two, but not its degradation. Find some way to rebalance the territory such that spiritual energy still thrives in your domain. You don't have to do it alone, of course. I can offer my aid, my opinions, and my people. Having separate regions seems uncomfortable at first, but it can provide an interesting elemental balance. With no disrespect, I much prefer the purity of water. That is also the path of most of my people. John shrugged. I thought so, but it is an option. Other than that, there are many ways, but you simply need to reconnect the current. Sekani seemed taken aback by John's casual declaration. We are not gods, but we don't have to work alone. As I said, you have my aid, and that of my people, and my engineers. A couple of them really need a mega project. This was where John would have flipped between slides one after the other if he could project a presentation. Knock over the new continent. A simple hole won't repair the current, but it would be a start. Or drive it under? Send the current down and around, leaving the majority of the landmass in place. Finally, and here's the one that seems the most fun, just have the current flow over. Sekani clearly wasn't used to John's mannerisms. That was the unfortunate result of living too far away to frequently meet in person. John respected him enough that he would have been invited to visit quite often if it were practical. Over. I think cultivators can use some audacity, but not in the way they're yelling at someone that will just kill them. But just think about what you can do. The molten sea regularly creates lava bridges for their ships. Not bridges over the lava, but made out of them. As small and temporary as they are still something great. You can reshape things a little bit more and bridge the current directly over. That sounds impractical. Massively, John said. But since the current is already broken, you need to recreate it anyway. I also think the subsurface flow is a good option. Removing the landmass is the most straightforward application of manual labor, but you still have to convince the current to wind back through its former home. And then you lose all that land and whatever benefits it might bring. Sekani had a lot to think about, and if there were other viable options, John believed the two of them could lean towards them. But he doubted it would involve settling for the way things had become. Even if he was actually doing important work, the appearance of inactivity would make Sekani look weak, and with only a few decades as an exalted soul phase cultivator with little foundation as a leader before then, he couldn't afford that. Besides, he would want to do something great. Even if it didn't involve creating an ocean current over several hundred kilometers of land that had suddenly risen up. Under would be fine, but it would lack some visual impact. John didn't have any idea how it would work, but he was certain it could. And it would give people something to work on once disaster cleanup came to an end. Something besides training to fight their neighbors, that is. Chapter 601. Being reminded of the full scale of the power at his command made Sekani seriously consider his options. It wasn't just his own power, though as an exalted soul phase cultivator that was quite significant, but also all of those under his command, either directly within the structure of his own sect or indirectly with those contracted to aid him or available for hire. Leaving things as they had become, with the winding current split, had never truly been an option. That would be both an admission of defeat and a guaranteed loss of power in the future. Sekani would have inevitably done something, but John thought guiding him towards the re-establishment of the connection was far more valuable than trying to seek out a wider area of control to make up for that loss. Even if there were yet certain areas with no solid claim by exalted soul phase cultivators, it was best to leave them in place as a buffer zone. John was in the business of preventing war, after all. It wouldn't be a success if people simply took a little bit longer to go to war and built up their power, only to create an even greater devastation than the cataclysm that had just arisen. If it happened in one place, John was concerned that others might see that as an opportunity. Even if they limited themselves to less direct actions to maintain plausible deniability, once people pushed a little, someone else would try to push a little bit more. And eventually they'd be back to cultivators going to war for any decent excuse, with John having no say. It wasn't just the lack of control that bothered him with that, though he'd certainly grown used to making use of his influence. "We'll pick one of the options," Sekani commented. "Then get started right away." That could be fine, but John was wary of it. "I didn't come here to rush you, just to make certain you were aware of the potential. I can also offer my aid in the short term. Ultimately, I would suggest taking a few years to think about it, even if it is difficult for your region. You might have a preferred project right now, but the way you connect the winding current will have impacts for the rest of your life." John paused for a moment, thinking of just the right analogy. This cataclysm was a cultivation setback for your region that came through no fault of your own. But the recovery can absolutely be handled correctly, leading to a breakthrough in power. Or you could double down on unseen flaws and shatter your foundation. That was way better for convincing a cultivator than immediately going into ecological impact assessments. The winding current would need to do those, and of course some of their predictions would be wrong. That was just how things worked. But people couldn't do any better than their best. They had to try, though, because they could absolutely do worse. John wasn't certain there was a lower limit for how badly things could go. He wasn't certain that nobody could blow up the planet. but he also wasn't certain that they couldn't. Messing around on the surface in an area of a few hundred kilometers square wasn't likely to destroy the planet, but it could ruin dozens of unique ecosystems, though some of them had already been devastated by recent events. But at least in a world with spiritual energy, it was easy for nature to spring back, if given a chance. Sometimes with astounding growth, even too much. Sekani nodded. Yes, I see. Some caution is merited before committing to a plan, after which, we must stride forward with confidence. John wanted to point out that if there was ever a point where the only clear result was disaster, that they could probably just back out of any project, but John wasn't certain that was helpful. Even if he saw it, would Sekani believe it? John knew that he'd pushed forward some hopeless projects of his own. A few worked, most didn't. That was true in personal cultivation and on wider levels. The best thing to do was support him to minimize any potential for catastrophe. The most immediately appealing option is the most ridiculous, Sekani commented. But I suppose a flying ocean current would not be entirely unheard of. I might suggest studying the Great Waterfall Reversal. It is a surprising water phenomenon in a region known primarily for its air element. Water isn't even considered a secondary element anywhere within the region. A previous John might have thought that more strange than he did now. Or perhaps not. After all, nothing was ever just one element. Nothing natural, and even pure element cultivators were unlikely to be 100% pure. 99%? Several more digits? Absolutely. But having at least the tiniest morays of spiritual energy of different elements was all but guaranteed. And that was assuming they were actually different to begin with. As a six-element cultivator that constantly engaged in elemental conversion, John could make a pretty good argument that all spiritual energy was the same, with the only difference being what properties it was primed to display. Some might argue against him, and John knew his understanding of elements wasn't perfect. Not yet, perhaps not ever. He wasn't certain that perfect insight was a point that could be reached or only approached, shrinking the gap bit by bit. Either way, the point remained. The Great Waterfall Reversal was the place to look for water that flowed in a way that it seemed it should not. I would be quite interested to witness this phenomenon, Sekani said. But first, there is much to resolve here, including one matter with which I very much need your personal aid for the safety of the winding current. Of course, John said. If it is a matter of safety for your people, I will happily get involved. But you know the limits I have set previously. Don't worry. This is not a conflict between cultivators, merely a matter that has so far been kept out of the public eye. I heard tell that you encountered many great beasts that could threaten the exalted soul phase in the area of the upheaval. Many. John tilted his head. I would not say that. 2, 3 at most. Not a level of threat that couldn't be overcome with the aid of Rasha. Sekani would have to make a visit to her to visit the Great Waterfall Reversal. It would be quite rude to be moving around in the backyard of another exalted soul phase cultivator without acknowledging them. There could have been more, hidden beneath the earth. Or in the seas, Sekani suggested. It didn't seem to be a random supposition, and his words immediately confirmed that. My people have spotted not one, but 2 such beasts swimming in the depths. It does not seem that they mainly seek out people, but the way they devour vast schools of fish? It doesn't matter. One of them could empty my seas, if left to itself. That made John think that there had to be a whole lot for these beasts to eat wherever they had previously been located. You want them killed, I presume? Taming them doesn't seem feasible, nor like a proper solution to that problem. I can kill one, Sekani said. I will. But just as the winding current has been split, so is this problem. They came from the new continent, and now drift apart on either side. I can chase down one within the next few weeks, but I might lose the other. The ascending soul phase cultivators under my command would have to risk their lives simply to keep track of them for so long. John nodded. I understand. Do you have a good estimate of their strength? A test of strength for early exalted soul phase cultivators, or a danger for those in the later phase. It is only an approximation, but the stronger of the two should be just a little bit more. Sekani was hesitant to say it, but John didn't mind. A little stronger than myself, correct? In that case, I will need some backup as I unfortunately didn't bring anyone with me. Perhaps they should have gone out of the way to meet with Sekani earlier. It would have added at least an additional week to their journey, but it might have been worth it. On the other hand, this could be a decent opportunity. Though if this beast is so strong, It would be best to have another exalted soul phase cultivator at my side. If only they were so easily found, Seikani said. The winding current covers a wide area, but our history is not terribly strong. Perhaps I should have reached out to the Empire of Elements as they passed, but he didn't want to ask for help. John was only hearing about this because he offered. Perhaps if Rasha were with him, John would have heard nothing of this. Owing favors to two exalted soul phase cultivators could be too much for him. Even if John wasn't the sort to be excessively burdensome with his return of favors, it could weigh down on the man's mind. John had a potential solution. With a sufficiently able group of cultivators from your domain, I could monitor the greater threat until you have dealt with the other one. It would be safest for us to defeat it together. If the beast really was stronger than him, John wasn't looking forward to fighting it. He enjoyed challenging himself in non-lethal ways. Proving he was the strongest wasn't really something he cared about, especially if it turned out he was incorrect and lost his life for it. Everything he wanted for the future was better if he was still alive to witness it. No need for a heroic sacrifice. As Seikani hesitated, John prompted him once more. If you take too long, I'm certain I could take it down with proper backup. Populations of fish will recover, given time. I won't let it devour your citizens. But it would be best for us to take it down together. It didn't matter whether Seikani actually cared about his lowest-tier citizens, because he had been convinced enough. You speak reason. These threats should be solved by myself. I should be present for the defeat of both. If you can, I would appreciate the opportunity. John smiled. Of course, I have full confidence in your strength and your will to protect your territories. Rallying the confidence of your people should go along with that. Both set off almost immediately. It seemed that Seikani had been troubled by how to resolve the situation for some time, so much that he almost failed to act in time. Though if he had immediately thrown himself against the weaker of the two beasts, he likely wouldn't have recovered to a condition that he could feasibly threaten the second stronger one, not with just himself and his forces. At least, not at an acceptable level of risk. Each ascending soul phase cultivator lost, or even injured, would be a devastating blow to the winding current. That wasn't considering the potential for Seikani's own death, in which case the winding current might return to being a simple sect, at best. Their fall from greatness could be even more devastating. There was still some chance that Seikani died. So could John. These weren't pleasant sparring matches in a carefully enchanted arena. Nor was an initial assessment of a threat's strength always correct. It was possible the weaker one might turn out to be hiding its power, or that both were. John had been given command over 3 late ascending soul phase cultivators along with several times that many scattered throughout the rest of the ascending soul phase. But if they had to face something in the late exalted soul phase, it might be too much. Especially since massive beasts could carry far greater power in their bulk, if usually not finesse. John didn't intend to fight the beast right away, though. He could make a more thorough assessment of its strength before engaging it, as long as it wasn't an imminent threat to a population center. John just hoped he didn't have to decide how many people counted as enough to save. He could easily accept the death of a few million more fish, though. Chapter 602. When he first set out, John actually wondered how an exalted soul phase equivalent beast could be lost, even beneath the seas. Just a few kilometers of seawater wouldn't stop people from feeling him if he failed to conceal himself. But as it turned out, the beast was quite good at hiding its spiritual energy. And why shouldn't it be? All of its potential food would flee in every direction if it was noticed. When John met with the local cultivators tracking the beast, it seemed they had only first discovered it due to the lack of surrounding fish. Not large schools fleeing its presence, but empty stretches of open ocean. John was well aware of just how much lived in the oceans given his unintentional dive to the very depths long before. While it was true that the Leviathan had drawn a huge number of beasts downward alongside himself and Mateo, one of the threats to them simply returning to the surface were powerful beasts along the way in various layers. At times, John had pictured most of the open ocean as empty, but that was actually limited to very rare circumstances. With the ability to see without light, he was aware of how many creatures swam nearby at any depth as they followed the trail of their target. He was also uncomfortably aware of how much there was nothing around, even days after the passage of the beast. What should we expect? John asked. What does it look like? He thought it was a perfectly reasonable question, but everyone looked at him like he was crazy. "We haven't gotten close enough to see it or feel its form," said Itri, one of the ascending soul phase cultivators that had been observing the beast. "All we know is that it frequently creates large whirlpools, yet before that its presence is almost undetectable, at least to our senses." John only had a vague sense of something ahead, so he couldn't blame them. If he didn't know something were wrong, if that were somehow possible in empty seas, he might not have noticed it at all. "Has it left any traces?" "No," Itri said, "and that is one of the matters of grave concern. Consuming such a vast quantity of life around it, we would expect it to defecate whatever was of no use. And even if certain creatures have slower bowels, we're over a month out now. There should have been something. Bones, perhaps. Or if it can digest bones, then any waste product." John had to agree. That is concerning. Was it able to convert matter into spiritual energy? That was not terribly likely, but he wasn't going to say it was absolutely impossible. If there was anything of the sort, John simply had to hope that the process wasn't close to perfect efficiency. If it was, well, the planet would probably already be destroyed, so it wasn't worth considering. Over the course of days, their distance varied quite significantly. John was able to keep a vague concealment over them even if he was asleep, but that was only applicable if they weren't moving. Nobody wanted to be dragged along while they slept anyway. While John could go days without sleep, he figured he would need to be in top form for dealing with the threat, especially if they were simply going to watch and wait. Sekani wouldn't arrive for at least 2 weeks, even if his own hunt went perfectly. They suddenly ran into a wave of sea creatures, all of the various beasts that lived underwater. Any of the numerous creatures that could be described as fish, jellies, squids, and most surprising to John's senses because he hadn't even thought about them missing, plankton and other microscopic organisms. The density rapidly increased until it seemed as if there had never been a threat to begin with, but John was ever more certain of the presence of the beast ahead. Another threat worthy of being called a leviathan, except not at the end of its lifespan, but active. "We need to be increasingly cautious," John commented. He was already directing the swimming of those around him, minimizing the areas they disturbed with their control of water element. Their presences were hidden partially with the numbing of darkness, but also through the obscurity of mixed elements. Unless the beast was particularly sensitive to elements outside of its own elements, the blending should help. Relatedly, the creature wasn't merely filled with the water element. Its spiritual energy also included earth, traces of vastness and sturdiness. That wasn't something that had previously been reported, but considering that it was using its spiritual energy to blend in with the sea itself, it was an understandable thing to overlook. It also wasn't likely to significantly change the battle style of most of those with him, but it would be inconvenient for John as he couldn't just attack with air element. At least not naively. Earth covered water's weakness, and the same was true for water covering Earth's weakness. But that didn't mean that such a thing was without a weakness. It would be less capable of responding to something, and a properly controlled air and fire attack should still be effective. John had to hope that he had better find control of spiritual energy, because otherwise he was just going to be food, or he would have to run away and let the thing devour half the planet. And then the other half. The vastness of its spiritual energy was overwhelming, even if John could barely feel it. And yet it could also be considered quite weak, with the energy John sensed being extremely diffuse. Just as the sun was extremely powerful, but the amount of sunlight that reached the planet was tame, at least if one didn't concentrate all of it together into a smaller area. Perhaps John had spent too many hours concentrating on the foe ahead. Obviously, he shouldn't be casual about his focus on it, as it wasn't simply a minor threat, but he could at least reduce his tension. It was the strongest thing he had ever felt, though. It was humbling, as he knew he was one of the top 2 human cultivators and had subconsciously applied that to being the strongest in general. He had defeated an exalted soul phase equivalent beast, but this one was different. John hoped that Sekani would be all right. The man should have been accompanied by a great number of his sect elders against a theoretically lesser foe, so he would likely be victorious. The cost might be higher than expected, though. At the limits of his vision, John could make out something. A shape. He very much wanted to go closer so that he could properly observe its details, but he couldn't leave the rest behind. Without his aid, they would be limited to their own stealth skills, and while those might not be bad, Itri had mentioned that they had never been this close. Just a few kilometers away. "We will maintain this distance except when resting," John declared. "We need to be close enough to observe what it does." Nobody disagreed. Perhaps they felt they couldn't, but John hoped they would be brave enough to speak up if they knew something he didn't. He did ask for it. Several more days passed, throughout which they found themselves more deeply surrounded by other sea creatures. Their target didn't move swiftly. Indeed, it traveled only a handful of kilometers per day. It was essentially moving at a crawl, or a slow float when it wasn't on the seafloor. It seemed to maintain a similar average depth, and where the seafloor was higher, it happened to be moving along it. "None of these islands ahead are occupied, are they?" John asked as they once again came to shallower depths. Itri shook his head. "One was, but we have already sent everyone away. A small population. Should this beast change its projected trajectory, we will need to spread new information. Within a week, we should probably send updates anyway." John nodded. Of course. Several more hours passed after that point, but John couldn't say anything happened. They were swimming so slowly they didn't even need to be cultivators at this point. Perhaps to continue swimming for hours it was important, but every kid in the shimmering island could match their pace at least for a short while. Then, with little warning, it happened. A soft pulse of spiritual energy that John didn't automatically recognize as a threat. Not that it mattered when he did, because tightening his defensive energy didn't help. All of a sudden, everyone was being pulled inward towards the beast. At their current distance, they would be drawn into its maw within a single minute. "Anyone want to see what it looks like from the inside?" John joked. Nobody laughed, but he created a bubble of static water around them that prevented them from being drawn any closer. John made certain everything else flowed around them, so as to not alert the beast. Everything within a distance of something over 30 kilometers was pulled at the same rate inward. Massive whirlpools formed above the beast, but at the same time waterspouts shot off at various angles, including one directly through the center of a wide whirlpool. John felt the flow of seemingly endless water and wondered how such power existed. It might be possible to improve the efficiency of moving such vast amounts of mass because of the inherent balance. Water came in from all directions, but was equally released back out. It actually settled into small ripples at the edge of the radius, with the whole event likely being barely noticeable from the outside. Obviously, from the inside, it was difficult to ignore the sharks and whales brushing by, plus the massive schools of fish. All were drawn towards the beast, its form still vague, but John couldn't detect anything akin to a front or rear. He should kill it now, but he wasn't certain if they could. On the other hand, they couldn't wait for very long. A few similar sessions of devouring, and the ocean might never recover. John noticed something that stood out among everything else. "Itri, people know not to sail here, don't they?" "They do," he said. Forbidden sea routes were included with the evacuation warnings. Anyone who ignored them deserves their death. "Perhaps so," John agreed. "But we're going to find out for certain. Come," John said, prompting people with his spiritual energy. "We have some people to catch." Their ship had already been torn apart by the effect pulling them downward, and beasts crashing into their sides. Even so, the people were still alive. They were cultivators, with at least one of them being an ascending soul phase water element cultivator. They wouldn't drown right away, but drowning would be the least of their problems within the next few minutes. No matter how they resisted, they couldn't avoid the pull of the great beast. They were already closer than John and the rest. "Follow my lead," John said. Fortunately, he had significant experience working with water cultivators. More than that, the winding current was used to cooperative cultivation techniques. Swimming alongside each other was a well-practiced move. John just had to minimize how obvious it would be to any sort of vast sea beast below. He was also going to have to do something about the ascending soul phase cultivator suddenly disappearing from its senses. This was going to be a pain, but John wasn't doing this rescue purely for selfless reasons. No matter what happened, these cultivators were being drafted for the upcoming battle. Since their lives would be lost anyway, they wouldn't have any basis to complain. And John had the feeling they weren't just a ship that lost their way. How could an ascending soul phase water cultivator get lost on the seas? Only by ignoring the warning could they end up here and realize why it was given in the first place. A twisting tube of water carried John and the others forward, closer to the beast. John could see it better now, but he couldn't describe it better. It was just a blob, where the Leviathan he knew had recognizable form to it. Even if there were many branching segments of fin and scale, the main body below barely looked like anything other than a sandy hill. One with a massive flow of sea creatures being dragged into it, but never leaving. John carefully watched the external flows of water. He would need to make use of them for escaping, and he doubted the creature could exclusively pull, unless it focused on just one area, in which case they might be in deep trouble. If they happened to be spotted, they would still be able to flee if its leisurely plodding pace happened to be its max speed. That would be nice. Chapter 603. John was a current. No, part of a current. The others flowed around him as well, perfectly blending in alongside him. That belief was not a silly mental exercise, but absolutely necessary for their stealth efforts to be successful. Up ahead was a crew of foolish sailors that no longer had a ship, being pulled towards the maw of a gigantic undersea beast. And what a maw it was! The whole thing was little more than maw, a great quantity of them. Something like a series of various tubes, some drawing in the water, and some expelling it in powerful jets. Sea creatures were pulled in, but they didn't come out. The question of whether the region could actually survive the sort of devastation John was seeing would be answered later, when the human rescue mission had either succeeded or failed. They were finally caught in the same stream, but they had to get closer. John accelerated his group towards the crew. Rather than resisting the current, they joined it willingly. From their nice, safe position numerous kilometers away, they were now probably less than a minute from being inside the creature's maw, even if they were only being dragged at the normal speed. John was pleased to see that the dragging force didn't actually increase much around him as they approached closer. It was instead a diffuse force, extremely powerful, but it had its own limits. Time was of the essence. John couldn't afford to be ignored. He had to say the right thing as his energy washed over the sinking crew. Come with me if you want to live. Short, simple, and direct. It could have been more original if he had time to think of a proper speech, but they would have to deal with it. The strongest among them was an old woman. She was startled to have someone suddenly appear behind her, but just a taste of John's energy was enough. Listen to the man, she urged her crew. Her energy reached out to grab onto him. John wasted no time on explanations, immediately redirecting the greater flow of people into a side channel. They needed to reach one of the outward flows, but he could see why the crew hadn't been able to do so. It wasn't just an inward pull, but a vortex that trapped the targets in the middle of the flow. Except, calling anything a target was a bit disingenuous. Everything in the ocean within 60 kilometers wasn't really a targeted action. The edges of the vortex were made to stop powerful beasts from escaping. Strong swimming beasts could easily outperform an ascending soul phase cultivator in just that one area, and it was powerful enough to trap them. John and his gang of ascending soul phase cultivators, plus the crew, needed to act as a more powerful entity. Their movement required a direct assault on the exalted soul phase beast's energy that was blocking them in. John knew it would reduce their stealth, but he didn't anticipate quite how much. He thought that it might be suspicious, but a sudden change in spiritual energy forced him to react. A burst of energy instantly pulsed in their direction. John redirected all of the surrounding energy, free spiritual energy, his own, the winding current, the crew he was saving, and just a little bit of the great beasts, forming a flexible shield. The power struck them, knocking everyone away. Yet that result was the optimal one, as it meant they both avoided being crushed and were moving in the direction they wished, away from the beast. A moment later, the outward current bent and twisted, trying to escape them, but John had anticipated that possibility. He was lashed onto it, and everyone else followed his lead. They continued ever outward, swimming upwards along with the flow. Spiritual energy reached out for them, trying to pull them back, but they had already been imparted too much speed and momentum. The pull was less than the strength of the great currents it was drawing in. The great beast shifted to try to catch them in one of those, but it was too late. They were already on a path to escape. John wasn't going to slow down until he was certain they were beyond its reach, though. Instead, he kept accelerating, along with the others. They hit the surface of the ocean, and the flow of water around them continued upwards as a waterspout. They shot so high into the air that John had plenty of time to see the looks of worry around him. "I'm sure all of you know how to dive," John said calmly. "We're only going to hit terminal velocity, nothing much." But at the top of their arc, he caught them on the wind, sending them into a glide. He could carry everyone and actually fly, but it was far more effort and more obvious. At the current moment, the spiritual energy of the beast was flailing about, sweeping through the area, but it wouldn't find them. They were a cloud, nothing more. A creature like that didn't need more water in its diet. Now, they were one of the only clouds in the sky, but John couldn't even properly see the body of the beast. There was no way it could see them. John stretched out his hand to the old woman. "Hello, I'm John. Pleased to meet you." "Amarachi," she said, shaking his hand cautiously. "You are?" "John Miller." "That's right," he said. Such were the consequences of being world famous, though his spiritual energy would have given him away regardless. "And you aren't supposed to be here. So you're being drafted to fight that thing. Hopefully after the Honorable Seikani gets here." Everyone tensed, but John was confident he could take on Amarachi and her crew by himself. With the backing of the winding current, it wouldn't even take effort. That didn't mean they were so weak as to be worthless, though. Another ascending soul phase cultivator wasn't something that could be discounted, and if the crew could properly coordinate their efforts, they could support her. They might have to let a few of the weakest go, though. It was possible that keeping them alive would hold the rest back. "And the alternative?" Amarachi asked. John shrugged. "I could have left you there." It was a threat, of course. Death. Even if he and the others were ultimately fine, they had assumed some risk for the rescue. The smugglers or pirates or whatever they were might have enough wealth on them that hadn't been eaten to pay for their lives, but it would probably have to include their equipment, greatly weakening their positions in the world. "We're not planning to sacrifice anyone, if you're wondering, but we also won't be going out of our way to protect you again." Amarachi slowly shook her head, but not in rejection, just resigned acceptance. "I don't suppose we have any other choice, now do we? You already know me. I doubt there's much future for us in these seas if Seikani becomes against us, and not much anywhere else if we offend you. Is this even your half of the planet? Thought this was closer to the Empire of Elements. Aldera won't mind that I'm handling this while she's busy wherever she happens to be. Besides, dividing things into hemispheres would be silly when we're in such proximity." John didn't even mention that the other exalted soul phase cultivators might take issue with them claiming half the planet, but John understood why other cultivators might see things that way. Under John's control, their group was gliding downward towards a small island on the horizon. They didn't strictly need a base, but it would be nice to have something like that. John was quite confident he could keep track of the exalted soul phase beast's movements from a greater distance after getting close to it. It felt a bit empty, hungry. Its rage had been only momentary, though. John had actually been hoping it would go on a sustained rampage. It had already eaten pretty much everything in the surrounding area, and all of the smart humans had evacuated and avoided the sailing routes. A huge thing like that could use vast quantities of energy and would likely take forever to recover from fatigue. John could only hope. It seemed that the sea beast hadn't felt their escape was much more than a school of particularly tasty fish, and it seemed to prefer quantity over quality. Either way, it made no effort to chase them once they escaped its grasp, nor did it seem to speed up its slow trudge onward. Calculating the rate it moved and the area of devastation it could unleash, they might have time for Seikani to arrive. But most likely they would not, which meant that they would have to slow the beast or distract it. That meant active engagement, but preferably keeping their distance. John never wanted to get as close as he just had unless he was trying to slice apart the creature's gigantic, mouth-filled, blobby existence. The best task he could give most of the sailors, especially the weaker ones, was to head out to a new wave of islands and provide further warnings. Swimming distances of tens of kilometers wasn't something a normal human could do quickly, but decent water cultivators could. They had a few days at least, but the sooner the information arrived, the safer people would be. So John encouraged everyone to be on time. He was even willing to provide monetary incentives. The messengers would be taking wide routes, the fastest and strongest of the weaklings heading for the opposite side of the creature, going directly ahead of it. As for the rest of them, they would have to move as a group to avoid notice as they followed more or less directly after the beast. Any individual or even small group of ascending soul phase cultivators simply wouldn't be able to hold up. Did anyone bring a few metric tons of poison with them? John surveyed the group. No? How disappointing. I suppose we'll have to engage other tactics. He wasn't actually sure that amount of poison would be enough. It would depend on potency, of course, but the size of the target mattered for poisons. It wasn't as big as the Leviathan, but it was still over a kilometer wide. Given how easily it could intake and expel huge volumes of water, and the fish therein, it was likely capable of handling large quantities of various toxins. Surely some of the sea creatures it ingested were poisonous, and they hadn't been spit out. That part still bothered John, though it was entirely possible it used every last bit of the mass it consumed, making it more blobby. Here's the plan, John said. He'd only thought about it for a few hours, but they had to implement something instead of just sitting around. We're going to follow it, and maybe draw its attention. Nobody looked thrilled about that second part, not even Itri. Such was life, though. If we judge that it is too close to another great feeding, we need to stop it, John said. If Seikani hasn't arrived yet, so be it. We can attempt to draw it back along its path for a while, possibly even a few days, but we have to be prepared not to sleep. And that also means directly assaulting it one way or another. I don't think there's a viable path to fighting the beast from long distance, so we'll have to let it draw us closer. But preferably we'll find some way to stick to the outside, even if it means impaling blades in its flesh. Now is a good time for suggestions on possible weaknesses. We can try each of them once and observe how it goes. Few people had much to say. One of Amarachi's crew spoke up and immediately regretted it. Well, it has to have internal organs, so we can just attack those. His captain gave him an amazing look that stopped him in his tracks. You going to be the one to dive in? He withered. John nodded. If we can carve through its flesh, not entering however it might wish us to, it's worth trying. Being somewhere unexpected might minimize its capability to attack inside its body. Now, how many of you water element users can form ice? John looked around. Steam. Sudden expansion could be extremely valuable, and it was possible the beast would be weak to heat or cold. Heat was probably better because the beast was also partially earth element, the same thing that made the prospects of cutting through it a bit at a time less practical. They had to consider they hadn't seen many of its potential attack patterns, but they were probably all wide-ranging. That was good for the stronger ones among them, at least. John felt more confident, but he would prefer to stay cautious. After all, he'd seen tons of confident cultivators be a bit overconfident and die, usually by his hand or Steve's. And of course, to beasts. Chapter 604. For all of John's hope that the great sea beast would slow its advance, it did not. Indeed, it seemed to accelerate its movement. Perhaps because it had just consumed a good meal, or maybe because it had missed out on a small portion of said meal, due to John saving Amarachi's crew. Its momentary focus on them had resulted in the loss of a small percentage of the native sea creatures that it had been trying to feed on, as some took the opportunity to escape. It seemed that the effort required for the exalted soul phase beast to extend its efforts to draw in those last few was not worth it. That all made sense, of course. While it covered a truly massive area with its pulling currents, the purpose was to devour every last scrap of life in the area. Though it had only happened twice, John didn't like the discovery of that theme among exalted soul phase beasts. This one might seem like less of a threat because it was underwater, but aside from the actual aquatic sects that would be at risk, as well as any trade passing through the area, humans would still be at risk. Something John had missed in his initial observations of smaller islands they passed by was the effects on land. Or rather, the land. He had been rather focused on rescuing Amarachi and her crew while keeping himself and the winding current members alive. It was only upon setting foot on the small island they briefly used as a base of operations that he noticed. The island was rocky, as many small islands tended to be, but a number of details stood out. It had saltwater pools even deeper inland, but the natural tides wouldn't reach that high. Upon consulting with Itri, storms weren't likely to be the source of such water either. That made the most likely remaining option the blobby sea beast. Investigating other islands revealed similar details. Water where it shouldn't be. Inspections also revealed scattered remains of plants and a few indications of land-dwelling creatures and occasional seabirds. But only traces. Everything seemed to have been washed away. That included small plants and topsoil all the way up to larger trees. Some members of the winding current did note that they witnessed some trees passing them by, though it hadn't seemed important at the time, and was relatively little compared to the vast quantities of sea life. Then there were the islands that simply weren't anymore. They were still a land mass, but entirely underwater, or so close as to barely count. Some of that was because of damage to their surface, but there were also traces of motion. Islands had been sunk by great Earth energy, and while some had rebounded after the temporary deformation, all had suffered some form of permanent distortion. They had previously thought some of the larger islands might be safe. At least, somewhat safe. However, they had to increase their estimate for what size that might mean. Just living a kilometer or two away from the ocean's edge might not be enough. After all, islands had at least been temporarily lowered all throughout the radius of the feeding, somewhere around 30 kilometers. Perhaps there was some limit of half or a third of that radius for actually devastating an island, but that wasn't necessarily true. Either way, the risk threshold still included. Most islands, at least the sea beast, was still moving less than 10 kilometers per day. That could give them 6 days before it was in an entirely fresh environment. Likely not enough for Sekani to arrive. He might not have even finished his own hunt yet, but that was what they had to deal with. On the third day, reports began to come back from various members of Amarachi's crew. Some of those sent into the closer areas, or just those that ended up being faster. By the end of that day, John had received numerous troublesome reports. Some people couldn't flee the area fast enough with the vessels they had available. Not everyone was a cultivator, and not every cultivator was a water element cultivator, so it was unreasonable to expect them to swim. Fortunately, Itri had previously led winding current cultivators in coordinating previous evacuation efforts. He would be able to help find free vessels, as well as speeding the passage of what was available. He also had the strength to encourage those that weren't willing to share. Despite whatever disreputable tasks they might have been planning, Amarachi's crew were still based in the local region. They didn't want it to be wiped out. They were plenty happy to swim ahead with dire warnings to help save people, but they were direly unequipped to actually negotiate with those who wouldn't listen. Two of the situations were somewhat different than what Itri would be dealing with. It wasn't those who couldn't evacuate somehow, but groups that refused. Two. First was a fire element sect, the Scarlet Shore. Even if going directly from open ocean into fire element regions was rare, it wasn't unique. Usually that resulted in mixed element regions, but it seemed the Scarlet Shore occupied the entirety of a modestly sized mono-fire element island. The other was an earth element granite clan. Usually granite was considered too much of a common stone to be used as a clan name, but that just meant it ended up a bit rarer than a quartz clan. Or maybe it was a regional difference, and they were more common out here, though there weren't any particularly large earth element regions nearby. The whole thing sounded like a huge pain, but John was going to have to deal with it. Amarachi, he drew the woman's attention. We're going to go deal with them. What about the beast? She asked. Shouldn't one of us stay to observe it? John didn't trust her enough to not run off. She might believe her chances of survival were higher by running away, presuming John and the rest would lose. They hadn't exactly spent long enough together to build any confidence. That won't be necessary, John said. I can pick up its trail easily enough. While the creature was certainly stealthy, once he became familiar with its individual energy signature, John doubted he could lose it. Besides, he hadn't seen any signs that it was intelligent enough to hide its route, and it didn't need to go around anything. At most, it would circumvent islands, but John fully believed it could crawl over them if it wanted to. It had to be able to survive on the surface for at least some period of time. Somewhat reluctantly, Amarachi followed along with John. That left weaker cultivators with only mediocre stealth skills behind, but they would just have to keep their distance. John could signal them from far off if he needed to, and it was important to deal with the two groups one way or another. The clan was closer, which was a good enough reason to start with them. For the approach, John didn't minimize the presence of his spiritual energy in their direction. He still minimized what spiritual energy would flow off in the direction of the sea beast, in case he accidentally provoked it into attacking early, or scared it off, but that seemed less likely given its relative strength. The clan clearly understood John's intent well enough, as when he landed outside of their main compound, the man John presumed to be the sect head was there. An ascending soul phase cultivator, but barely. The man looked youthful enough to have sufficient chances to advance further with time, but for the moment he was firmly at the 37th rank. That put John more than an entire phase ahead. The man was sufficiently aware of his position to speak politely. Greetings, Senior. I am Eckhard Granite. May I ask the reason for your visit? I sent a messenger ahead to tell you the reasons already. Even if neither I nor Seikani approached personally, I would have hoped you would give some consideration for our authority. It would have been one thing if they doubted the legitimacy of the message, but that hadn't been mentioned, and they should have been aware of the others around them. The sect head was clearly trying to hide his nerves. He did a pretty good job, keeping his voice steady, but small fluctuations in his spiritual energy were apparent. Though we have the utmost respect for any exalted soul phase cultivator, and the great Seikani in particular, no authority could convince us to leave. What would our clan be without our lands? Nothing at all. And without your people, it would be nothing but old buildings for others to claim, John replied. Eckhard gave a slight shake of his head. Though your words ring true, a mobilization such as would be required would bring great risk to those very people. Not only in terms of dangerous beasts fleeing this greater threat, but also rivals who would wish us gone. Our strength is in our stability, our position here. Many are looking to remove us, and it would matter little to us whether they were successful in hiding their crimes in the chaos if we were to be wiped out. Clearly, the man had certain beliefs in how things would go. Perhaps he was right. John didn't know the local situation. He didn't have time to gather Itri and other winding current cultivators to ask them about the situation. I have heard your concerns, John said. One moment. At least he had Amarachi. She was a local, at least in relative terms. John turned to her, stilling the air away from the two of them so that they would not be overheard. What do you know of this? Amarachi shrugged. Everyone has enemies. They really might die. I don't see why it matters. Their stubbornness might lead to their deaths, but they have been informed. While personal choice was important, John didn't think that it was the driving factor in this situation. Letting an entire clan die, instead of merely suffering setbacks, wasn't right. He thought Eckhard's view of what might happen was a bit extreme towards the negative possibilities, but his perspective was certainly limited on the matter. You will be close enough to the threat that you will be swept up in the trouble. Likely literally. The stones of the Granite clan will hold strong, Eckhard declared with his back straight. Your entire island could be devoured. Whole. That was a slight exaggeration, but only slight. No doubt you have heard of a great beast devouring the creatures of the sea. Details were limited to prevent panic, but that much would be observable from many directions. This does not mean it is merely water element, though. It has earth element sufficient to move entire islands. Could you fight, battered by waves as you sink under the sea? If we must. Is that so? John tilted his head. Then I must ask you to prove it. Come along, John said to Amarachi. We will retreat outside of the barriers here. If the Granite clan's walls can hold against my assault, perhaps they won't die swiftly. John gave plenty of time for Eckhard to ask him to reconsider, but instead he began directing his clan members to spread out around their compound. His voice called out towards John. Our preparations will take a few moments yet. I hope you will allow us to display our might. John agreed. After all, he was planning to crumble their walls. Leaving them without defenses was a cruel option, but it would force them to leave. The actual walls wouldn't matter, except that they were the foundation for a wider barrier over the clan. Before his attack, John had to consider various factors, including his own recovery. He didn't want to exhaust himself trying to save people and fail because of it. That wasn't a good plan, even if he was hopelessly self-sacrificial. He looked down from above, waiting until the Granite clan was done with their preparations. It was possible they might withstand his attack, in which case, he wanted to make sure they were capable of providing value instead of just being people he would have to think about protecting when the time came. Even if such thoughts were subconscious and annoyed, anyone within the area of threat would be a concern.